Chapter 508. Zhao tribe left in the middle of the night? In the main tent, He Lulan looked at the information in his hand before throwing it on the table. In his opinion, although Zhao tribe was a large tribe, they did not have a powerful elite army, they did not even have a decent Gu master expert. Although Zhao tribe leader was rank 5 initial stage, he was challenged by Dong Bokong, who was rank 4 peak stage 3 years ago. Thus, his prestige was not high, and he did not have much achievements even after leading Zhao tribe for so many years. If Zhao tribe had sided with Dongfang tribe, he might have paid more attention. After all, even if a rank 5 Gu master was not worthy of their name, they were not to be underestimated. But now, Zhao tribe retreated and fled in the middle of the night, causing He Lulan to feel disdain in his heart. The people of Northern Plains admired brave warriors, but what they despised the most was this kind of cowardly behavior of running away before the battle even started. Congratulations, Alliance Leader. Congratulations, Alliance Leader. We have not even made a move and already scared away a large tribe. Dongfang Yuliang looks like he is going to explode from anger. Zhao tribe that he invited for so long actually ran away. Ahaha. In my opinion, although Zhao tribe is a large tribe, it is only SOSO. They are actually so cowardly. The Gu masters in the main tent spoke one after another, not minding Zhao tribe's attitude. Fang Yuan, who was sitting at the side, glanced at the information on the table. Zhao Lianyu. He had always remembered this name in his heart, the future extraordinary woman, one of Ma Hongyun's wives, a person who became a wisdom path Gu immortal. Now, she was still a little girl. It seems that the famous persuasion of tigers, wolves, and sheep has already started. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. In his previous life, when Zhao Lianyun became a wisdom path Gu immortal, there were people who made biographies of him. This cultural tradition could be traced back to the legends of Renzu. This was the #1 classic of the Gu path. Many Gu masters spent their entire lives to ponder over it. Many Gu masters and Gu immortals who came into contact with them, to commemorate and praise them, people would make biographies of them. In the biography of Zhao Lianyun, there was a section of content. At a very young age, Zhao Lianyun had displayed extraordinary intelligence and wisdom. In the battle of Black Tyrant He Lulan, to become the lord of the imperial court, Zhao tribe was caught between Dongfang tribe and He tribe. Just as the Zhao clan was hesitating, Zhao Lianyun used the tiger, wolf, and sheep as an example to persuade his father. Finally, the Zhao clan leader made up his mind to go to the Ma clan, which was thousands of miles away. In the end, not only was the Zhao clan safe, but they were also highly valued and warmly accepted by the Ma clan. The 500 years of memories from his previous life were messy, but Fang Yuan remembered these things clearly. Because of the 5 regions' chaotic war, Ma Hongyun, Shenglinger, and Zhao Lianyun not only became Northern Plains Gu immortals, they were also the cornerstones of the Celestial Court's invasion. They were symbolic figures. In the 5 regions, as long as it was such a person, their biographies would be widely spread and read. People like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, I will kill them in the cradle sooner or later. But now is not the time. Fang Yuan restrained the killing intent in his heart, showing a calm expression. Be it Ma Hongyun or Zhao Lianyun, these people who were at the forefront of the 5 regions' chaotic war, they were still a long way from becoming Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had a lot of time to deal with them, but Fang Yuan had to keep Ma Hongyun alive to deal with 88-point Jinyang Tower. As for this Zhao Lianyun, although he wanted to kill her, due to his current identity and situation, he could not make a move. After all, Fang Yuan was currently acting as Changshan Yin. The great Changshan Yin. Why would he place so much importance on a little girl, to the point of wanting to kill her? Moreover, the urgent matter now is to deal with Dong tribe. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the main tent again. After ridiculing Zhao tribe for a while, everyone's attention was placed on their opponents in this battle. Dongfang tribe, like He tribe, was also a super tribe with deep foundations, a huge force in Northern Plains Chaofu. Dongfang Yuliang was the tribe leader of this generation's Dongfang tribe. He could be said to be young and promising. Using his wisdom path cultivation, not only did he manage the tribe's affairs in an orderly manner, he even showed signs of becoming more prosperous with each passing day. Although He tribe had the advantage in military strength, But the other party was a wisdom path Gu master who was good at scheming. His strength could not be underestimated. The biggest threat in this battle is definitely Dongfang Yuliang. That's right. This child is young but knowledgeable. He is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, astronomy, and geography. He lost his parents when he was 11. Not only did he have to make ends meet, he also had to take care of his 6-year-old sister, Dongfang Qingyu. His parents left him a huge inheritance, but this brat was very experienced. He knew that he couldn't protect it, so he directly gave all of the family's assets to a powerful elder and only kept a small portion for himself. When he was in the academy, his performance was extremely outstanding. After leaving the academy, he became that elder's confidant. Afterwards, he made many contributions and obtained the elder's recognition and recommendation. He even obtained the guidance of the tribe's Gu immortal ancestor, finally achieving his current status and strength. Everyone knew Dongfang Yuliang very well. They talked about his background one after another. Fang Yuan listened attentively. He had not experienced these things in his previous life, but now that he was in this situation, he immediately felt that this Dongfang Yuliang was not simple. He was worth paying attention to. History is vast and profound. Great waves wash away the sand. I wonder how many heroes have been washed away. Just as everyone was discussing, the focal point of everyone's discussion, Dongfang Yuliang, was also in his study, thinking about this crucial battle. Knock, knock, knock. There were 3 light knocks on the door. Come in, sister. Dongfang Yuliang did not need to raise his head to know who the visitor was. The door was pushed open. An extremely beautiful girl in a light yellow dress with bright eyes and clear eyebrows, graceful and gentle. Her skin was smooth as jade, her eyes like autumn water. Her gentle voice was filled with concern. Brother, the jade apricot flowers we transplanted from central continent have bloomed. Brother, accompany sister to the courtyard to admire the flowers. Dongfang Yuliang smiled. He knew that he had been sitting in the study for a day and a night, causing his sister to be worried. She was using this excuse to let him relax. Let's go, Qingyu. The brother and sister walked out of the study, walking together to the courtyard. Right now, it was drizzling. The sky was overcast. Looking from afar, the sky and the rain merged into one, forming a dark green color. Getting closer, through the courtyard walls, they could see Dongfang tribe's countless flags and tents that were densely packed like white steamed buns. People moved between the tents, making a racket, preparing for the upcoming battle. In the courtyard, there were only Dongfang brother and sister, separated by the rain. The noise outside the walls made the courtyard even more serene, especially when Dongfang Yuliang saw the jade apricot flower in the small courtyard. The petals were delicate and small. After being moistened by the rain, they were smooth and glossy. The light yellow color made the 2 of them feel a sense of warmth in the rain. Brother, I heard Zhao tribe left? After a long silence, Dongfang Qingyu carefully asked. Don't worry, sister. Brother has already expected this. Dongfang Yuliang smiled, lightly squeezing his sister's hand. Dongfang Qingyu raised her head slightly and saw her brother in the rain. He was dressed in white, and his face was like jade. His eyes were deep, and he exuded an aura of a strategist. He was calm and poised. Dongfang Yuliang continued. The reason why I invited Zhao tribe is because I want to gather all the strength I can. Zhao tribe leaving is not a big deal. With the strength I have now, I still have the ability to defeat He tribe army. Dongfang Qingyu's worry dissipated by half. Nothing can escape brother's deduction. But the opponent this time is not simple. Not only is there He Lulan, I also heard that the hero of Northern Plains, Wolf King Changshan Yin, has also joined him. Brother, you have to be careful. Sister, are you still worried about your brother? But Dongfang Yuliang comforted his sister in a warm voice, a bright light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Back then, when we were adventuring, we got to know He Lulan. This person had evil intentions towards you and was taught a good lesson by Big Brother. But now, it seems that this person is still unwilling to give up. This time, Brother will give him an unforgettable lesson. As for Changshan Yin, Brother has already dealt with him. Big Brother has already expected this. Little sister, you can rest in peace. Your body has been weak since young. Don't worry too much. If you are bedridden, brother will only be distracted. Dongfang Qingyu nodded lightly. She was completely at ease. Since young, brother had been taking care of her, caring for her, and thinking for her. She was like a young flower, sheltered by the big tree that was her brother. For so many years, she and brother had gone through many trials and tribulations together. This time, they would definitely be able to get through it safely. That's because you've always been so calm and collected since you were young. But if only I was not seriously ill, if only I had the aptitude to cultivate as a Gu master, how good would that be? Dongfang Qingyu heaved a deep sigh in her heart. The brother and sister quietly stood together, looking at the apricot flower in front of them. Sister, the rain is heavy. Standing for a long time is not good for your body. You should go back to your room and rest. After a while, Dongfang Yuliang said, brother, don't overwork yourself. Dongfang Qingyu obediently agreed. Looking at his sister's departing figure, disappearing around the corner, Dongfang Yuliang no longer concealed his expression. He frowned and showed a worried expression. This battle was not as easy as he said. One He Lulan is not easy to deal with. Now there is another Changshanin. 500,000 wolves, truly worthy of being an enslavement pathmaster. Just this person alone can change the situation, allowing He tribe, which originally only had a slight advantage, to take a huge lead over our main tribe. In the upcoming battle, we need to first deal with these 500,000 wolves. Otherwise, our chances of victory will be extremely slim. I cannot lose. Gu Immortal Ancestor finally agreed. If I complete this secret mission, he will personally resolve the source of my sister's illness. For my sister, I must become the lord of the Imperial Court and enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. Before that, anyone who dares to block my path will have to be prepared to die. So, Wolf King Changshan, you can die in this rainy night before the battle. Dongfang Yuliang raised his head, looking at the dark clouds in the sky, his handsome face showing a cold expression. Chapter 509. The weight-like strength of Tinjun, Gu quietly floated above Feng Yuan's head. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his whole body covered in the radiance of the strength of Tinjun Gu. A long while later, Feng Yuan opened his eyes. The radiance slowly faded. The strength of Tinjun Gu was only half its original size. I can use it 2 more times, Feng Yuan estimated. Strength of Tinjun Gu was an expendable Gu. After using it, he would have 70 Jun of strength. With such a foundation, it was reasonable for a rank 4 initial stage strength path Gu master to have it. But all-out effort Gu was suppressed to rank 2. If this matter was not resolved, there would be no possibility of a qualitative change in his strength path cultivation. It could be said that within a short period of time, his strength path battle strength could not be taken out. Next, he checked the first aperture and second aperture. The vital Gu in the first aperture was spring-autumn cicada. It was still concealed, sleeping, and recuperating. 90% of the crystalline purple primeval sea was sparkling, reflecting the purple color of the crystal wall of the rank 5 peak stage. In the sky above the sea, wolf smoke Gu was like a dark cloud in the shape of a wolf. On the sea, the repaired battle bone wheel was floating, as well as the pure white willow leaf like snow-washed Gu. Rank 5 clues and clues Gu was swimming like a cuttlefish, playing with wolf swallow Gu from time to time. And at the bottom of the primeval sea, there were large numbers of wolf enslavement Gu, strength of Tinjun Gu, as well as some wolf soul Gu. At the same time, there were the most important Stargate Gu for Feng Yuan, moving perspective cup Gu, east window Gu, burial soul Gu, and immediate success Gu. As for wolf howl Gu, wolf care Gu, eagle rise Gu, wolf sprint Gu, and breath concealment Gu, they were all stored in different parts of his body. As the days Feng Yuan spent in northern plains increased, his body gradually adapted to the environment of northern plains. The first aperture's cultivation in northern plains had already reached rank 5 middle stage. But Feng Yuan had been using breath concealment Gu, suppressing his aura to rank 4 peak stage. Inside the second aperture, it was a different scene. The 4 sides of the crystal wall shone brightly on the aperture. 90% of the true gold primeval sea rippled with light. After these days of cultivation, Fang Yuan's second aperture also advanced from rank 3 peak stage to rank 4 peak stage. At the center of the aperture was the rank 3 all-out effort goo. Other than that, there was the rank 3 strength chi goo that could turn beast phantom into condensed chi flow. The more injured the body, the stronger the rank 4 bitter strength goo. Rank 4 charging crash goo. Rank 3 Tusita flower and primeval elder goo. Rank 4 expend strength goo, and rank 3 self-reliance goo with healing effects. As for the other Vajra furious gaze goo, dot gold goo, crow 7 goo, blood skull goo, bone flesh unity goo, yin-yang rotation goo and others, they could not be used at the moment, thus they were left in Hu immortal blessed land. Because after coming out of Langya blessed land, Fang Yuan immediately appeared in northern plains, thus he had a second aperture. Northern plains was the first to recognize it. His rank 4 peak stage cultivation was not suppressed by the foreign region at all. The reason his second aperture's cultivation could progress so quickly was all thanks to those relic goo that Fang Yuan had bought earlier. But due to the limited amount of immortal Yuan stone, he could not buy purple crystal relic goo. Thus, his second aperture's cultivation could only rely on Fang Yuan's own strength, cultivating step by step, rank 4 to rank 5. This is a qualitative change. The difference is huge. Tonight, I will directly advance my second aperture's cultivation to rank 5 initial stage. Fang Yuan saw that there was enough time, so he continued to sit cross-legged on the cushion, deciding to advance to rank 5 realm. His second aperture's cultivation had already reached rank 4 peak stage. His foundation was sufficient. His aptitude could not be higher than the first aperture, but because of the land spirit of Langya's refinement. Thus, his aptitude was also at 90%. Ordinary goo masters only needed these two conditions to have enough capital to advance to rank 5 realm. Normally, after failing a few times, they would succeed with enough experience. But in terms of experience, Fang Yuan had always been strong. This obstacle did not exist for him. More importantly, the first and second aperture's primeval essence could be used together. There were no two identical leaves in the world, and the primeval essence between the same goo masters were different. If goo worms like bone flesh unity goo were not used, when goo masters instilled primeval essence into each other, it would cause the different primeval essence to clash and eventually cause the aperture to explode. However, be it the first aperture or the second aperture, both belonged to Fang Yuan alone. The primeval essence in the two apertures could be used by each other. Their essence was completely the same. Rise, Fang Yuan muttered in his heart, and the purple crystal primeval essence in the first aperture rushed out into the second aperture at the center of his chest. Primeval essence belonging to rank 5 peak stage had a strong effect on breaking through the rank 4 crystal wall. At dawn, Fang Yuan successfully advanced to rank 5 initial stage. This breakthrough to rank 5 could be said to be the easiest he had ever experienced. But because I used the first aperture's primeval essence, the second aperture is also being suppressed, Fang Yuan sensed. Although there was light purple primeval essence in the second aperture, but the effect of activating it was still equivalent to the original true gold primeval essence. But after half a month, the foreign domain's suppression on the second aperture will disappear. 3 months later, the first aperture will completely integrate into the environment of northern plains and will no longer be suppressed. At that time, the imperial court contest will also be nearing its end. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, standing up and stretching his body. After a sleepless night of cultivation, he felt slightly tired and weary. He pushed open the secret room's door, and the two rank 3 goo masters in front of the door immediately reacted and greeted him. One of them even told Fang Yuan a piece of good news. Wolf Wang Da's men, our goo masters were lucky enough to capture a shark fin wolf in the wild. It is currently locked up in a cage, and the tribe leader has instructed that if Lord finishes your cultivation, you can go to the supply camp and subdue it. This news gave Fang Yuan an unexpected surprise. The shark fin wolf was a mutated beast and had the battle strength of a rank 4 goo master. Although Fang Yuan had purchased a batch of mutated wolves in jewel yellow skies, because he could not explain it clearly, he did not release them. If there was a shark fin wolf by his side to protect him, on the battlefield, Fang Yuan would no doubt be safer. After a while, Fong Yuan walked into the supply camp. Tu Bo greets Wolf Wang Daomin. A rank 3 Gu master quickly came out to welcome him. He was short and fat, and his fat face was glossy as he flattered. Wolf Wang Daomin, I have been waiting for a long time. I will bring you over. Under Tu Bo's lead. Not long after, Fong Yuan and the others saw the shark fin wolf through the wooden cage. The shark fin wolf was as large as an elephant and was lying in the cage, its whole body covered in a tough, crocodile-like armor. On its back, there was a row of shark-like blue-black fins, extending from the wolf's head to its tail. The light of dawn shone on its body. This shark fin wolf's eyes were closed, and under the effect of sleeping goo, it had already lost consciousness. Congratulations, Lord. The shark fin wolf has the strongest defense among mutated wolves. With this wolf protecting you, Lord is like a tiger that has grown wings. What's even rarer is, the shark fin wolf can not only fight on land, it can also swim underwater, and its battle strength is even stronger. The two rank 3 guarding Gu masters congratulated Fong Yuan when they saw this spirited shark fin wolf. Fong Yuan smiled as he looked at the shark fin wolf in front of him. His eyes slightly narrowed as he asked indifferently, "Many people were sacrificed to capture this mutated wolf, right?" Tu Bo knew he was being asked and immediately replied, "Of course. For rank 3 Gu masters were sacrificed, and at least 200 rank 2 Gu masters lost their lives. If not for Wang tribe and Fong tribe's reinforcements in time, this shark fin wolf would have escaped." Fong Yuan nodded, his eyes narrowing into slits. This shark fin wolf's body is riddled with injuries. But in my opinion, it seems to have old injuries? Yes. If not for old injuries, the investigative Gu master would not have been able to escape alive and rush back to report. It can be seen that the Wolf Wang Da's men have obtained the favor of longevity heaven. Before the great battle, I sent an injured shark fin wolf to you. Tu Bo fawned on him. Lucky, huh? Fong Yuan mumbled. The uneasy feeling in his heart was getting stronger. He could not say for sure. Where did this uneasy feeling come from? He only felt an indescribable sense of danger. He asked a few questions, but did not sense anything wrong. The shark fin wolf was a mutated beast and had the battle strength of a rank 4 Gu master, because it had old injuries. Thus it was delayed and captured alive. This was all very reasonable. The only unreasonable thing was the uneasy feeling in Fong Yuan's heart. But Fong Yuan attached great importance to this feeling. He did not have this feeling when he had just transmigrated in his previous life. It was a kind of intuition that he had accumulated from his rich life experience after experiencing hundreds of years of hardships and countless near-death experiences. As the saying goes, old people become shrewd. No matter how stupid a person is, after suffering many losses, suffering many hardships, and seeing many things, they would naturally form the wisdom of survival. In fact, not only humans, even ordinary beasts had a kind of intuition and sensitivity towards the arrival of danger. Under the expectant gazes of the surrounding Gu masters, Fong Yuan took out a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. Here, go and subdue this mutated wolf. What surprised everyone was that Fong Yuan did not do it himself, but gave the wolf enslavement Gu to Tu Bo. For me to use? Tu Bo was astonished. But my cultivation is only rank 3. Less nonsense. Quickly use it. Fong Yuan shouted impatiently, forcefully shoving the wolf enslavement Gu to Tu Bo. Tu Bo was helpless. He did not know what kind of strange temper a big shot like the Wolf King had, but because of Fong Yuan's might, he could only instill primeval essence. He activated it for a while, and when he was sweating profusely from exhaustion, he slowly activated the rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. The wolf enslavement Gu turned into a mystical light, trembling as it landed on the shark fin wolf's body. Sigh. A woman's sigh filled with regret suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. In that instant, Fong Yuan's heart was filled with alarm. He did not even think and quickly retreated. A trembling feeling instantly engulfed the depths of everyone's soul. Almost at the same time, Tu Bo suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a mournful howl, and died on the spot. The two rank 3 Gu master guards were overwhelmed with shock. They simply did not know how Tu Bo died. At once, they subconsciously followed behind Fong Yuan, flying backwards. But soon, one of them suddenly shuddered. His body was still in the air when he stopped breathing. Soul explosion. A flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Yuan's mind as he blurted out. Wolf Wangda's knowledge is truly extraordinary. A woman's soft voice resounded in his ears, followed by surging shadows. The shadows were like swords, overlapping one another, like a black peacock suddenly spreading its tail, ruthless and sharp, wrapping around Fang Yuan's body. Rank 4. Multiple Sword Shadow Gu. Clank, clank, clank. Suddenly, a concentrated sound rang out. Multiple sword shadows slashed at Fang Yuan's body. Like metal colliding, dazzling sparks burst out. Fang Yuan's skin had turned dark green, and if one looked closely, there were even turtle shell patterns on his skin. Rank 5. Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Gu. Female Scoundrel. The remaining Rank 3 Gu Master saw that Fang Yuan was being attacked and immediately shouted, changing his direction. He rushed over to help. The female Gu Master who sneak attacked Fang Yuan snorted coldly, but did not care, activating multiple sword shadows even more violently. At the same time, she opened her mouth and spat out a silky long worm. The long worm was like a black thread. It ignored the surrounding sword shadows and went straight for Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan was expressionless, his gaze as cold as an iceberg. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbing the Rank 3 Gu Master Guard who had rushed over to help. Wolf Wangda's man. The Rank 3 Gu Master was extremely shocked. He had rushed over to protect Fang Yuan, but he had never imagined that Fang Yuan would actually grab him. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, Fang Yuan pulled him to his right side, blocking between Fang Yuan and the shark fin wolf. Almost at the same time, the Rank 3 Gu Master screamed as his body twitched. His eyes rolled back and he started foaming at the mouth. The silky long worm took this chance and went into Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan gave a muffled snort. He let go of the Rank 3 Gu Master and punched the black screen like sword shadows with his fists. The female Gu Master sensed the enormous strength of this attack and chuckled. She did not fight it head-on, instead withdrawing the multiple sword shadow Gu, and her body turned into a black shadow, retreating 20 steps away. The black shadow landed in the shadow of the tent. It turned into a woman. This woman was petite and exquisite, wearing black clothes, and her face was covered with a black veil, only revealing a pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes. Her whole body emitted an eerie and gloomy aura. It added a demonic charm to her beauty, making it hard for people to forget her with just one glance. Junior Shadowless Sword Bian Xixin greets Wolf Wangda's man. The woman slightly bowed towards Fang Yuan. She was in the enemy's camp, surrounded by enemies, but she was calm and unruffled. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, asking sternly, "What goo did you just plant in me?" Bian Xixin chuckled. "It is a strange goo worm that Junior accidentally found in some ruins during an exploration. Once it is activated, it will enter the ear and drill into the brain. As long as the person thinks quickly, this worm will rapidly expand until the brain explodes. Thus Junior named it Brain Explosion Goo." Fang Yuan's expression sank. Bian Xixin saluted again, her tone full of sincere admiration. Senior was actually able to detect young Master Dongfang's meticulously designed killing trap, and even avoided the majority of the soul explosion's power. This Junior really admires you very much. To be able to take Senior's life is Junior's greatest honor. Farewell. Saying so, she turned into a black shadow, rapidly moving through the shadows of various buildings. It's Shadow Sword Expert. Damn it, stop her. Large numbers of Gu Masters rushed over after hearing the commotion, shouting and attacking the shadows in all directions. But Bian Xixian's black shadow had already disappeared without a trace. Did she leave, or was she still here? For a moment, no one dared to be certain. Subordinate was late by a step. "Please forgive me, Wolf Wangda's man." "Wolf Wangda's man, are you all right?" Everyone who was extremely worried quickly surrounded Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan did not suffer any injuries, his skin and fur had been shaved off by the sword shadows, making him look rather miserable. "What could happen to me? A bunch of useless trash. They didn't even know the enemy had sneaked into the supply camp. Get lost." Fang Yuan shouted in exasperation, but he was secretly happy. Who would have thought that an assassination would actually send a clue to thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance into his hands? Brain explosion goo? Did you really think I could not block it in time? Humph. Ignorant Junior. In Fong Yuan's 500 years of memories, this shadow sword expert Bian Xixian was also an important person. She was one of Ma Hongyun's wives and would become a rank 6 Gu immortal in the future. It was because of this brain explosion Gu in her possession that Ma Hongyun successfully obtained an inheritance of thieving heaven demon Venerable. It was just that Ma Hongyun had been evasive about what this inheritance was and what had happened, so Fong Yuan was not clear. He only knew how to properly activate this brain explosion Gu. Chapter 510. In the end, I did not succeed. Dongfang Yuliang sighed as he looked at the drizzle outside the window with his arms behind his back. He had specially captured this shark fin wolf from the wild and paid a hefty price. Next, he tampered with the shark fin wolf's body. Fearing that the enemy would notice a flaw, he carefully chose a rank 5 soul explosion Gu and planted it on the shark fin wolf's body. Finally, he sent the famous demonic path assassin Shadow Sword expert of Northern Plains and gave her the corresponding Gu worm to activate the soul explosion, instructing her again and again. He had meticulously designed this assassination plan and did not hesitate to expend a lot of energy, repeatedly calculating and deducing it 3 to 4 times, until all the flaws were completely eliminated, be it the shark fin wolf's condition, the location and time of its appearance, or even the attitude of the Gu master who discovered the shark fin wolf. He had considered all of them, but even so, he still did not succeed. At the crucial moment, Wolf King Changshan Yin sensed something amiss and ordered others to make a move. Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian saw that the situation was bad and had no choice but to activate Soul Explosion Gu. The power of Soul Explosion was formless and colorless. It could not be detected by the naked eye. But Changshan Yin blurted out the truth at the first moment. Although he was restricted by Bian Xixian's attacks and could only retreat to the edge of the Soul Explosion's range, at the crucial moment, he was extraordinarily calm and actually used his reinforcements as a shield to block most of the Soul Explosion's power. His reputation is indeed well-deserved, as expected of the Wolf King whose name shakes Northern Plains. After Dongfang Yuliang heard Bian Xixian's report, the importance he placed on Fong Yuan rose by another level. The mutated wolf was right in front of him, but he could resist the temptation. An incomparably vigilant personality, accurate judgment in the face of danger, instantly recognizing the Soul Explosion's range, the callousness of using his own people as a shield, and the calmness of not chasing blindly after being assassinated. Wolf King, Dongfang Yuliang muttered, his heart becoming heavier. Don't worry, Dongfang Alliance leader. Although Changshan Yin used his own people as a shield at the crucial moment, he was still obstructed by me and was affected by the Soul Explosion, especially when he was hit by my brain explosion Gu. Even if this Gu cannot take his life, it will greatly restrict his battle strength. It can be said that Wolf King is already crippled. In the corner of the study room, Bian Xixian, dressed in black, stood in the shadows, her voice cold. Brain explosion Gu? Dongfang Yuliang was slightly stunned. This was the first time he heard of this Gu. Bian Xixian chuckled and immediately explained the origin of this Gu to him. So that's how it is. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes lit up after listening. Seemingly relieved, she thanked Bian Xixian. This time, thanks to Shadow Swordsman's help, I lost a good trump card. Bian Xixian did not speak. In fact, she also felt sorry for him. Ever since she experimented with Brain Explosion Gu, this Gu had indeed become one of her trump cards. Many of his assassinations had relied on it. He had established a miraculous achievement. But during the assassination of Changshan Yin, the situation was urgent. She could not kill Changshan Yin on the spot and could not retrieve it in time. Before the enemy surrounded her, she had to retreat and protect herself first. This is the reward I promised you. Dongfang Yuliang summoned a Gu worm from his aperture. This Gu was completely black, with a single horn and a square shell. It was the size of a fist. It gave people a heavy feeling. This was the rank 4 overlapping Shadow Gu. Bian Xixian's gaze fell on the overlapping Shadow Gu, revealing some fervent emotions. Although she had multiple sword shadow goo, her attacks were scattered, and when she met an opponent with deep defense, it would be very difficult for her to fight. If she had overlapping shadow goo, she could stack the multiple sword shadows together and form an extremely powerful attack. It would raise her battle strength. It could be said to be a huge improvement. But soon, Bian Xixian retracted her gaze and did not accept the overlapping shadow goo. From the shadows, her clear and cold voice could be heard. Her voice carried some pride. I will leave this overlapping shadow goo with Alliance Leader for now. After Wolf King dies, I will come and take it. Saying so, she merged into the shadows and disappeared. Dongfang Yuliang was slightly stunned and could only put the overlapping shadow goo back into his aperture. This shadow swordsman is really trustworthy. No wonder she can mix in all the tribes like a fish in water, even though she is a demonic path goo cultivator. Many righteous path goo masters did not hesitate to pay a huge price to invite her to take action. It seems she is very confident in Brain Explosion Goo. If Brain Explosion Goo can really get rid of Wolf King, then I will have one less problem. This is the best situation. But what if it cannot? What if Brain Explosion Goo is successfully dealt with by Changshan Yin? At the crucial moment, he chose to resist the soul explosion and let Brain Explosion Goo enter his ear aperture. This means he has some confidence and methods to get rid of this problem. Dongfang Yuliang's gaze turned gloomy, but Wolf King was indeed affected by the soul explosion this time. There are more variables now. It seems I need to make another deduction. Thinking of this, he walked to the bookshelf and opened the incense burner's cover, opening the secret passage. Following the secret passage, he went deep underground. He had already planted an earth fungus king goo here. This goo was a type of goo house. The space inside was narrow, but it was enough for one person to cultivate alone. Most importantly, the earth fungus king goo had deep defense and could guarantee Dongfang Yuliang's safety. After entering the goo, Dongfang Yuliang closed the entrance. The entire earthsac fungus king goo curled up into a ball and went dozens of feet underground before stopping. The inner wall of the earth fungus king goo was soft and thick like a carpet. Dongfang Yuliang sat cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. His mind entered his aperture and mobilized rank 5 primeval essence, pouring it into star thought goo. He started to think, if Wolf King Changshan Yin gets rid of Brain Explosion Goo, how should I deal with him? The moment this question appeared in his mind, under the effect of star thought goo, it condensed into a thought. Ordinary thoughts were formless and could only exist in the mind. But this thought emitted blue starlight. Not only could it be seen with the naked eye, it could even leave the mind and fly above Dongfang Yuliang's head. Dongfang Yuliang quickly thought, there are 3 ways to deal with an enslavement path goo master. The first is the king path, using an enslavement path master to deal with an enslavement path master. The second thought emitting starlight flew out of Dongfang Yuliang's mind and collided with the first star thought. The second is the tyrannical path, using the beheading tactic, using a valiant general to charge into the enemy's formation and take his life from the army. The third star thought flew out and circled around the first star thought. The third is the deceitful path, assassinating Changshan Yin, bribing him, or using emotions to move him. The fourth star thought flew out and intertwined with the previous star thought, colliding with it. But no matter how they collided, the 4 star thoughts were still 4. There was no change. Next, Dongfang Yuliang recalled, our side's military strength, the enemy's military strength, both sides' rations, Changshan Yin's character, motive, the information of all the Goo Master experts on our side, the information of the enemy's experts, the recent weather forecast and trend, the battlefield's geographical environment, the number of hills and lakes, the number of beast groups in the surroundings, the possibility of other forces intervening. Boom. Instantly, hundreds and thousands of star thoughts were produced at the same time. Then they surged out of his mind and flew above Dongfang Yuliang's head. At once, the starlight shined brightly. Dongfang Yuliang's expression turned pale. The primeval sea level in his aperture also fell by a large amount. He manipulated these star thoughts proficiently. The star thoughts were of different sizes. The big ones were not bigger than his big toe, while the small ones were not smaller than his pinky finger. In this narrow space, these star thoughts collided with each other. Some collided with each other. 3 or 4, or even 5 or 6 brand new star thoughts appeared. Some star thoughts fused with each other. Some of the star thoughts actually split into multiple pieces. Hundreds and thousands of star thoughts filled the entire space. They were extremely dense and revolved around Dongfang Yuliang. The primeval sea level slowly fell. Dongfang Yuliang's mind was completely focused. He manipulated these star thoughts to fuse, collide, and split. As he continued to work hard, he occasionally used other wisdom path goo worms to assist him. The number of star thoughts gradually decreased. After 4 hours, out of the hundreds and thousands of star thoughts, only 8 were left. But these 8 star thoughts were the size of a fist. They flickered with starlight and contained complex thoughts. When these star thoughts flew into Dongfang Yuliang's mind, Dongfang Yuliang's eyes shined with the light of wisdom. He successfully deduced many methods to deal with the Wolf King. These methods were organized and had a clear hierarchy. If it were a normal person, they might not be able to sort out these countless chaotic factors even after thinking for a month or 2. Not to mention finding a solution from this chaotic situation. But using wisdom path methods, Dongfang Yuliang only spent 4 hours to obtain the answer. However, these answers were not the only ones. Taking out Yuan's stone to recover his primeval essence, after resting for a while, Dongfang Yuliang deduced the same problem again. This time, he only spent an hour and a half to obtain 7 star thoughts. The star thoughts entered his mind. After reading them, he obtained some answers. These answers were very similar to the previous batch, but there were some slight differences in the details. Dongfang Yuliang let out a sigh of relief and finally stopped. After a while, relying on Yuan's stone to replenish his primeval essence, he recovered to his peak state. But deep in his soul, there was still a feeling of weakness and exhaustion that lingered and could not be dispelled. Wisdom path deductions not only expended primeval essence to activate goo worms, but also expended the strength of the soul. The more deductions, the larger the scale of the thoughts, and the longer the deductions took, the more the soul would be expended. Weakness was normal. If the deductions were too difficult, the soul would be injured or even die. Of course, as a rank 5 wisdom path goo master, Dongfang Yuliang, who had received pointers from a goo immortal, naturally had a complete set of goo worms. Rank 4, Refine Essence Spirit Goo. Dongfang Yuliang's body immediately became thinner. His energy was converted by Refine Essence Spirit Goo into nourishment for his soul. His soul was greatly nourished. The feeling of weakness quickly dissipated. However, a strong sense of hunger came immediately after. Chapter 5:11. After several days of continuous rain, it finally stopped. The dark clouds in the sky were dissipating. Grand pillars of light pierced through the gaps of the clouds and shone on the moist grassland. The sky was high and the ground was wide. The spirits were flying high. The Black Alliance army was like a flood, moving towards Chaofu. Looking ahead, people were flowing into the sky. Looking back, the dense army was like a tail, dragging out of their vision. But this was only the middle army. Besides them, there was the Vanguard army, Logistics army, Left Guard army, and Right Guard army. The Black Alliance army was huge. It was evident. A giant twin-headed rhinoceros was covered in metal armor. It was like a small moving fortress. 16 pairs of pillar-like thick legs moved in turns, stepping on the grassland and creating a deep pit with each step. This was a rank 4 giant beast, twin-headed iron rhinoceros. It was being controlled by an enslavement path goo master. It gave off a domineering aura. On its broad back was the Black Alliance's main tent. He Lulan sat in the center of the tent. The curtains around him were pulled up, giving him a wide field of vision. He was dark and fat. His face was full of beard. He was lying on a tiger skin chair. He raised his head and gulped down the wine in his cup. Ha ha ha, look at my military appearance. What is there to fear about that Dongfang lad? He looked around, the flames of ambition burning in his chest. His laughter was filled with a savage and ruthless aura. Lord Alliance Leader is right. That Dongfang lad must have peed his pants already, right? Haha, with all the heroes here, our army will definitely sweep through the enemy with a thunderous momentum. In the main tent, several higher-ups were sitting. Most of them were rank 4 experts. There were very few rank 3 peak stage Gu masters. They laughed loudly. Their mood was optimistic. They all agreed with He Lulan. Only one person was sitting on the first seat on the left. He was expressionless. His eyes were closed as if he was an outsider. He was indifferent to the discussions around him. But no one was disgusted. They felt it was natural. He Lulan filled the wine cup in his hand and took the initiative to toast this person. "Brother Shanin, come, let's have a drink." Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and raised the cup on the table. He gestured to He Lulan and drank the wine. "Brother Shanin, are you still thinking about the assassination a few days ago? Ha ha ha, that shadow swordsman was indeed a beauty. I've already sent people to deal with her. That Dongfang brat is despicable and shameless. He actually dared to come and assassinate us. We can't show weakness either. Once we win this battle and capture that chick alive, I'll let you deal with her." He Lulan comforted him in a rough voice. Everyone burst into laughter. With Lang Wangda's help, any defense line can be broken. Immediately, a Gu master flattered, "That's right. I heard that Shadow Swordsman is as beautiful as a flower. It would be great to play with her on the bed." A male Gu master winked, his face showing a smile that all men could understand. What assassination could take the lives of our Lang Wangda's men? Humph, that is Dongfang brat's wishful thinking. No matter how many more assassinations there are, we have nothing to fear. The Gu master in charge of the supply camp flattered. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, looking at the person who spoke. "How many more assassinations do you want? You were sneaked into the supply camp and then swaggered away. Don't you feel ashamed?" The main tent suddenly quieted down. He Lulan tried to smooth things over. "Sigh, Brother Shanin, don't be angry." Before he finished, Fang Yuan interrupted. "Let's not talk about other things. Hey tribe leader, where are the materials and Gu worms I wanted?" Taking advantage of the opportunity of being assassinated, Fang Yuan flew into a rage and ruthlessly demanded a sum of shock suppression fee. A trace of displeasure flashed past He Lulan's eyes as he smiled. They were all sent to Brother's tent. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction and stood up. "Since that is the case, I will go cultivate first. Come and call me again when the battle begins." Saying so, without waiting for He Lulan's reply, he directly jumped off the twin-headed rhinoceros and left everyone's sight. "Humph." He Lulan snorted and heavily slammed the wine cup in his hand on the table. He had successfully established the alliance and assumed the position of alliance leader. The authority of being above millions made him happy. Thus, he could not tolerate Fang Yuan's arrogant attitude. The people in the main tent, however, were silent. But soon, a sinister voice sounded. "This Wolf Wangda person. I finally understand now. No wonder Chang tribe could not tolerate him back then." When the crowd heard this, although they didn't say anything, their expressions showed that they agreed with him. Chang Shan-in was arrogant, but in any organization system, the superiors were always in control of the subordinates. But the superiors would not allow the subordinates to offend them. "Oh, it's Cunning Lord's son Shirhan." He Lulan looked to the side and saw the person speaking. He pointed at the seat where Fang Yuan was sitting. "Come, since Chang Shan-in has left, come and sit here." Sun Shirhan was overjoyed. He spoke ill of Fang Yuan behind his back to express goodwill to He Lulan. He Lulan accepted his goodwill. After all, Fang Yuan's seat was closest to He Lulan. But precisely because of this seat was not for ordinary people. Sun Shirhan was known as Cunning Lord. He was a crafty and treacherous person. He was good at scheming and plotting, but he was good at making grand excuses. He knew the rules of the righteous path very well. Thus, even though others felt disdain for him, they could not do anything to him. Sun Shirhan had rank 4 initial stage cultivation, but he knew he was not qualified to sit on Fang Yuan's seat. But he had a plan. He stood up from his seat and bowed deeply to He Lulan. "Thank you, Alliance Leader, for your reward, but I cannot accept a reward that I did not deserve. In this battle, I have pondered for 7 days and 7 nights. I have 23 strategies to offer." "Oh?" Sun Shirhan said these 23 strategies on the spot. Every word was practical. He was extremely familiar with Dongfang Alliance Army's Gu masters and experts. He had indeed put in a lot of effort to research them. At once, everyone's attention was attracted. After Sun Shirhan finished speaking, He Lulan clapped and laughed. As expected of a cunning lord, such a good plan. Sun Shirhan laughed proudly, continuing, reporting to Alliance Leader, I have just thought of another strategy. It is called showing weakness to the enemy. That Dongfang Yuliang assassinated Wolf King Changshan Yin. Wolf King was affected by soul explosion goo but did not die. Dongfang Yuliang will definitely plan again and set up many methods to deal with Wolf Wangda's men. We might as well strike later and order Wolf King to hold back. When the battle is intense and Dongfang Yuliang's methods are broken, we can call Wolf King to make a move and end the battle. What does Alliance Leader think? Everyone heard this and some raised their eyebrows, while others remained silent. He Lulan's gaze flickered. She thought for a while before saying, Sun Shirhan's plan is good, we will see. This answer was ambiguous, but Sun Shirhan revealed a happy smile. Take a seat. He Lulan pointed at the seat. Thank you, Lord, for the seat. I kowtow. Saying this, Sun Shirhan actually knelt on the ground and kowtowed to He Lulan. Many of the Gu masters present showed disdainful expressions, while several old tribe leaders showed contemplative expressions. I am Yi Xianming, Jiang Wanshan, and Wei Xian. Greetings to Dongfang Alliance Leader. In the study room, 3 enslavement path Gu masters, 2 men and 1 woman, greeted Dongfang Yuliang. In Dongfang Alliance Army, although there were no enslavement path masters like Fang Yuan, there were many enslavement path Gu masters nurtured by the various tribes. Among them, these 3 were the most outstanding. Dongfang Yuliang sat down and slightly nodded towards the 3 of them, getting straight to the point. This time, I called the 3 of you here only for one matter. It is to discuss how to deal with Wolf King Changshan Yin. Wolf King Changshan Yin. The 3 heard this and their expressions changed. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. This was an enslavement path master. His name had shaken Northern Plains decades ago. Now that he had resurfaced, he challenged 3 mid-sized tribes in one night. His strength was not any weaker than before. He also had a night wolf beast emperor, and with He tribe's help, he controlled 500,000 wolves, affecting the entire battle situation by himself. Such an expert. How could they be his match? The 3 enslavement path Gu masters looked at each other, seeing the heaviness and fear in each other's eyes. But at this point, fear was useless, the 3 said in unison. We will listen to Dongfang Alliance Leader's instructions. Dongfang Yuliang smiled, but changed the topic, asking about their enslavement path cultivation situation. Enslavement path consumes the most resources. Although I have the tribe's support, my crocodile group can only be maintained at around 50,000. I am ashamed. Yi Xianming spoke first. I believe Alliance Leader knows about my situation. I was not an enslavement path Gu master in my early years. I could be considered to have switched to it halfway. While exploring, I accidentally found a small inheritance of Blood Sea ancestor and obtained many Bladewing blood bat groups. These years, I have been accumulating enslavement path Gu worms, but my progress has been slow. Jiang Wanshan sighed. Wei Xian sighed. In my opinion, the most difficult aspect of enslavement path cultivation is the soul. Using ordinary Gu worms to strengthen and refine the soul has little effect. I have worked hard for close to 20 years, cultivating almost every day, but I only have an 800-man crabman soul now. Among the 3, the oldest and the strongest was Wei Xian. Soul path, enslavement path, wisdom path. These 3 paths had deep implications. Dongfang Yuliang heard Wei Xian's words and linked it to his own cultivation, showing a very understanding expression. He slowly said, the cultivation of the soul is indeed difficult. It requires a lot of patience to accumulate over a long period of time. Although I used the tribe's secret recipe of gold thread goo and lingqi goo, I also have a 1,000-man soul foundation now. But it still took a full 10 years of precious time. When the 3 of them heard this, they could not help but be moved, and looked at Dongfang Yuliang with admiration. They had heard of gold thread goo and lingqi goo long ago. The former could strengthen the soul, but when the Gu master used it, they would taste the extreme bitterness of the human world, and eating anything would be a kind of painful torture. In the long run, they would not be able to eat, and the Gu master would become as thin as a match, extremely weak. And lingqi goo could refine the soul, removing the impurities in the soul. But during the process, the goo master would feel extreme pain, as if their skin and flesh were being cut off piece by piece. Dongfang Yuliang's talent was astonishing, but he was able to reach rank 5 at such a young age. It was a result of countless blood, tears, hard work, and sweat. Dongfang Yuliang's expression turned solemn. "Everyone, do you know that my Dongfang tribe has a killer move for 3 people to attack together, called 3 Hearts Combination Soul? Killer move, 3 Hearts Combination Soul." Chapter 5:12. Red, green, and black, the 3 colors intertwined in the air. The flickering light shone in Fang Yuan's eyes. He had a focused expression as he stared at the incomplete product, trying his best to stabilize the situation. Whoosh! All of a sudden, an extremely sharp buzzing sound exploded. The sound waves spread in the air, forming a strong wind that flipped over the tables and chairs in the room. The vase fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The ink spilled and the paper fluttered. The 3-colored light completely dissipated. The incomplete product exploded into a pool of blue blood that splattered on the surrounding walls. Failed again. Fang Yuan sighed lightly. These days, he had been refining goo. This goo was called nauseating infant sob goo. It was specially used to deal with 3 Hearts Combination Soul. 3 Hearts Combination Soul was a famous killer move of Dongfang tribe. It could allow 3 goo master souls to fuse into one temporarily and achieve a state where they could work together seamlessly regardless of offense or defense. Fang Yuan had experienced it personally these days. Some of his blurry memories became clearer. He vaguely remembered that in this battle between He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang, He Lulan's face was filled with dirt and grime, and she only managed to win by a narrow margin. Because of 3 Hearts Combination Soul, He Lulan's side suffered heavy losses. Later, when Ma Hongyun rose to power, when dealing with Dongfang tribe, 3 Hearts Combination Soul caused him great trouble many times. There was even one time when he was schemed against by others and lost miserably to this killer move, being captured alive by Dongfang tribe. Ma Hongyun became a prisoner and unexpectedly met Dongfang Qingyu, capturing her heart. Dongfang Qingyu not only secretly let him go, but also told Ma Hongyun the secret of this killer move. After Ma Hongyun returned safely, he worked with his wife, Shangling Heir, who had already become a refinement pathmaster, to refine nauseating infant sob goo, which was specially used to counter 3 Hearts Combination Soul. Nauseating infant sob goo was extremely effective on the battlefield. Ma Hongyun's side obtained complete victory, while Dongfang tribe suffered defeat after defeat. As the number of failures increased, 3 Hearts Combination Soul gradually disappeared from the stage of history. During the 5 regions chaotic war, the world was in chaos. 3 Hearts Combination Soul was stolen by Central Continent's goo masters and improved upon. It became popular again. Ma Hongyun directly released the nauseating infant sob goo's recipe. After the world grasped it, they could modify the original goo recipe and decipher the modified 3 Hearts Combination Soul. At this point, the 3 Hearts Combination Soul had truly lost its use and was no longer used by others. Fang Yuan had been reborn and had 500 years of memories from his previous life. He naturally knew the recipe of the nauseating infant sob goo. But the nauseating infant sob goo was a rank 4 goo. The refinement materials were not rare, but the refinement difficulty was high. With Fang Yuan's almost Grandmaster refinement level talent, he tried more than 10 times and failed every time. Sighing, Fang Yuan stood up and walked to the window. This window was also destroyed by the air currents produced when the goo refinement failed. A large hole appeared in the glass-like membrane. The wind from the outside carried the scent of grass and flowed into the room through the hole. Fang Yuan gently pressed his palm against the window and mobilized a wisp of true essence. Soon, the membrane on the window grew back and condensed again, blocking the wind outside. The walls moved like sausages, and the potholes from before were all filled up. The broken vase fragments and the blue blood stains on the ground were all absorbed. This was the convenience of the large lizard house goo. The large lizard house goo was a rank 3 goo, advanced from the rank 2 lizard house goo. The lizard house goo was already as big as a bus, and its appearance was a 4-legged lizard. The lizard house goo had a passageway inside, with several rooms on both sides. The large lizard house Gu was like a 2-story building, 5 times the size of the lizard house Gu. It had 2 floors, with more rooms and more space. It was given to Fang Yuan by He Lulan after he joined He tribe. This was where he usually cultivated and lived his daily life. Other than Fang Yuan, there were 6 rank 3 Gu masters guarding the surroundings. They took turns to change shifts and were equipped with special investigative Gu to target almost all stealthy Gu masters. If Shadow Sword Expert attacked again, he would be discovered by the Gu masters before he could even get within 100 steps, and his whereabouts would be exposed. This was the arrangement made after Fang Yuan was assassinated. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked down from the window and saw large numbers of Gu masters and mortals nervously setting up defenses. Some were digging ditches, some were growing trees, erecting watchtowers, and some were building mud walls. The outline of a tight defensive line was gradually forming. This was already the 3rd line of defense. The terrain of northern plains was mostly flat grassland. There were no obstacles, it was a flat plain. Thus, a long time ago, when 2 forces fought in northern plains, if they lost, they could not even escape, and would be chased by the victors. If a battle was lost, it usually meant that the situation was set, and a tribe would quickly decline, or even be exterminated. But with a defensive line, it was different. Once the battle was lost, be it retreating or escaping, or hiding, or waiting for a chance to counterattack, these defensive lines would play a huge role. War was a matter of life and death, and related to the rise and fall of a tribe. It was extremely dangerous and hard to predict. There was a high chance that a small accident or a mistake on one side would lead to failure. At this time, the tribe would retreat and defend according to the defensive line. After taking a breather and stabilizing their footing, they could regroup. This was the world of Gu, and individuals possessed mystical powers. It was not difficult to build a defensive line that was as long as Earth's Great Wall. People soon realized the huge benefits of such a defensive line. Thus, the battle in northern plains was not a decisive battle, where groups of riders would charge and kill, but a battle of attrition. According to reports, Dongfang tribe is already setting up the 4th defensive line. Right now, we are 3,000 li away from them. According to tradition, they will stop every 800 to 1,000 li and set up a new defensive line. Fang Yuan recalled. These days, he had been cultivating in seclusion, but he kept track of the outside world's information. He was a higher-up in He tribe's alliance army, and Gu masters would send him information every day. Looking at the time, tomorrow, our vanguard will come into contact with the enemy's vanguard and start fighting. But there is still some time before I make my move. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were currently overseeing the Central Army. A few days ago, He Lulan had sent someone to pass on a plan to show weakness. In summary, it was to beat them at their own game, and lure out Dongfang Yuliang's arrangements in advance, and let Fang Yuan gain the upper hand by striking later. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly at this. He had the Night Wolf Emperor, and the Night Wolf group was easy to replenish, but He Lulan gave up on this cannon fodder. Of course, there were elements of targeting Dongfang Yuliang, but more of it was to suppress Wolf King Changshan Yi. Fang Yuan portrayed Changshan Yin's arrogance to a great extent. He Lulan was unhappy because of this. The alliance army was newly established, and all the forces were competing with each other. Especially in the current situation, He tribe's side was clearly stronger, so every Gu master had the intention to fight for battle merits, suppress others, and snatch more benefits. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, in order to snatch the position of the vanguard general, stood motionless in front of the main tent and blocked the entrance for 3 days, clamoring for battle. After defeating over 10 competitors, he finally got what he wanted. Cunning Gentleman started his plan, and in order to stand out, he took the initiative to side with He Lulan, and temporarily obtained the position of the Alliance Army's #1 strategist. This was internal strife. Any organization or system would have internal strife. Changshan Yin had a proud and aloof personality, and he had 500,000 wolves, thus he was ostracized by everyone. You are so strong. If you make a move, all the battle merits will basically be yours, then what are we supposed to do? He Lulan agreed to Cunning Gentleman's plan. It was also to maintain her position and protect the system. You, Wolf King, are so strong now. I can't even eat or sleep in peace. I need to maintain balance and suppress you. Fang Yuan could see through these things and these people's thoughts. His situation was different. The contest for the imperial court was just a springboard. His ambition was huge. It was not known to outsiders. With who a mortal blessed land, his need for these battle spoils was greatly reduced. Since they don't want me to make a move, then I need time to cultivate. Isn't that better? What Fang Yuan lacked now were not these ordinary resources, but rare resources and a large amount of time. A day later, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu led the vanguard army and engaged in battle with the Dongfang Alliance Army's generals. Before the battle, Hao Ji Lu was extremely brave. He killed the enemy's general and 3 assistant generals. The enemy army was like a group of dragons without a leader. Their morale was low. Hao Ji Lu led his army and attacked, obtaining a great victory. But in the process of pursuing them, he was ambushed by Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixin, suffering heavy injuries. Hao Ji Lu could only stop his attacks and set up camp, recuperating as he waited for the main army to arrive. 3 days later, He Lulan led the middle army to the front line. 5 days later, the left and right armies converged. The two sides were only a few hundred li apart. Flags were erected and tents were everywhere. The battle was about to begin. The atmosphere was heavy. Late at night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed, activating Space Thought Goo. Space Thought Goo was a rank 5 goo, obtained from Jewel Yellow Skies. Through Moving Perspective Cup Goo, it was sent to Fang Yuan from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Under the effect of Space Thought Goo, Fang Yuan produced translucent thoughts that were like bubbles, slowly approaching the Brain Explosion Goo in his head. Brain Explosion Goo was only a rank 4 goo. Fang Yuan had used Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to forcefully subdue it on the day he obtained it. But he still kept the Brain Explosion Goo in his head. These days, Brain Explosion Goo had been sucking his brain juice and was constantly being corroded by space thought. It was finally time for a qualitative change. In an instant, Brain Explosion Goo broke apart, turning into a lump of black light, a puff of white smoke, as well as a fist-sized space thought. The reverse refinement succeeded. Seeing this, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, his heart filled with endless joy. He moved the black light and white smoke out of his head, turning them into 2 rank 3 goo. These goo were all ordinary goo. Fang Yuan placed them aside and ignored them. The crucial point was that space thought. Fang Yuan placed the space thought into his head, reading the information inside. Soon, his body shook lightly, and his pupils dilated. His face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Chapter 5:13. The creator of Soul Path, the legendary Goo Master at the peak of rank 9, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, had once commented, "The world is huge, Dang Hun Mountain is the best choice for soul strengthening, and Luopa Valley is the best choice for soul refinement. If you can obtain one mountain and one valley, you will definitely reach great success in Soul Path and roam the world unhindered." Thus, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were known as the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation. How much help these 2 sacred lands could bring to Goo Masters, Fang Yuan had experienced it deeply ever since he gained control of Dang Hun Mountain. His 1,000-man soul was cultivated by using the Guts Goo on Dang Hun Mountain. Guts Goo was the number 1 goo used to strengthen the soul. It directly increased one's foundation without any side effects and had extremely high efficiency. Ordinary Goo Masters, if they wanted to accumulate their soul to 1,000-man level, they would need around 20 years. Some geniuses, with the support of their clans and the care of their elders, could shorten the 20 years by half. As for Fang Yuan, he used the Guts Goo on Dang Hun Mountain to strengthen his soul to 1,000-man level in less than half a year. Don't forget, this was under the condition that Dang Hun Mountain was corroded by the Gruel Mud Immortal Goo and was dying. Fang Yuan easily accumulated his soul to 1,000-man level because of Dang Hun Mountain. His speed was like a rocket soaring into the sky. But soul cultivation, besides strengthening the soul, also needed to refine and purify the soul. In this aspect, Fang Yuan's progress was much slower. Compared to the speed of soul strengthening, his soul refinement speed was like a turtle crawling. Fang Yuan had always used wolf soul goo to refine the soul and transform it into a wolfman soul. But the wolf soul goo he used had never reached rank 5, the highest was rank 4. Rank 4 wolf soul goo's 1000-man soul was like a bottle of ink being poured into a lake. To dye the whole lake, the rank 4 wolf soul goo's efficiency was too low. Earlier, Fang Yuan had tried to find the rank 5 wolf soul goo, but unfortunately, he did not succeed. Without rank 5 wolf soul goo, there was actually another method. That was to use second watch goo or third watch goo to increase the flow of time, or directly enter the blessed land to increase his cultivation speed. Others could use this method, but Fang Yuan could not. Fang Yuan's first vital goo, spring-autumn cicada, was slowly recovering with time. Before Fang Yuan became a goo immortal, it was like a blade that took his life, floating around Fang Yuan's neck. My 1000-man soul is completely benefiting from Dang Hun Mountain. Luopa Valley and Dang Hun Mountain are on par, if I can obtain it. At once, Fang Yuan even had the urge to cultivate Soul Path. If I can save Dang Hun Mountain and control Luopa Valley, with the 2 sacred lands of Soul Path, changing to Soul Path is a wise move. My future is even brighter than cultivating Blood Path in my previous life. This is even more promising than cultivating Blood Path in my previous life. According to the instructions in the thought, Luopa Valley is very far away. The most important thing now is to save Dang Hun Mountain. Now is not the time to go to Luopa Valley. With the help of enslavement and enslavement path, Fang Yuan had become an influential figure in Northern Plains. With his enslavement and strength path cultivation, Fang Yuan had become an influential figure in Northern Plains. But with his current strength, he was still far from being invincible in the mortal world. Just Shadow Sword Expert was enough to make him lose face. Although he had the second aperture, dual cultivation of enslavement and strength path, and rank 5 peak stage cultivation, Fang Yuan was still minuscule in the situation of the Imperial Court contest. This was a whirlpool of war that affected the whole of Northern Plains. As long as one was careless, even a rank 5 goo master would be in danger of dying. Now that I have success in enslavement path, I can influence the whole situation. But I am clearly strong in offense and weak in defense. In terms of strength path, I can't protect myself. Once people like Emo Shi Kuang and Bian Xixian get close to me, it will be troublesome. I need to be cautious in the battle with Dongfang tribe. Thinking of the impending battle, Fang Yuan's battle intent did not surge like others. Cunning Gentleman could be said to have helped him a little, allowing him to stay behind the scenes and have more time to cultivate and increase his battle strength. In the following days, Fang Yuan nurtured his second aperture while refining the nauseating infant Sabgu. At the same time, he communicated with Little Hu Immortal and handled all the matters in the Blessed Land. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain's situation continued to worsen. The whole mountain was shrinking day by day. Little Hu Immortal would clear out large amounts of gruel mud from Dang Hun Mountain every day. She would do her best to delay Dang Hun Mountain's survival. The starry cloud covered the eastern part of the Blessed Land, and the starlight firefly group scale had increased by 3 times. According to Little Hu Immortal's initial estimation, there were 50 to 60 more starlight firefly goo. To be able to produce so many starlight firefly goo in such a short period of time, it was all thanks to air bubble fish. These air bubble fish were gradually showing their effects. Previously, Fang Yuan had frequently entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land and maintained Stargate goo for a long time, causing the starlight firefly goo's numbers to fall to rock bottom. Now that the starlight firefly goo's numbers had increased, the pressure was greatly alleviated. And in the western part of the Blessed Land, the pink rabbit was breeding in large numbers. Fang Yuan had transferred all the wolf groups from before to Northern Plains. The pressure on the pink rabbits was greatly reduced. Thus, the rabbit group scale increased rapidly. After Little Hu Immortal reported this situation, Fang Yuan immediately transferred most of the water wolves from the eastern lakes to the western part to fill the gap in the food chain. But even so, the rabbit group scale was still increasing. To prevent a rabbit disaster, a few days ago, Little Hu Immortal had sold a large group of pink rabbits to Jewel Yellow Skies at a low price. The hairy men that Fang Yuan was most concerned about were temporarily residing in the southern part of the Blessed Land. This was originally the Rockman's homeland, but now that a group of hairy men had appeared, The two sides fought for living space, causing several small-scale conflicts. Under Fong Yuan's instructions, Little Who Immortal secretly helped the hairy men to defeat a Rockman tribe and sold the Rockman captives to Crane Gate. Crane Gate had repeatedly proposed a deal for Guts Gu, but Little Who Immortal had rejected them all. Fong Zheng, as the negotiator, had requested to meet Fong Yuan several times, but was also rejected. As for Jewel Yellow Skies, Little Who Immortal had sold Gruel Mud again and obtained the second Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's recipe. After so many days, Fong Yuan had sold all the remnant recipes related to Immortal Gu. Little Who Immortal had sold them again and obtained 11 pieces of Immortal Yuan Stone. The more the same Gu recipe was sold in Jewel Yellow Skies, and the more Gu Immortals obtained it, the lower the treasure light would be. Thus, it could not be used as a long-term profit. This was like a gold mine that had already been mostly mined, and the profits would gradually decrease in the future. It was not worth looking forward to. After another 3 days of confrontation, Dongfang Yuliang personally sent a challenge letter to He Lulan. This made He Lulan stunned. She asked, "Has Dongfang tribe's rear army already arrived?" Cunning Gentleman's son Shi Han answered, "The enemy's rear army is 5,000 li away. They are currently constructing the 5th defense line." He Lulan smiled sinisterly. "Dongfang tribe's military strength is lower than ours to begin with. They still dare to split up." Sun Shi Han also smiled. "Dongfang Yuliang is playing with fire. We might as well wait for a while. When the rear army gathers, our military strength will greatly surpass the enemy. At that time, we can suppress them in one fell swoop and kill them all." He Lulan's eyes flickered with a fierce light. He had a personal grudge with Dongfang Yuliang. When he was young, he had traveled the world and gained experience, and had been drooling over Dongfang Qingyu's beauty. But he was taught a lesson by Dongfang Yuliang, and suffered greatly. Although he wanted to take revenge, he was not someone who would be easily controlled by his emotions. Even an idiot can see Dongfang lad's intentions. He wants to fight, but I won't give him the chance. How long until our rear army arrives? He Lulan asked. "About 3 days, the Wang family patriarch answered. "Good. I will write a letter to challenge Dongfang Yuliang to a battle in 4 days." He Lulan laughed loudly. After Dongfang Yuliang received the letter, he passed it to the civil and military officials to read. The higher-ups of the Dongfang alliance were furious. He Lulan's letter was full of nonsense and arrogance, claiming that he was merciful and gave Dongfang Yuliang 3 more days, hoping that Dongfang Yuliang would not let him down and enjoy the last moments of his life. The generals all asked for permission to fight, but Dongfang Yuliang smiled calmly. "Everyone, please calm down. This letter is within my expectations. I have calculated many times over the past few days and have come up with a plan. Please listen to me in detail." 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the decisive battle, the weather was sunny and the sky was cloudless. The grass was knee-deep, and both sides were in formation, stretching for hundreds of miles. The banners were like a forest. The soldiers were like ants. The twin-headed rhinoceros was like a small mountain. In the main tent on its back sat He Lulan, Fong Yuan, Hao Ji Lu, Wang tribe leader, Fong tribe leader, Yi tribe leader, and other experts. Fong Yuan's seat was naturally the first on the left. As for Cunning Lord's descendant Shi Han, he stood behind He Lulan with a loyal expression, as if he had already become He Lulan's confidant. The wind howled in his ears, causing the war banners to flutter. Fong Yuan sat calmly, looking into the distance. He saw that the other side's army was organized. The main tent was standing on a white cloud, floating in the air. Inside the main tent, Dongfang Yuliang could be seen sitting in the center, with all the civil and military officials sitting on his left and right. In terms of aura, they were not any weaker than He Lulan's side. At this time, He Lulan's laughter resounded in Fong Yuan's ears. "Ha ha ha, today's battle is the first step for my He tribe to move unhindered in northern plains and take the throne of the imperial court. Everyone, who wants to go up with me and challenge the first battle?" The moment he finished speaking, a group of Gu masters stood up and left their seats, shouting loudly or patting their chests, requesting to go up. He Lulan's gaze moved back and forth, landing on one of them. "Pan Ping, you will go up?" Pan Ping was tall and strong. his hair alternating between red and yellow, with a silver hilt and golden edge on his waist. He was overjoyed and was about to answer when he heard someone shouting in front of the formation. "I am Tang Miao Ming. I have long heard of your Wolf King's illustrious name. I have come to experience it." Dongfang Yuliang is quite daring, actually challenging the battle first. The newcomer is Little Fox Commander Tang Miao Ming, rank 4 middle stage. She actually challenged Wolf Wangda. This person definitely has a scheme. Chapter 5:14. The two armies faced off. He tribe was about to send Pan Ping to challenge, but Dongfang Yuliang was prepared and sent Tang Miaoming first. Tang Miaoming was an enslavement path female Gu master specially nurtured by Tang tribe. She was at rank 4 middle stage, liked foxes and had exquisite control over them, but she had never had any outstanding battle achievements. But Dongfang Yuliang sent her to challenge Wolf King. It was clear that Dongfang Yuliang had a plan to deal with Feng Yuan. Tang Miaoming was only the first part of it. Wisdom Path Gu masters were like this. They dealt with their enemies one after another. People targeted by Wisdom Path Gu masters might not feel it at the start, but when they realize it, it would be too late. Tang Miaoming's public challenge made everyone's gazes gather on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had a leisurely attitude. He drank a mouthful of wine and slowly put down the wine cup in his hand. Looking at He Lulan, alliance leader, "I will accept the challenge." He Lulan laughed heartily. He was quite satisfied with the other party's action of asking him before the battle. "Let's see Brother Shan Yin display his might and awe, everyone." Feng Yuan slowly stood up and activated his Gu worm, shouting towards the outside, "Little girl, your courage is praiseworthy for challenging me, but you are not my match. Moreover, it is getting late." In front of the army, Tang Miaoming's hands were covered in sweat as she tightly gripped the reins. After hearing Feng Yuan's reply, her delicate body slightly trembled as thoughts flashed in her mind. Wolf King replied, "He is indeed very arrogant, as expected by Dongfang Alliance leader. Then I will act according to his plan and use words to pressure him, making him use only 100 beast group to fight against my fox group of the same size." But what did his last sentence mean? Dongfang Yuliang, who was sitting in the main tent, had been paying attention to the situation. Tang Miaoming was an enslavement path expert that he had accidentally discovered not long ago. After Dongfang Yuliang understood, he found that Tang Miaoming was extremely proficient in controlling small-scale fox groups. Her attainment in this aspect was quite deep, especially with her set of supplementary Gu worms. She could even match an enslavement path master. Dongfang Yuliang immediately thought of using Tang Miaoming to plot against Wolf King Changshan Yin. The Wolf King's prestige was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. If they could humiliate him in front of everyone, it would definitely boost their morale. What was even better was that Wolf King Changshan Yin was very arrogant, and Tang Miaoming was only his junior and a girl. As long as she kept a low profile, he, Changshan Yin, would not be able to bully her in front of everyone. "Changshan Yin, you are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. He. As long as you fight, Tang Miaoming will definitely give you a big surprise." Dongfang Yuliang was secretly excited, but at the same time, he was a little confused. It's getting late? What does he want to say? Not only was Dongfang Yuliang confused, but the others were also confused. But Feng Yuan's next sentence was the answer to the question. "It's getting late. Let's hurry up and start the battle. After that, I still want to have lunch. Come, those who want to challenge me, come on stage." Saying so, he stood in the main tent and waved his hand. Howl! 500,000 wolves howled at the same time. The huge wolf howls resounded in the sky. The majestic aura caused the wind to stop for a moment, and the crowd was shaken. "Brother Shanin, you are?" He Lolan's hand shook, and the wine in her cup spilled on her pants. "Don't tell me Wolf King wants to?" Dongfang Yuliang's pupil shrunk, and his expression changed. Next, the 500,000 wolf group was like a tsunami, like a huge wave, grand and majestic, charging towards the enemy's army. My heavens! Wolf tide. This is a wolf tide. Changshan Yin is attacking directly. He sent out all his wolves. Dongfang Alliance army was in chaos. The huge aura of the charging wolf group intimidated them. Many people screamed in fear, and countless defensive goo worms were activated. At once, Dongfang army lit up with countless light barriers of different colors. Some only covered a single person, some covered a large area. Some wore armors, and some quickly rose up from the ground, forming mud walls. Tang Miaoming's expression was as white as paper. She was in the middle of the two armies, and as the wolf group charged, she was the first to bear the brunt. Facing the wolf tide that stretched for 1,000 li, she was like a small boat in a vast ocean, facing the devouring of a monstrous wave. Damn it, Wolf King is not abiding by the rules. I only brought 1,000 beast group to challenge him. Tang Miaoming was shocked and furious. Normally speaking, when two armies fought, they would challenge each other before the battle. This had always been Northern Plains tradition. The battle between Goo Master experts was not only to raise the morale of their side after victory. Moreover, they could understand some details of the other party and be on guard against them in the future. At the same time, the challenge was also to forge friendships. Once the battle ended, the Goo Masters of the losing side would have a way out when they surrender. But what about the challenge? The moment Fang Yuan made his move, he mobilized all his wolf group, skipping the challenge and directly pouncing over. Wolf King, are you still abiding by the rules? At once, be it friend or foe, countless people screamed and questioned in their hearts. The two armies were not far from each other. The wolf group ran like they were flying, quickly crossing this distance and starting an intense battle with Dongfang army. Quickly attack. Don't stare blankly. The wolf group is pouncing over. Kill. Slaughter these damned wolves. Brothers, let's attack together and fight side by side. A cacophony of battle cries erupted from the Eastern army. 9 colored lights shone. Rolling rocks, golden light, wooden thorns, water vapor, wind blades, and so on fell into the wolf group, instantly causing huge casualties to Fang Yuan's wolf group. He Tribe army, on the other hand, was still standing on the spot, blankly looking at the intense battle. Brother Shanin. In the main tent, He Lulan stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled at the black fatty. Dongfang Yuliang is a rank 5 wisdom path Gu master. If we carry out the challenge, we will definitely gather more information for him and help his deduction ability. In the end, Alliance Leader is a great genius, directly ordering me to attack. He Lulan's eyes opened even wider. He had ordered Fang Yuan to attack, but not to make such a big fuss. Clearly, Fang Yuan was purposely distorting his meaning, but at this crucial moment, he could not argue with Fang Yuan. Attack! 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 He Lulan swallowed his resentment and turned to face the front, fiercely waving his hand and shouting loudly. Alliance Leader has ordered, attack! Alliance Leader has ordered, attack! The orders were passed down layer by layer. The army slowly moved. Hundreds of thousands of people followed behind the wolf group and charged towards the other side. Tang Miaoming relied on the fox group in her hands to change the formation, firmly protecting herself. She was worthy of being the person that Dongfang Yuliang favored. Under the attack of the wolf tide, she only relied on 1,000 beast group to change the formation and forcibly held on. Beside her, the foxes surrounded her, forming a circular formation. The formation continued to rotate smoothly, like moving clouds and flowing water, like a millstone, a reef. The wolf group outside was like the tide, attacking wave after wave, but could not break the fox group's circular formation. But Tang Miaoming did not have a trace of happiness. She was screaming crazily in her heart, "Damn Wolf King. He's like a madman. Damn it, although I can hold on for now. I'm trapped here, unable to move. Who can save me? Who can save me? Suddenly, Tang Miaoming's body stiffened. Her face suddenly turned pale, her eyes filled with panic and despair. In front of her, He Tribe army slowly moved, rapidly accelerating. Under the cover of the wolf group, they launched an overwhelming attack. Tang Miaoming's mind lost control. The fox group's circular formation instantly collapsed. The twin-headed rhinoceros trampled like thunder. He Lulan looked down from above. Tang Miaoming's beauty slightly moved his heart. Who can capture this woman for me? He had just opened his mouth when Pan Ping shot out like lightning. He moved and jumped, suddenly charging to Tang Miaoming's side. attacking at lightning speed. In just a few moves, Tang Miaoming was successfully captured alive. Seeing this, He Lulan nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to the front. Dongfang lad. He laughed sinisterly, his eyes burning with the joy of revenge. A moment later, the two armies officially engaged in battle, and the chaotic battle unfolded. With Fang Yuan's help, this battle had just started, but it had already entered a white-hot stage. Bastard! Facing the pouncing night wolf, Tang Fang roared furiously, mobilizing the primeval essence in his aperture and pouring it into the pill fire goo. Whoosh! A fist-sized fireball flew out, creating a gust of wind. This orange-red pill fire directly hit the night wolf's body. The night wolf whimpered as it was knocked to the ground, its whole body burning with flames, not moving at all. Kill! Tang Fang breathed roughly, wanting to charge forward, but was stopped by a Tang tribe elder. Third young master, don't charge forward. Tribe leader orders you to return quickly. But big sister has been captured alive. Tang Fang stared, unwilling to turn around. His big sister was Tang Miaoming. But third young master, you won't be able to charge forward like this. You will only be sending yourself to death. The elder hurriedly persuaded. Damn it! Tang Fang gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, feeling a wave of powerlessness. He was a genius of Tang tribe, only 22 years old, but already had rank 3 cultivation. But in the past, the rank 3 battle strength that could control the situation was now weak and insignificant in this great battlefield. Normally, it was rare to see rank 3 battle strength, but here, one could see them with just a casual sweep of the area. Rank 3 Gu Masters were already reduced to the core strength, and above them were those rank 4 Gu Master experts, and above them, there were rank 5 experts. Sister, wait for me, I will definitely save you. Tang Fang calmed down and swore in his heart, retreating. You want to leave? Leave your life behind. Right at this time, a Wang tribe rank 3 Gu Master pounced. It's Wang Jiang. Third young master, leave quickly, I will block him. Tang tribe's elder immediately recognized the person's identity. Wang Jiang's fiancée, Luo Yufeng, was snatched away by Tang tribe. Their hatred was very deep. Now that the battle was going on, it was the best opportunity for him to take revenge. He naturally would not let it go. Similar situations like this were not rare. With people, there would be society, and with people, there would be gratitude and grudges. Chapter 5:15. Tang Clan. Today, I will return the humiliation I suffered back then in double. Wang Jiang's expression was malevolent as he shouted. His whole body suddenly expanded like a black bear, fiercely charging towards Tang Fang. Tang Fang saw his ferocious momentum, and in his anger, his killing intent rose even more. Pill Fire Goo. He pushed with his right palm, and an orange-red flame shot towards Wang Jiang. The flame drew an arc of light in the air, quickly approaching Wang Jiang's face. Before it hit its target, Wang Jiang felt a burning sensation, but he laughed sinisterly and had no intention of dodging, directly opening his mouth. Whoa! He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill fire. This is rank 4 Swallow Fire Goo. Tang Fang was shocked. Swallow Fire Goo was not an offensive goo, but a storage goo. But when Goo Masters used goo, it depended on their will. Who said storage goo could not be used in battle? Tang Clan's goo worms were mainly fire path goo worms. Wang Jiang spent a huge price to purchase a rank 4 Swallow Fire Goo to deal with Tang Clan one day. Wang Jiang, we are here to help you. At this time, another 2 Goo Masters rushed over, both rank 3. The expressions of Tang Fang and the 2 elders of the Tang family instantly changed. Swallow Fire Goo was extremely effective against them, and now that they were fighting 3 against 2, they had a huge advantage. Third young master, leave quickly, I will block them. Tang Clan elder saw the situation was dire, and took the initiative to stand up, giving Tang Fang a chance to retreat. Tang Fang was not a wastrel. He gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Elder, hold on, I will bring reinforcements immediately. Chase. Wang Jiang and the other 2 naturally did not want Tang Fang to retreat safely, But they did not expect this Tang clan elder to be a defensive Gu master, and also had a rare rank 3 Gu called Slow Step. This Gu, as the name suggested, could slow down a Gu master's speed for a period of time. Wang Jiang and the other two were held up and could only give up on Tang Fong and attack the Tang clan elder with all their might. Tang clan elder was outnumbered, and although he had slow step Gu, he could not block them. First, he was hit by Wang Jiang's fist, and then a wind blade, breaking his arm. In the end, he was turned into a popsicle by a snowball and died on the spot. Clan elder. Tears welled up in Tang Fong's eyes. By the time he arrived with reinforcements, he could only collect the corpse of this clan elder. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely in his chest, but he couldn't find his enemy for the time being. The battlefield was in chaos. A large number of wolves were rampaging about. In addition, there were also fox packs, battle crabs, foxes, bats, and so on. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness. All sorts of attacks tore through the sky and landed on the ground. Some of them smashed the earth, some of them ignited flames, some of them spread frost, and some of them were dazzling lightning. The Gu masters shouted and screamed. Some were attacking, some were retreating, some were rescuing, some were defending with their lives. The chaotic battle of hundreds of thousands of people filled an area of several thousand li huala. Suddenly, a majestic blue wave that carried a monstrous momentum smashed down like a ferocious dragon. Large numbers of wolf groups and Gu masters were engulfed by the huge wave. The battlefield was cleared in an instant, and the damp grassland formed several large puddles of water. A Gu master laughed wildly, proudly standing at the center of the battlefield. It's water demon Hao Ji Lu. Tang Fong's pupils shrunk, recognizing this person. Retreat. This is a rank 4 upper stage expert, an old demon with a terrible reputation. Many of the surviving rank 3 Gu masters wisely chose to retreat. Water demon's tyrannical gaze quickly swept around, before landing on Tang Fong, who had the most people. These rank 3 Gu masters were a bunch of battle merits in Water Demon's eyes, representing the generous rewards after the battle. Water Demon stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his dry lips, his face filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. You are unlucky to have met me. Water Demon laughed loudly, pushing his palms forward. Rank 4, Waterfall Gu. Bam! In an instant, a huge torrent of water gushed out, charging towards Tang Fong and the others with incomparable momentum. Facing such a majestic attack, Tang Fong felt like he was alone, facing a tsunami. He had a feeling of a great calamity, but he was alone and helpless. Third young master, we will hold them back, quickly retreat. The accompanying elders gritted their teeth, protecting Tang Fong behind them. They worked together and finally managed to block the waterfall. Quickly leave, the elders urged, causing Tang Fong to feel stifled. Hold on, I will find father to save you. He gritted his teeth, but had no choice but to leave in the end. Hee hee. Water Demon laughed maniacally as he fought with the few elders of the Tang family. His attacks were fierce, the majestic water pressure pressuring others. Although Tang tribe's elders had the advantage in numbers, they were at a disadvantage and could hardly resist. After a few rounds, some elders lost their lives in Water Demon's hands. After more than 10 rounds, only one elder was left. The rest had lost their lives. Water Demon laughed malevolently and was about to attack again, when suddenly, a piercing killing intent assaulted him. Hao Ji Lu's rich battle experience had already developed an intuition towards danger. He did not even look, immediately retreating, giving up on the battle merits he was about to obtain without any hesitation. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the moment he retreated, a 4-leaf wind blade tore through the air, brushing past him. The wind blade spun endlessly. After missing its target, it drew a long arc on the battlefield. Wherever it went, be it humans or beasts, they were all cut, blood splattered, limbs fell everywhere. The light green wind blade drew a long arc in the air, flying back to its original owner's hand. It's you? Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng. Water Demon's maniacal laughter gradually faded, a trace of seriousness appearing in his eyes. Tan Wufeng and him were known as the Wind and Water Twin Demons, both having rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Once, Water Demon rampaged in the eastern part of Northern Plains, while Wind Demon rampaged in the western part of Northern Plains. But later, Dongfang Yuliang used a scheme to capture and subdue Wind Demon. Tan Wufeng became Dongfang Yuliang's follower, attached to Dongfang tribe. Water Demon, your maniacal laughter is too piercing. Young master has ordered me to end your life here. Wind Demon Tan Wufeng wore a green robe, floating in the air, holding the wind blade that had just flown back. Along the way, the wind blade that was left with 3 leaves slowly recovered with Wind Demon's reinforcements, returning to the power of a 4-leaf wind blade. Normally speaking, wind blades could not be retrieved after being sent out. Wind Demon held the wind blade as if it was a toy, demonstrating his extraordinary control over wind. Humph, looks like you've been taught well by your master all these years. You've become arrogant. Water Demon grinned and stared at Wind Demon like a hawk. Wind Demon's expression turned gloomy. He waved his hand and shot out a 4-leaf wind blade, while his body shot straight towards Water Demon like an arrow. Come. Water Demon was not afraid. A huge wave rose under his feet. He stepped on the wave and charged towards the sky. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, the wind howled and the waves soared to the sky. The battle between rank 4 experts started. The surrounding Gu masters quickly retreated and pulled some distance. Soon, a special battlefield was created for the 2 demons of wind and water. Not only the 2 of them, after a period of time, the rank 4 Gu master experts had also found their opponents. In the chaotic battlefield, more than 10 battle circles were created. The battle circles were not fixed, but moved slowly along with the 2 sides. Once the higher-level battle strength was fixed, the entire battlefield became clear. First, the rank 4 experts fought in pairs, creating a large battle circle. Around the large battle circle, there were many small-scale battle circles. Rank 3 Gu masters were fighting with their lives. Even further away were rank 2 and rank 1 Gu masters, forming into groups and cooperating with each other in battle. Fang Yuan took this chance to gather his wolf group. The 2 armies were in a deadlock. Usually, at this time, the side that broke the balance first would gain the initiative and accumulate the advantage. After accumulating enough advantage, it could turn into victory, be it He Lulan or Dongfang Yuliang. They knew this. Thus, their gazes landed on the elite troops in their hands. These elite troops were either 3 to 400 or 5 to 600. They had the same Gu worm configuration and received the same strict training. They could instantly burst out with great strength. They were sharp weapons that could move unhindered on the battlefield. They were the trump cards of the commanders of both sides. Not every clan had the ability to form elite troops. He Lulan had 5 elite troops. In Dongfang Yuliang's hands, there were 6. Dongfang Yuliang first sent out 100 Flowers elite troops. This was Hua clan's elite troops. They were weak in attack and defense, but specialized in healing. Once this elite troop moved out, they immediately healed large numbers of the injured and stabilized the situation, giving Dongfang tribe's grassroots Gu masters a huge support. He Lulan was in the main tent. Seeing this scene, she snorted and ordered Blue Butterfly elite troops to attack and kill 100 Flowers elite troops. Blue Butterfly elite troops had 500 people. After avoiding the rank 4 Gu masters, they easily pierced through the thick battlefield and charged towards 100 Flowers elite troops. Just as they were about to succeed, 3 groups of elite troops charged out from the east, south, and west, forming an encirclement around the Blue Butterfly elite troops. It turned out that Dongfang Yuliang had already made arrangements, using 100 Flowers elite troops as bait to set up such an ambush. He Lulan naturally did not want to see the Blue Butterfly elite troops perish. She immediately sent other elite troops to rescue them. The elite troops of both sides quickly gathered together, forming layers of encirclement. The battle fell into a deadlock again. Lord Tribe Leader, let me lead the troops and kill them all. Dongfang she could not hold back and requested to fight. Dongfang Yuliang slowly shook his head, not allowing it. Dongfang she was the commander of Dongfang tribe's Feather Arrow elite troops. He had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. But as long as He tribe's Black Banner elite troops did not move, this Feather Arrow elite troops could only suppress the situation. Dongfang Yuliang slowly looked around the battlefield. Looking at the whole situation, he consoled Dongfang Shi. Elder Shi, don't be impatient. You are not needed at this moment. The current situation is already within my expectations. Saying so, he lightly smiled and turned to the other side, saying to the three enslavement path Gu masters, "You three, it is time to show your strength." Chapter 5:16. Hearing Dongfang Yuliang's instructions, Yi Xianming, Jiang Wanshan, and Wei Xian looked at each other and nodded, activating their Gu worms together. Rank 3, Giant Spirit Heart Gu, strengthening the soul. Rank 2, Heart Sound Gu, activating the inner voice. Rank 2, Harmony Voice Gu, resonating the inner voice. Rank 3, Flying Soul Gu, soul leaving the body. Rank 3, Soul Chain Gu, linking the chains. Rank 4, Merged Soul Gu, 3 souls joining together, soul and body fusing into one. Killer move, 3 hearts combination soul. Boom! With an indistinct explosion, the 3 Gu master souls flew out of their bodies and temporarily fused into one in the air above their heads. At once, within a radius of 200 li, all the Gu masters with at least 500-man soul level felt the majesty of the soul spreading and pressing down on their hearts. And those Gu masters below 500-man soul level did not sense it at all. This pressure has already reached 1,400-man soul level, as expected of 3 hearts combination soul. Fang Yuan immediately sensed it and looked towards the direction of Dongfang tribe's main tent. He was originally a 1,000-man soul, but after suffering from the soul explosion earlier, although he avoided most of the impact, he was still injured. At first, he had fallen to 800-man soul, but after recuperating, he had recovered to 900-man soul level. 900-man soul naturally could not compare to the enemy's 1,400-man soul. Unfortunately, there are too many people in the Alliance army. I can't get away. Otherwise, I can enter Dang Hun Mountain and use Guts Gu to easily heal my soul's injuries. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly and mobilized the wolf group under him. Large numbers of night wolves, water wolves, wind wolves, and turtleback wolves gathered into a huge army and charged towards the enemy's main tent like a vast river. Wolf King, let us experience your great move today. Wei Xian, Yi Xianming, and Jiang Wanshan spoke at the same time. Because their souls had temporarily fused together, their every action was synchronized. Under their mobilization, large numbers of steel pincer crabs, crystal drill crabs, and big air crabs swarmed out and quickly formed a sturdy defensive line in a few breaths of time. The charging wolves slammed into the defensive line like a flood, crashing into a dam. The sturdy crab shell clashed fiercely against the sharp wolf fangs and claws. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He stood on the back of the twin-headed rhinoceros and gazed into the distance. Under his exquisite command, the entire pack of wolves charged forward in waves, and the front line formed by the crab swarm soon became precarious. This is the 9-fold wave charge. Quick, support me. My crab swarm can't hold on any longer. As soon as Wei Xian had this thought, the other two sensed it. Under the effects of the 3 hearts combination soul, it was as if they were one person. All of their thoughts could be heard by the others at the same time. There's no need to worry. My crocodile horde is here. Yi Xuanming's expression was steely, his eyes filled with excitement and fighting spirit. The other party was the famous Wolf King. Being able to exchange blows with such an existence was truly a worthwhile life. Under his control, a large number of 6-legged crocodiles, lava crocodiles, rock crocodiles, and shadow crocodiles soon appeared on the defensive line. The defensive line that was on the verge of collapsing became somewhat indestructible with the injection of these new forces. Be it crabs or crocodiles, they are all wild beasts with outstanding defense. At the same time, under the effects of the 3 hearts combination soul, they are like 3 people fusing into one. Their ability to control beast groups has risen sharply, reaching the level of an enslavement master. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. He did not show any impatience after attacking for a long time without success. Since his fierce attacks could not take them down, he wisely slowed down his attacks. He did not wholeheartedly focus on controlling the beast groups, but split half of his attention to observe the whole battlefield. His enemies were not just Jiang, Wei, and Yi. As a crucial figure, he had the battle strength to influence the whole situation. It was extremely likely that he would be assassinated by Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian. Since the start of the battle, Shadow Sword expert had not shown herself. It was very likely that she was secretly observing Feng Yuan, trying to find a good opportunity to assassinate him. But beside Feng Yuan stood the rank 5 Gu Master expert He Lulan. Maybe because of this, Shadow Sword expert did not show herself. Right at this time, above the wolf group, a large group of blood-red bats appeared. These bats had 4 wings that were as sharp and hard as blades. Under the attack of the bat group, the wolf group suffered a large number of casualties. The crocodile group and crab group took the chance to counterattack, pushing the front line forward by 100 steps. As expected, it is Jiang Wanshan's Bladewing Bloodbat group. Feng Yuan's gaze flashed, but he was not surprised. With the help of He Tribe's information, he had a good understanding of the enemy Gu Master experts. He had guessed earlier that Dongfeng Yuliang did not have any enslavement master. To contend against him, he would naturally have to use 3 hearts combination soul. And the key people to use this killer move were very likely the 3 strongest enslavement Gu Masters. Now, under Feng Yuan's probing, sure enough, they were Jiang Wanshan, Wei Xian, and Yi Xianming. The Bladewing Bloodbat group's attacks were extremely fierce. Once they joined in, they changed the direction of this small battlefield. The wolf group, which had the upper hand, retreated step by step. Meanwhile, the crocodile group and crab group took advantage of the situation to launch their assault. Mudwater crab, small air crab, big air crab, steel pincer crab, crystal drill crab, 6-legged crocodile, lava crocodile, rock crocodile, and plunder shadow crocodile formed a mixed army. Like an extended iron fist, they defeated the wolf group along the way and charged straight towards He Tribe's main tent. According to common sense, it was hard for enslavement Gu Masters to cooperate. The mixed beast group instead hindered each other. 1 + 1 was less than 2. But Wei, Jiang, and Yi, under 3 hearts combination soul, their souls fused as one, forming a mixed effect where 1 + 1 was more than 2. Brother Shan Yin, seeing the strong attack of the mixed beast group, He Lulan's expression sank as he felt the pressure. If he let this group of beasts charge over, he would have to use the Black Banner elite troop in advance. But this way, Dongfeng Yuliang would still have an arrow elite troop and would not be able to restrain them. The scales of victory would gradually tilt towards the other side. Feng Yuan lowered his voice and said to He Lulan, "The other side has a Bladewing Bloodbat group with fierce attacks. My wolf group will not be able to fight them in the air. More importantly, the other side used 3 hearts combination soul. Their soul is at 1,000-man soul level, causing the mixed beast group to be controlled by one person. If we can break this killer move, the mixed beast group will collapse without a fight." He Lulan frowned deeply. An ominous glint flashed in his eyes as he made up his mind. "Brother Shanin, pay more attention. I will end this battle quickly." He suddenly stretched out his thigh-thick arm, his right hand forming a claw with his palm facing upwards. Rank 5 aura suddenly rose. The primeval sea in his aperture rapidly fell as large amounts of primeval essence were instilled into the 4 Gu. Dongfeng tribe has 3 hearts combination soul. My He tribe also has dark vortex. He Lulan laughed malevolently, an intense killing intent surging in his chest. Whoosh, a pitch-black undercurrent appeared out of nowhere, lightly spiraling in the air before flowing into the palm of his right hand. Next, a second, a third, a fourth. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of undercurrents were produced one after another, converging towards He Lulan's right claw like rivers flowing into the sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless undercurrents were produced rapidly, fusing with each other and actually creating the sound of howling winds. These finger-thick undercurrents squeezed together, first forming a black speck of light. Then, as large amounts of undercurrents continued to pour in, the black speck gradually expanded, forming a black ball the size of a fist. The black ball was deep and unfathomable, as if it was condensed from the dense night sky. Even one's gaze would be sucked in, causing people to feel fear. But when He Lulan looked at the black ball in his hand, he revealed extreme excitement, as well as an insane killing intent. Dong Fong brat, take this. He Lulan suddenly shouted, his body suddenly disappearing from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the enemy's main tent. Die! He Lulan let out a maniacal laugh. He flipped his right wrist, as if he was carrying 1,000 caddies of weight. He strenuously pushed the black ball in his hand towards Dongfang Yuliang. Following his movement, that small black ball's size crazily expanded, and in a few breaths of time, it became the size of a small mountain. The pitch-black giant ball seemed to be moving slowly, but was actually moving very quickly. It covered the radiance of the sun, casting a huge shadow on the ground. The giant ball had not even smashed down, but all the Goo Master experts in the main tent felt a sense of panic, as if doomsday was approaching. They looked up at the giant ball pressing down, their bodies as heavy as lead. They wanted to retreat, but it was difficult for them to move. Damn it! It is He Tribe's killer move, Dark Vortex. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The Goo Masters cried out. They simply could not muster up any will to resist. Despair appeared on the faces of Wei Xian and the other two. They were under 3 hearts combination soul. To dispel this killer move, they would need at least 5 minutes. But the corners of Dongfang Yuliang's lips curled up slightly. He looked at the sky. In his vision, the black ball was getting bigger, but his expression was indifferent. As I expected, He Lulan, I have been waiting for this move of yours for a long time. He slightly raised his right leg and lightly stepped on the white clouds below him. The originally quiet white clouds started to boil like boiling water, and in the blink of an eye, the clouds and mist rolled and formed a huge vortex. The vortex slowly moved upwards, like a giant opening its mouth, swallowing the black ball. This is... He Lulan was shocked and furious. Seeing this scene, how could he not know that he had fallen into Dongfang Yuliang's trap? The latter had meticulously set up this trap, waiting for He Lulan to fall into it. Let me tell you, this is the killer move cloud vortex that I have meticulously designed for 3 years. It is specially used to deal with your dark vortex. He Lulan, you have lost, just like many years ago. Dongfang Yuliang declared the victor. Damn it! He Lulan gritted his teeth. His forehead was covered in sweat. He wanted to stop, but the cloud vortex was firmly sucking in his dark vortex. The smile on Dongfang Yuliang's face became wider. He called out, Dong Pakong, Bien Si Xian. His voice was not loud, but under the effect of the goo worm, it clearly resounded in everyone's ears. Hearing his command, Shadow Sword Expert, who had been hiding for a long time, turned into a shadow and slithered on the ground, arriving at the feet of the twin-headed rhino in the blink of an eye. And at the same time, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, piercing through the battlefield and arriving in front of the twin-headed rhino. The lightning dissipated, turning into a valiant man in the air, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. Flying Lightning Dong Pakong, Shadow Sword Expert Bien Si Xian. Chapter 5:17. Dongfang Yuliang was worthy of being a Wisdom Path Goo Master. He had accurately deduced He Lulan's reaction. The killer move 3 hearts combination soul was only a bait to lure He Lulan to attack. Next, Dongfang Yuliang casually revealed his trump card, a killer move specialized in restraining dark vortexes, trapping He Lulan. He Lulan was originally in the main tent, but now that he was trapped, the guards around Fang Yuan fell by a large margin. Taking this chance, Shadow Sword Expert Bien Si Xian launched an attack and charged into the main tent, attempting to assassinate Fang Yuan again. As long as Fang Yuan died, the wolf group would immediately disperse and the scales of victory would tilt towards Dongfang Alliance army. To ensure the success of this decapitation tactic, He Lulan had not only arranged for Shadow Sword Expert, but also an even stronger Goo Master. He was Dong Pakong, known as Flying Lightning. He was one of the few flying masters in Northern Plains, a Lightning Path Goo Master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Even in the chaotic battle earlier, he did not make a move and had been enduring until now. Only now did he reveal his true intentions and amaze the world. Protect Wolf King. Scoundrel, don't even think of succeeding. Wolf King, leave quickly. The 6th-rank 3 Gu masters around the main tent jumped up and attempted to block Dong Pekong and Bien Xixian. Scram! Dong Pekong shouted coldly. The lightning around him suddenly intensified. The 3 Gu masters in front of him were struck by the lightning, and their defensive Gu worms were instantly destroyed. 2 died, and 1 was injured. Hee hee. Bien Xixian chuckled and turned into a black shadow, rapidly shuttling around the Gu masters, blocking her like a venomous snake, and in a few moments, she was behind them. What? This speed? Is this the true strength of Shadow Sword Expert? The 3 Gu masters were horrified. They turned around and could only see Bien Xixian's graceful back. They wanted to chase, but found they could not move. Their hands and feet were all tied up with black shadows, as if they were tied up by ropes, firmly restraining them. Facing the pincer attack from Dong Pekong and the Shadow Swordsman, Fang Yuan's expression changed. Panic appeared in his eyes. He hurriedly retreated and shouted at the same time, "Quick, someone come and protect me." "Don't worry, Wolf King. He Shui is on standby." The last person standing next to Fang Yuan was a black-robed man with a steely expression on his face. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Fang Yuan. "You're courting death," Dong Pekong shouted loudly. Lightning surged around his body, forming a spear that fiercely stabbed at He Xiui. Bien Xixian coldly snorted. With a light flick of her wrist, a flurry of sword shadows instantly poured out. He Xiui's expression did not change in the face of the combined attack of the 2 powerhouses. He suddenly put his palms together in front of his chest and madly mobilized his true essence. Boom! In the next moment, he activated all his defenses. 56 flying bone shields flew out at the same time and blocked in front of him. An emerald green halo flew above his head and illuminated the area within 100 steps. The black light emitted a steel-like luster and formed an incomparably thick armor that covered his entire body. 9 ghostly faces of different colors let out sobs and wails as they hovered around him. At the same time, there was a dark brown oily wind blowing between the flying bone shields. Dong Pekong's lightning spear pierced through 7 flying bone shields and pierced through the dark brown oily wind, but was blocked by the black light armor. Bien Xixian's sword shadows bombarded the shields, shattering all 18 of them. But being obstructed by the oily wind, the sword shadows seemed to have sunk into mud and lost their momentum, no longer posing any threat. He Xiui was He Lolan's right-hand man, and also one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner elite troop. He was most proficient in defense. Dong Pekong and Bien Xixian faced He Xiui, who was focused on defense, and were actually entangled for a while, unable to break through. He Xiui had suffered a crushing defeat against Mo Shikuang earlier. But this did not mean that his strength was low, but rather that the opponent was too strong. In this Imperial Court contest, he was the #1 fierce general of Northern Plains. Now, facing the joint attack of Flying Lightning and Shadow Sword Expert, he blocked left and right, and after a dozen rounds, firmly protected Fang Yuan behind him. His combination of Gu worms was extremely reasonable. It focused on defense and was meticulous in consideration. Dong Pekong and Bien Xixian tried to break through several times, but all returned without any success. The aftermath of the intense battle stung the twin-headed rhinoceros they were riding. The giant rhinoceros cried out in pain and spread its hooves, not distinguishing between friend and foe, rampaging and trampling everywhere in the battlefield. He Xiui's expression became increasingly heavy. The intense battle had caused his primeval essence to be consumed at an extremely fast rate, and had already reached rock bottom. But the opponents were 2 people, and their primeval essence consumption was only half of He Xiui's. He Xiui was now facing a difficult choice. The first choice was to continue defending to the death, disregarding primeval essence consumption, and hope for He Lulan to return, or other reinforcements to arrive in time. But now that the twin-headed rhinoceros was running around wildly, it was already far away from its original location, and the reinforcements had to pass through the battlefield. How high was the possibility of them arriving in time? The second choice was to conserve primeval essence consumption. But this way, his defense would weaken, and the possibility of being penetrated by the enemy would increase sharply. Once his defense was broken, Fang Yuan behind him would fall into a dangerous situation. What should he choose? Hesitation flashed in He Shui's eyes, but he quickly made up his mind. His defense began to gradually shrink, and he was no longer so proactive against the enemy's strong attacks. Dong Pekong and Bian Xixian immediately sensed the changes in He Shui and broke through several times. It was extremely dangerous, and they almost succeeded. Even if Wolf King's identity was important and related to the overall situation, even if He Shui was appointed by He Lulan to protect Changshan Yin, but at this critical moment, with his own life at stake, He Lulan could not risk his life to fight. If the person behind me was Lord He Lulan, I would definitely risk my life to protect him. But Changshan Yin is an outsider. He is normally very arrogant and looks down on me. Why should I sacrifice myself for such a person? Even if Wolf King is dead, we still have the Black Flag Army. We are still evenly matched. I need to preserve my useful body and continue to serve the clan. He Shui's thoughts churned as he tried to extricate himself from the situation and gradually felt at ease. He originally wanted to protect Feng Yuan behind him, but now he only cared about himself, and his primeval essence consumption immediately fell. This is the moment. Overlapping shadow goo. Suddenly, a flaw appeared in Bian Xixian's eyes, and her eyes shone with brilliance as she grabbed this opportunity, activating the goo worm she borrowed from Dongfang Yuliang. This overlapping shadow goo was a rare rank 4 goo. It was very difficult to buy in the market, and its price was not inferior to most rank 5 goo. Originally, Bian Xixian and Dongfang Yuliang had an agreement that if they succeeded in assassinating Feng Yuan, this goo would be her reward. But Bian Xixian's assassination failed, and the brain explosion goo she planted was also dealt with by Feng Yuan. With her pride, she was naturally unwilling to accept this overlapping shadow goo. But before this battle, Dongfang Yuliang was cautious and lent this goo to her. Overlapping shadow goo, to other people, might only be a rank 4 goo. But to Bian Xixian, it could sharply increase her battle strength, and was much more valuable than a rank 5 goo. Under the effect of overlapping shadow goo, Bian Xixian's multiple sword shadows overlapped one after another, and in a few blinks of an eye, only one sword remained of the sky full of sword shadows. This sword shadow was eerie and profound, as if it had substance, overlaying all the attacks together. Bian Xixian thrust her sword forward with astonishing effect, easily piercing through the defense like a knife, cutting through tofu, and charging towards Wolf King. The defense line that had not been broken for a long time was finally broken. Seeing this, Dong Pekong let out a sigh of relief, and quickly tangled with He Shui, fighting for an opportunity for Bian Xixian. But He Shui saw that the situation was hopeless, and already had the intention to retreat. Now that Shadow Sword expert was charging towards Changshan Yin, this was a good opportunity for him to retreat. How could he not grab it? Thus, he quickly retreated and jumped off the thick back of the twin-headed rhino. Dong Pekong looked at He Shui's escape in astonishment and hesitated for a moment, feeling that he should quickly kill Wolf King, and could only let He Shui go. But when he turned around, he saw that Bian Xixian's shadow sword had already pierced into Changshan Yin's chest. Bian Xixian had pierced so deeply that only the hilt of the shadow sword was left, sticking to Feng Yuan's chest, and the blade of the sword was protruding out of Feng Yuan's back. Wolf King, remember, the one who killed you is shadow sword expert Bian Xixian. Bian Xixian's eyes were red, and her face was filled with excitement. The famous Wolf King, whose name had spread throughout northern plains, had died in her hands. This kind of glory, this kind of glorious battle record, made her tremble with joy. Success. Dong Pekong was also overjoyed at this scene. With Wolf King's death, our army will have the upper hand. Victory is not far away. Far away, Dongfang Yuliang, who had been observing the battle using investigative goo, clenched his fists in excitement. He raised his head and looked at He Lulan, who was contending with the cloud whirlpool above him, and showed a calm smile. He Lulan, Changshan Yin has already been beheaded. If you stop now and admit defeat, I will allow you the position of general, and you will still have a chance to enter the imperial court. But to his surprise, not only did He Lulan not fly into a rage out of humiliation, she instead showed a sinister smile. Dongfang Yuliang, open your dog eyes and take a good look. At the same time, Bian Xixian and Dong Pekong's exclamations came from the twin-headed rhino's back. Dongfang Yuliang immediately had a bad feeling and quickly used investigative goo to look back. He saw that Changshan Yin had already turned into a puddle of water, and several goo worms flew out. A water image goo was left in the water. It was almost cut into two by the shadow sword. Its head and tail were only connected by a layer of skin. This water image goo belonged to water demon Hao Ji-lu. Back then, at the heroes' assembly, he had used water image goo to deceive everyone and kill fire prodigal Chai Ming. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had taken a liking to this method and found He Lulan to conspire with him. To prevent this arrangement from being leaked, only the three of them knew about it. Fang Yuan's true body had not been in the main tent, but was hidden in a corner of the battlefield. He used wolf care goo to observe the battlefield and command the beast groups to fight. The conversation with He Lulan earlier was also an illusion created through a series of goo worms. Damn it, this is fake. Where is the real Changshan Yin? Chapter 5:18. Standing on the twin-headed rhino's back, Shadow Sword Expert and Flying Lightning were patrolling the surroundings. The battlefield was in chaos. 3 out of the dozen or so rank 4 goo master battles had already decided the victor. Among them, He Tribe 1-2 and Dongfang Tribe 1-1. Several elite troops were still entangled with each other. Because of Dongfang Yuliang's scheme, He Tribe was at a slight disadvantage in this aspect. The Wolf Group, Crocodile Group, Crab Group, and Bat Group were also in a deadlock. Fang Yuan was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where he was hiding. Bian Xixian and Dong Pekong's expressions darkened even more after their search failed. Dongfang Yuliang quickly accepted this defeat and laughed heartily. This is a bit interesting, but I had already expected this. As long as Wolf King continues to command the Wolf Group, his soul fluctuations will not be able to be concealed, and he will be found sooner or later. He Lulan, your defeat is only a temporary delay. Ha ha ha. He Lulan raised his head and laughed. His laughter was filled with disdain. Dongfang lad, do you really think I am restrained by you? Saying so, his skin turned pitch black like the night. At the same time, black smoke rose from the pores all over his body. The black smoke surged and quickly shrouded his whole body. In a short moment, He Lulan turned into a human-shaped black smoke. The smoke curled up in spirals, and from outside, only a pair of bloodthirsty red eyes could be seen. In Dongfang Yuliang's heart, a strong sense of foreboding arose. The thought of retreating immediately flashed across his mind. But although the cloud vortex restrained the dark vortex and restrained He Lulan, however, from another perspective, wasn't it also the dark vortex that restrained the cloud vortex? The next moment, the black smoke that He Lulan turned into entered the dark vortex. Not good. Dongfang Yuliang immediately felt his blood run cold. But it was too late. The huge black ball was as big as a hill and was originally being slowly swallowed by the cloud vortex. But now, the dark vortex was shrinking again. The cloud vortex could not react in time and quickly retracted. However, in the next moment, the dark vortex suddenly expanded violently. No, it's more like an explosion than an expansion. Dongfang Yuliang was shocked. There was no sound. It was a soundless explosion. The cloud vortex only lasted for 3 breaths before it was broken by the dark vortex. The dark sphere continued to expand, like a prehistoric monster opening its mouth to devour everything, including humans and beasts. Only when the entire battlefield within a 10-mile radius was completely covered did the semicircular ball of black light suddenly disappear. There were no sound waves produced by conventional explosions, nor were there any waves of air. This strange and tyrannical explosion possessed a mighty corrosive power, as well as an insidious poison that could melt everything. After the vortex dissipated, the battlefield within a 10-mile radius was completely cleared, leaving only He Lulan in the air and Dongfang Yuliang in the deep pit. The others were all corroded into nothingness by the explosion of the dark vortex. He Lulan looked down at Dongfang Yuliang below him. He was gasping for breath. He was extremely exhausted and his whole body was bathed in black-red blood, but his lips curled into a crazed and sinister smile. Ha ha ha, Dongfang Yuliang could think of the killer move Cloud Vortex to counter the Dark Vortex for you. Then I can also modify the original killer move. How is it? How does the feast I prepared for you taste? This is a method that I have always kept hidden. I did not even tell my kin. He Lulan laughed loudly, his laughter resounding throughout the battlefield. At once, his aura suppressed the surroundings. Even the Gu masters in battle could not help but pay attention to him. When they saw He Lulan gaining the upper hand, He tribe's Gu masters' morale soared. On the contrary, Dongfang tribe's Gu masters felt heavy pressure. The general was the soul and courage of the soldiers. The contest between He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang was extremely crucial. It was not only a matter of life and death, but it would also affect the entire battlefield. Cough, cough, cough. He Lulan's wild laughter came to an abrupt stop as he spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. Although this move was extremely powerful, to kill 1,000 enemies, he suffered 800 losses. It was a self-harming move, no matter the result. Once it was activated, most of the goo worms that formed the Dark Vortex killer move would die. When the goo worms died, the goo master would naturally suffer a backlash. However, this was already a huge gain. He Lulan not only broke free and suppressed Dongfang Yuliang, he even killed Wei Xian, Jiang Wanshan, and Yixian Ming, who were in the Three Hearts combination soul state. Once these three died, the mixed beast group immediately lost a unified leader and started an intense internal conflict. Just like what Fang Yuan had said earlier, they collapsed on their own. The mixed beast group that ran around and attacked randomly caused the battlefield to become even more chaotic. Dongfang Yuliang's expression was solemn as he slowly rose up. He Lulan had done a good job in keeping this secret. He did not have any relevant evidence. The killer move that had such terrifying destructive power was beyond his expectations. In fact, he had secretly prepared a means of escape for Yixian Ming, Wei Xian, and Jiang Wanshan. He could directly transport the three of them to the rear of the battlefield from where they were. But when He Lulan modified the killer move Dark Vortex, he had added space path goo worms. When the Dark Vortex exploded, the surrounding space was locked and Dongfang Yuliang's method lost its effect. Dongfang Yuliang, it is not too late for you to surrender now. As long as you surrender, I can let bygones be bygones and let bygones be bygones. I can appoint you as the first military advisor, He Lulan said, asking Dongfang Yuliang to surrender in front of everyone. Dongfang Yuliang sneered. He Lulan was famous for being lustful. He had long coveted his sister Dongfang Qingyu's beauty. Even if Dongfang Yuliang surrendered to other forces, he would not choose to submit to He Lulan. He Lulan, you are too optimistic. Even if you have the upper hand now, you are still far from victory. Come, let us have a good contest. 7-star lanterns. Dongfang Yuliang lightly shouted, and 7 lanterns appeared beside him. These 7 lights were of different colors. They circled around his body, drawing beautiful trails of light in the air. This was Dongfang Yuliang's signature killer move. The 7 lanterns had different effects. Under their support, Dongfang Yuliang activated Star Thought Goo. Swish, 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 countless thoughts gushed out. Starlight shined brightly. Even in the daytime, the brilliance of these star thoughts could not be concealed. A vast number of star thoughts rose into the sky. In just a few breaths of time, Dongfang Yuliang had produced tens of thousands of star thoughts. In the sky, the starlight connected and formed a large nebula. It was grand and magnificent. He Lulan, take this, Dongfang Yuliang shouted. The star thoughts around him shot towards He Lulan like lightning. The huge scale caused the howling of the wind. The aura was extremely shocking. Oomph! A trace of wariness flashed in He Lulan's eyes. Wisdom Path Gu Masters were not defenseless people. Every Gu Master path, since it existed, it definitely had offensive methods. Paths without offensive methods would be eliminated, vanishing in the long river of history. Many years ago, He Lulan had fought with Dongfang Yuliang. At that time, there were only a few thousand star thoughts, but they made He Lulan suffer greatly. Star thoughts had astonishing speed. They directly attacked the enemy's mind. It was a different path and hard to defend against. So many star thoughts, it seems Dongfang Yuliang is really risking his life. Creating star thoughts without restraint like this is not as simple as damaging the soul or body. No matter what the result of this battle is, Dongfang Yuliang will lose at least 2 years of his lifespan. My current condition is not good. It is better for me to avoid it for now. He Lulan saw such a scale of star thoughts and immediately had the intention to retreat. With a whoosh, he vanished on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already 1,000 steps away. But the star thought's speed was astonishing. They were as fast as lightning, chasing after He Lulan relentlessly. He Lulan snorted coldly, using healing goo while dodging. The star thoughts gathered into a large nebula, chasing after He Lulan on the battlefield. Everywhere they went, people were thrown off their feet. Some goo masters with weak wills were directly attacked by the majestic star thoughts and turned into idiots. Most of the goo masters felt dizzy after the star thoughts entered their minds. They could not stand stably. Only those few goo master experts with strong wills could use their thoughts to destroy the incoming star thoughts. But because of this, these goo master experts were resisting the star thoughts. The intense battle slowed down. Rank 4 goo masters could move unhindered on the battlefield, but rank 5 goo masters could influence the entire battle once they showed their might. Dongfang Yuliang attacked with all his strength. He Lulan was suppressed. The majestic star thoughts formed into a nebula, becoming the number 1 force in the battlefield. Although star thoughts were expended quickly, Dongfang Yuliang's creation speed was also very shocking. As time passed, the nebula's size did not decrease, but instead increased slightly. In the whole battlefield, almost everyone's attention was gathered on the nebula. As the nebula rushed over, most goo masters chose to escape in all directions, afraid of becoming idiots. However, there was no joy on Dongfang Yuliang's face. Instead, it was shrouded in worry. He Lulan's movement goo was very outstanding. Star thoughts could not catch up to it. Dongfang Yuliang was well aware that the 2 most important people in He tribe army were He Lulan and Changshan Yin. Right now, He Lulan was running faster than a rabbit, while Changshan Yin was hiding in the dark, suppressing his soul and only using 10% of his strength to control the wolf group. The hope of digging him out from this chaotic battlefield was extremely slim. In that case, I will exterminate your elite troops. I want to see if you can still endure this. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes shined with a cold light. The star thought cloud in the air suddenly turned and charged towards the elite troops. These elite troops had at least rank 2 cultivation. Among them, there were rank 3 goo masters who were the leaders. They had the advantage in numbers, but they were not Dongfang Yuliang's match alone. Under the special care of the star thought cloud, He tribe's blue butterfly elite troops immediately collapsed, with countless casualties. My clan's elite soldiers. Seeing this scene, the Yi clan leader cried out in pain. Still not coming out? Dongfang Yuliang's eyebrows slightly rose. He activated the star thought cloud again and attacked the battle dog elite troops. The war dog elite soldiers immediately fell to the ground. The surrounding elite soldiers seized the opportunity and besieged them. In just a few moves, the elite soldiers were killed. My battle dog elite troops. Wang tribe leader's body trembled with pain. To nurture such elite troops, Wang tribe had expended a lot of resources and expended a lot of energy of the current generation. But such precious battle strength was lost in one day. Still not going to save them? Dongfang Yuliang frowned deeply. After destroying 2 elite troops, his star thoughts were greatly depleted. If not for him continuously creating new star thoughts, the star thought cloud would have been used up long ago. Even with the support of the killer move 7 starlights, Dongfang Yuliang still felt a strong sense of weakness. Strands of white hair began to appear on his originally dark blue hair. Go on and kill. I want to see how long you can last with this killer move of yours. Fang Yuan, who was hiding in a corner, sneered through wolf Kergu as he admired the battle. To him, the more people that died, the more souls he would obtain after the battle. Anyway, as long as he won in the end, he could enter the imperial court. Chapter 519. The battle continued. Because Dongfang Yuliang attacked with his full strength, after slaughtering 3 elite troops, Dongfang tribe's side started to gain the upper hand. Kill! Let us kill all these He tribe lackeys. Kill all the men and bring all the women into our camp. Dongfang Alliance Army's morale surged. Their attacks became fierce and fierce, pressuring He Tribe Alliance Army until they could not breathe. However, as the instigator, Dongfang Yuliang was worried. Although we are in a good position now, we have used our trump card in advance. Killer Move 7 Starlight cannot be maintained for long. If we are not afraid of He Lulan and Chang Shan in forcing them out, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, cold light erupted in Dongfang Yuliang's eyes. His clear and bright eyes turned towards He Tribe's Central Army, where the Black Banner elite troops were stationed. This elite troop had great strength, far surpassing their peers. Up until now, this precious force had not been mobilized, suppressing the army's formation. Next, Dongfang Yuliang's gaze turned towards a certain corner of the battlefield. Over there, Gu Tribe's Gu masters were gathered. Gu Guang and the rest were fighting a bloody battle. Dongfang Yuliang was expressionless as he split the Star Thought Cloud into two. One flew towards the Black Banner elite troops, while the other flew down towards Gu Tribe. Seeing the Star Thought Cloud attack, the three commanders of the Black Banner elite troops had a change of expression. Pay attention to defense. Everyone, activate Battle Thought Gu together. Under the command of the commander, all the Black Banner elite troops activated Battle Thought Gu with all their might. Battle Thought Gu, like Star Thought Gu and Space Thought Gu, it was also a Wisdom Path Gu worm. The Black Banner elite troops leaders were all equipped with rank 3 to rank 4 Battle Thought Gu. These Battle Thought Gu were originally used on the Black Banner elite troops. During the battle, Battle Thought Gu would charge into their minds, causing their battle intent to soar to the sky, making them brave and fearless. The Star Thought Cloud rushed over, and in the sky above the Black Banner elite troops, crimson thoughts rose. Although these battle thoughts were sparse, they protected the Black Banner elite troops, helping them resist the impact of the Star Thought Cloud. He Tribe is indeed a super tribe. The quality of the elite troops they nurture is different from the elite troops of other tribes, far surpassing their peers. Seeing this, Fang Yuan praised inwardly. These Black Banner elite troops were He Tribe's trump card force that was created through the continuous accumulation and careful selection of elite Gu masters. After a large amount of training and huge investments, they were finally created. Each of them had strong willpower and had the ability to resist the impact of thoughts. Now that they were surrounded by battle thoughts, the Star Thought Cloud's rampage was stopped for the first time. Of course, the crucial point was that Dongfang Yuliang did not use his full strength, but split the nebula into two and only used one half to attack the Black Flag Army. The Black Flag Army's astonishing performance made people raise their eyebrows, forming a clear contrast with the other defeated elite soldiers. On the other side, Gu Tribe's troops were screaming miserably. Under the attack of the majestic Star Thoughts, they were utterly defeated and massacred in large numbers. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. Wolf Care Gu was used to perfection by him, allowing him to clearly see Gu Tribe's miserable state. Gu Tribe was only a chess piece to disguise his identity. As the chess player, how could he put himself in danger because of a chess piece? Still not making a move, Dongfang Yuliang patiently waited for a while, secretly activating Investigative Gu. As long as Fang Yuan made a move, he would be able to accurately find Fang Yuan's location through soul fluctuations. But no matter how long he waited, Fang Yuan did not make a move. The Wolf King's display of coldness and heartlessness caused Dongfang Yuliang to feel a chill. Instead, He Lulan saw that his Black Banner elite troops were showing signs of not being able to hold on, and quickly appeared. Dongfang Yuliang, die! He shouted with great vigor. Evidently, he had already recovered from the internal injuries caused by the backlash. Dongfang Yuliang snorted coldly. Large amounts of new star thoughts emerged from his mind and charged towards He Lulan. The two fiercely collided in the air, entangling with each other without a clear victor. With He Lulan's interference, the star thoughts that were troubling Black Banner elite troops and Gu Tribe dissipated after wreaking havoc for a while without the support of reinforcements. The battlefield was chaotic for a while, before returning to a deadlock. Among the dozen or so rank 4 battles, a small half had already decided the victor. Rank 4 experts were either dead or injured. Among them, Wind Demon and Water Demon were still entangling with each other. Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian and Flying Lightning Dong Pekong were moving around the battlefield. These two had powerful movement Gu. Even if they were intercepted by rank for Gu masters, they could easily escape. They continued to search for traces of Fang Yuan, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan had been hiding and did not make a move, causing their search to be fruitless. At the same time, in Niu Blessed Land, two Gu immortals, one male and one female, were sitting opposite each other, sipping tea while looking at the smoke image at the center of the stone table. The smoke image moved endlessly, displaying the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe clearly. Every detail could be observed. The female Gu immortal Tan Baiya retracted her gaze and smiled at the male Gu immortal Dongfang Naganori. It seems this battle still depends on the outcome of the battle between Dongfang Yuliang and He Lulan. Whichever side won would gain the upper hand. Dongfang Yuliang is a good young man. His army is clearly weaker than He tribe, but he can fight to such a deadlock. It seems Brother Chang Fan's teachings are quite effective. Dongfang Naganori wore a tall hat and had an ancient face. His eyes flickered with hundreds and thousands of colored glaze lights. As the only wisdom path Gu immortal in Dongfang tribe, he lightly shook his head and said with a cold tone, "In fact, the guidance I gave to Dongfang Yuliang was only 2 or 3 sentences. But this young man is not bad. He has his own ideas." After returning, he spread the news and used my influence to rise up. He has some talent and knows how to work hard. I have already promised him that as long as he can enter the imperial court, I will treat his sister's illness and nurture him as one of my successors. Enter the imperial court? Tan Baiya was slightly startled, then smiled lightly. Please forgive me for speaking bluntly, but in this imperial court contest, Dongfang tribe does not have much hope. Among the hot favorites this year, Yi Lui tribe's Yi Lui Sang is widely favored. This time, Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder Yi Lui Lai secretly entrusted an immortal Gu to Yi Lui Sang. This is already a well-known secret in the circle. Although Yi Lui tribe has the Huang Jin bloodline and is one of the few super tribes in Northern Plains, they have not entered the imperial court for 8 consecutive times. Precisely because of this, Yi Lui Lai was ridiculed by He tribe's He Chung in public. This time, he used an immortal Gu to get back at them. Dongfang Naganori finished speaking and laughed lightly. His laughter seemed to contain disdain. Tan Baiya took a sip of tea and said, Speaking of He Chung, He Lulan is his 27th wife's son. This was his son, so it was reasonable for him to support him from behind. Thus, He Lulan is also one of the hot favorites. Historically, the contest for the imperial court is just a competitive game between the Huang Jin tribes. Whoever can become the lord of the imperial court, the support of the force behind them is extremely important. In my opinion, He Lulan's chances of winning are much higher than your Dongfang Yuliang. Dongfang Naganori shook his head slowly. Tan Baiya saw this and a trace of interest flashed in her eyes. What? Did Brother Chang Fan secretly give Dongfang Yuliang an immortal Gu to protect himself? Or do you have some arrangements to ensure that Dongfang Yuliang enters the imperial court? The scheming ability of Wisdom Path Gu masters was something that Gu immortals had either experienced personally or heard of. There were very few Wisdom Path Gu masters, and Dongfang Naganori was a famous Wisdom Path Gu master in Northern Plains. If he secretly made arrangements, as long as he did not openly break the rules of the contest for the imperial court, Dongfang Yuliang would have a great chance of winning. But Dongfang Naganori denied Tan Baiya's guess. No. In this contest for the imperial court, Ma tribe has great influence and can be said to have one foot in the imperial court lord position. How can I, Dongfang Naganori, do useless things? He, Dongfang Naganori, was already old and did not have much time left. He had also calculated that his death was near, thus for the tribe, and to ensure his inheritance did not end, the urgent matter at hand was to choose and nurture a successor. As for the imperial court lord, that was secondary. Not all Gu masters could become Wisdom Path Gu masters just by having a set of Wisdom Path Gu worms. Dongfang Yuliang's talent made Dongfang Naganori very satisfied, and even slightly fearful. And what made him even more satisfied was that Dongfang Yuliang had a weak and sickly sister who was unable to cultivate. This was Dongfang Yuliang's weakness. As long as he grasped this point, he would not need to worry about his loyalty. The contest for the imperial court was only a trap he had set for Dongfang Yuliang. After Dongfang Yuliang failed, for the sake of his sister, he would definitely come to ask for help. This was the same as handing his weakness to him. If Dongfang Yuliang succeeded, it would be an unexpected surprise. Although he had promised Dongfang Yuliang to save his sister, the result was definitely not to be. Tanbaya was very surprised. What? Brother Changfan, you are actually optimistic about Ma tribe? Ma tribe might be a large tribe, and their military might is indeed impressive, but they do not have a Gu Immortal Supreme Elder. Dongfang Naganori had been waiting for her to ask this question. He slowly replied, Little Sister Baya, you might not know, but Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has already secretly contacted Ma tribe and are secretly supporting them. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, those demonic path Gu Immortals? Tanbaya's expression sank. This news had a huge impact on her. She stared at Dongfang Naganori. Brother Changfan, how did you know this? Dongfang Naganori smiled proudly. I deduced this myself. You are the first person to know about it. Tanbaya immediately believed him. Dongfang Naganori was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. The results of his deductions were almost equivalent to the truth. Tanbaya was also well aware of his situation. He had no motive to deceive her. Moreover, those demonic path Gu Immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had always coveted 88-point Jinyang Tower. This time they were secretly supporting Ma tribe to attack Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance. Such matters had already happened many times before. Thinking of this, she could no longer sit still. She was Lu tribe's external supreme elder, secretly supporting Lu Wenwu. Once Lu Wenwu obtained the position of imperial court, it would be extremely helpful to her position in Lu tribe. Ma tribe's existence had seriously destroyed her plans. She naturally could not tolerate it. She stood up. Brother Changfan, this matter is extremely important. Demonic path Gu Immortals are all jackals and wolves, but the others are still in the dark. I will go inform them now. Please forgive me for taking my leave. Go, go. Dongfang Naganori slowly nodded, at the same time opening the Blessed Land's door. After Tanbaya left the Blessed Land, Dongfang Naganori's expressionless face finally revealed a trace of a smile. This conversation was only a trap he had set up for Tanbaya. Tanbaya was also an astute Gu Immortal, but she was in the middle of a trap and had a request, so she was easily tricked. Dongfang Naganori shifted his gaze to the smoke. The battlefield had already changed. Dongfang Yuliang gradually could not hold on after a long battle, and could only choose to retreat. Once the main commander retreated, the army's morale plummeted, and under Dongfang Yuliang's command, they also began to retreat. The retreat was panicked but not chaotic. It was clear they had undergone a lot of training. Dongfang Yuliang had already expected this, thus he had spent a lot of effort in the aspect of retreat. Dongfang army slowly retreated, and from time to time, many He tribe Gu masters lost their lives due to their carelessness. Wind Demon, you cowardly rat, you want to run now? Water Demon Hao Ji Lu roared. His body was riddled with injuries and dripping with blood. Wind Demon snorted coldly, but did not reply, instead retreating in silence, persistently executing Dongfang Yuliang's command. The defensive line set up by the army was several hundred li behind them. As long as they retreated into the defensive line and rested for a while, Dongfang Alliance Army's battle strength would quickly recover. By then, it would be He tribe army's turn to have a headache, and the initial disadvantage was only a small matter. However, at this time, the wolf group suddenly howled and gathered together, forming a wave again, charging towards Dongfang army with all their might. Wolf groups were different from Gu masters. Gu masters cherished their lives, but wolf groups did not fear death. Damn it! Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were about to split open. Under the wolf group's charge, Dongfang Alliance army suffered countless casualties. Panic quickly spread throughout the army, forming a state of collapse. Fang Yuan used 80% of his strength. His master-level enslavement path attainment dazzled the audience. Wave after wave of attacks came unceasingly. Dongfang army was like mud, falling piece by piece under the assault of the wolf tide. Intense soul fluctuations exposed Fang Yuan's location. But Fang Yuan had already appeared in public. He was standing on the back of the twin-headed rhinoceros, Many Gu master experts had gathered around him. Wolf King Chang Shan-yin, Dongfang Yuliang gritted his teeth, his eyes about to spew fire. In this battle, he had thoroughly experienced Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and viciousness. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had only made 2 moves in this battle. The first time he made a move, he directly incited the army into battle, causing many of Dongfang Yuliang's arrangements to be useless. And the second time he made a move, he caught Dongfang army's weakest moment, hitting them while they were down. After fighting for so long, the Gu Master's primeval essence in their aperture was almost used up. Although they still had the strength to fight, they often perished together with the wolves. Chapter 520. In a short period of time, Dongfang army suffered disastrous losses, leaving behind a large number of corpses as they retreated. Run! Run! It will be too late if we don't run. The situation that Dongfang Yuliang was most worried about appeared. Dongfang Alliance army suffered a huge defeat. The soldiers had no fighting spirit and only wanted to escape. He tribe army saw an opportunity and charged forward, starting a merciless slaughter. Dongfang Yuliang gritted his teeth and quickly mobilized rank 4 Gu master experts to suppress the situation. The experts turned around and attacked, greatly restraining He tribe army's pursuit. But good times did not last long, as He tribe's rank 4 Gu master experts attacked. Dongfang tribe's Gu master experts were stalled one by one. Dongfang Yuliang attacked again, but was also restrained by He Lulan. Seeing his own soldiers catching up to the enemy and starting a merciless chase, Fang Yuan retracted his hand and gathered the wolf group to his side. His action immediately won the good impression of the Black Banner Army commander beside him. In his opinion, Wolf King had a good opportunity to gain battle merits, but he gave it to someone else. The great commander spoke, praising Fang Yuan a little. Fang Yuan knew the other party's intention of expressing goodwill. He Xiaoyi had originally been Fang Yuan's bodyguard, but he had escaped. If not for the water image Gu, Fang Yuan would have died long ago. But Fang Yuan had never counted on other people's guards. He had always relied on himself. Moreover, He Xiaoyi was He Lulan's beloved general, so he could not do anything to He Xiaoyi. Even if he could, Fang Yuan was not willing to see such pointless internal friction. Immediately, he said some perfunctory words, hinting to the commander that he would not take this matter to heart. The commander heaved a sigh of relief, thinking, Wolf King might be arrogant, but he is truly magnanimous. He is indeed not an ordinary person. Finally, Dongfang army crazily escaped into the first defense line. They paid a disastrous price for this. 20% of the entire army died in the previous battle, while 50% died in the pursuit of Gu masters and the wolf group. The remaining 30% of the soldiers fled into the defensive line. Among the rank 4 experts, there were 2 who lost their lives because they intercepted He tribe's army. He tribe army did not stop and charged forward, but they were shot down by the elite archers on the city walls, leaving behind hundreds of corpses as they fled back pathetically. This was a troop that the Dongfang family had painstakingly nurtured. The blood, sweat, and resources they had invested were not the slightest bit inferior to the Black Flag elite troops. He tribe's Gu masters charged 3 more times, but were repelled by the elite arrows. He Lulan mobilized the rank 4 Gu masters under his command to charge forward, but because of Dongfang Yuliang's scheme, 3 of them lost their lives. Alliance Master, the other side is relying on danger to defend and has the geographical advantage. Our side has fought for a long time, and we do not have enough true essence. It is difficult for us to continue fighting. Why don't we retreat and make further plans? The elites returned to the king's tent, and cunning gentleman's son, Shirhan, suggested. On the side, Fang Yuan frowned. He had the memories of his previous life, and he knew that Dongfang Yuliang was the best at dealing with the aftermath, and he was good at defeating the strong with the weak. The longer this dragged on, the more information he would gather, and the more disadvantageous it would be for He tribe. Although Fang Yuan's interference caused He tribe to have a greater advantage than in his previous life, Dongfang Yuliang's battle strength was not damaged, and he was a huge threat. The best way to deal with Dongfang Yuliang was to kill him in one strike, and not give him any chance to scheme. He Lulan listened to cunning gentleman's suggestion and did not speak. He had interacted with Dongfang Yuliang before and was familiar with Dongfang Yuliang's methods. But he did not want to let go of this opportunity, thus he looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled proudly and said to He Lulan, "Hey tribe leader, don't worry, I only need 15 minutes to break this defensive line." Everyone looked at him, and cunning gentleman sneered, feeling that Feng Yuan was exaggerating. He Lulan was overjoyed. "Let's see Wolf King's methods." The wolf group swarmed out again and gathered together, launching an unending assault on Dongfang tribe's first defensive line. Dongfang tribe defended with all their might, and in just a moment, the city walls were filled with wolf corpses. He tribe's soldiers were moved. Feng Yuan's method of fighting without regard for the sacrifices, he was simply sending the wolf group to their deaths. Especially the Feather Arrow elite troop, which was most proficient in long-range attacks, they stood on the city walls and showed off. The rank 4 experts took on the role of firefighters, providing support everywhere. Whenever a dangerous situation appeared, they would take turns to take action and avert the danger. Dongfang tribe's defensive line was simply impregnable. Feng Yuan sneered and continued to activate Wolf Howl Gu. The momentum of the charge changed continuously, making it difficult for the eyes to follow. Every change brought a huge threat to the defensive line. The high intensity caused the wolf group to sacrifice a lot, and in a short period of time, 280,000 wolves died. Feng Yuan was expressionless as he stood on the twin-headed rhinoceros back, commanding from afar. Everyone in the main tent, however, had a change in their gazes towards him. Wolf King's ruthlessness made people feel fearful. Such a majestic and ferocious wolf tide made them feel even more insignificant. Wolf King Chang Shan Yin, you have such a ruthless heart. Are you trying to exterminate all of us? Dongfang Yuliang's expression was grim. The wolf group's large number of sacrifices was exchanged for Dongfang tribe's intense primeval essence expenditure. He was extremely regretful. If he had known this, he would have rather sacrificed He Lulan to take Chang Shan Yin's life. Finally, Dongfang tribe's Gu masters could not hold on any longer. They did not have time to recover their primeval essence. The wolf group's attacks made them exhausted and had no time to breathe. Retreat. Without a choice, Dongfang Yuliang could only give this order. Just as Feng Yuan said, a moment later, Dongfang tribe's first defensive line was broken. Dongfang Yuliang left behind a group of injured Gu masters to bring up the rear, and led the remaining soldiers to retreat to the second defensive line at the fastest speed possible. The wolf group is exhausted. It is not suitable to continue chasing. Feng Yuan retracted the wolf group and opened up a path, giving He tribe army a chance to move again. This action won him the favor of almost everyone. My injuries are not light. Chase after them and try your best to kill them. But be careful, Dongfang lad must have made some arrangements. He Lulan did not move from the main tent, sending Hao Jilu, Pan Ping, Wang tribe leader, and others to chase after them. The generals excitedly crossed the broken defensive line and chased after them. But just as the pursuing army was about to cross the defensive line, an intense explosion occurred. Boom! Like the sound of thunder, dozens of Gu masters were blasted into the sky, and what fell on the ground was a pile of rotten flesh and broken limbs. Bam, bam, bam. Next, a large number of explosions occurred one after another, piercing through the entire defensive line. The pursuing army suffered heavy casualties in an instant and fell into chaos. It is charred thunder potato goo. Dongfang Yuliang buried a large number of charred thunder potato goo under the defensive line. The investigative Gu master returned and reported to the main tent. I saw it. He Lulan's expression was extremely gloomy. He waved his hand and ordered the investigative Gu master to leave. He was not stupid. He immediately understood that Dongfang Yuliang had schemed against him. Burying such a large number of charred thunder potato goo required a lot of time. This time was actually given by He Lulan. Before the battle, Dongfang Yuliang took the initiative to issue a challenge, purposely asking for a battle. In the end, cunning gentlemen spoke up and He Lulan delayed for a few days, only starting the battle when the rear army gathered. This gave Dongfang Yuliang a chance. Explosions occurred continuously, causing many casualties to He tribe army. Most importantly, the pursuit was stopped, and He tribe army could only watch as Dongfang tribe retreated safely. Charred Thunder Potato Goo. Although it was only a rank 2 goo and had limited power, there were a lot of them. Other than that, there were also many rank 3 Muffled Thunder Potato Goo and a small number of rank 4 Thunderclap Potato Goo. Even if the Goo Masters used defensive Goo to preserve their lives, their primeval essence would be greatly expended. Goo Masters who had flying Goo Worms were few in number after all. Even if these Goo Masters chased after them, they were too weak and would instead give Dongfang tribe a chance to kill them. The Goo Masters who were excited and eager to make contributions eventually returned to the main army with their faces covered in dirt and their bodies full of injuries. We have already won today. That Dongfang lad is just struggling at death's door. It is not too late to kill him after this. He Lulan consoled them, before starting to manage the post-battle work. Cleaning up the battlefield, healing the injured, organizing the battle merits. These were all troublesome tasks that required a lot of energy and time. Fang Yuan naturally did not want to waste his precious time here. He found an excuse and left the main tent, returning to his large lizard house Gu to continue cultivating. In this battle, he was a great contributor, although he only fought a few times. Each time was crucial. With his battle achievements and strength, even cunning gentlemen had to shut up, and no one dared to say anything. The explosion did not injure the Wolf King. Dongfang Yuliang had been paying attention to the battle situation, and after hearing the investigative Gu Master's report, he felt some regret. In this battle, he had made Fang Yuan his #1 enemy. His threat level was even higher than He Lulan's. Changshan Yin was too crafty and ruthless. He did not care about Gu tribe's life or death. Although he was only rank 4 peak stage, he was much more difficult to deal with than He Lulan. Dongfang Yuliang had estimated that Changshan Yin had the highest chance of using the wolf group to chase after them. But his meticulously arranged trap did not kill a single wolf. Instead, it killed a large number of He tribe Gu Masters. Gu Masters' lives were much more precious than wild wolves. But Dongfang Yuliang was not happy. To a wisdom path Gu Master who was good at scheming, a strong enemy was not difficult to deal with. But even though the Wolf King was strong, he did not rely on his strength and was calm to the point of being unfeeling. That was quite troublesome. It was because of Fang Yuan's several attacks that caused Dongfang army to go from a slight loss to a complete defeat. The gap between the two sides widened. He tribe had the clear advantage while Dongfang army was at a disadvantage. The situation was terrible. Seeing that this battle had come to an end, in Niu blessed land, Gu immortal Dongfang Naganori retracted his gaze and waved his hand, collecting the smoke on the stone table into his sleeve. He did not need to deduce to know that after this battle, Dongfang Yuliang had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Unless He Lulan made a huge mistake, there was basically no hope of advancing into imperial court. But in the entire battle, Dongfang Yuliang's performance was remarkable. He resisted with a weak army and the battle was in a stalemate. It could be said that he had made full use of his strength, especially when he purposely protected his tribe's strength. Not a single feather arrow elite soldier was lost. This is his loyalty to the tribe. Next, it will be a test of his handling of the situation. Dongfang Naganori slowly closed his eyes. He was most satisfied with this point. Other tribes suffered heavy casualties. That was their problem, as long as Dongfang tribe did not suffer much losses. Chapter 521. In the air, the fiery red smoke rolled and evaporated, giving Fang Yuan a scorching feeling. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed, but his mind was already in the fiery cloud. It's about time. He calculated the time in his mind, as he slowly opened his eyes and took out a wine jar. The wine jar was filled with an eerie blue liquid, giving off the luster of seawater under the moon. Descend. Fang Yuan lightly shouted, and the fiery cloud in the air slowly descended, pouring into the wine jar. At once, water and fire fused, producing thick black smoke. The black smoke quickly spread, filling the whole room. Fang Yuan could not even see his fingers, as if he was in the middle of the night. He willed, and a suction force came from the wine jar, and in a few breaths of time, all the black smoke was sucked into the jar. The room was clear again, and there was a hint of sweetness left. Fang Yuan flicked his fingers, throwing goo worms into the wine jar. The wine jar began to tremble slightly, and it only calmed down after the time it took to drink half a cup of tea. Fang Yuan looked at it and saw only black soil left in the wine jar. The goo worms that he had thrown in had already fused together perfectly, forming a half-finished product, hiding in the middle of the black soil. Rise. Fang Yuan carefully injected primeval essence. The surface of the black soil broke open, and a thin sprout appeared. The sprout was green like oil, growing rapidly, and in a short while, it had become a small sapling. The sapling could be seen with the naked eye, thickening and growing taller. On the contrary, the black soil in the wine jar decreased rapidly. When the black soil was reduced by 80%, the sapling stopped growing, and the entire tree crown gathered together like a tightly clenched jade-green fist. Open! Fang Yuan shouted, and at the same time, poured in a large amount of primeval essence. The emerald-green fist slowly opened, revealing a goo worm in its palm. This goo had a long, oval-shaped body with an armor-like shell on its back, and a dark brown spine arched out. On its head, there was a strong horn, looking heavy and mighty. It had 4 pairs of long legs, all strong and powerful, and its whole body gave off a shiny metallic luster. With one look, one could tell that this goo was not an ordinary item. A hint of joy flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. This goo was the all-out effort goo. He had failed 3 times before and only succeeded on his 4th attempt. Fang Yuan observed carefully, tasting the differences between the all-out effort goo and the refinement process. The rank 3 all-out effort goo only had 3 pairs of legs, and because it came from southern border, it was suppressed by the region and only had a rank 2 aura. And the rank 4 all-out effort goo had 4 pairs of legs. His body had become bigger, more than twice the size of a rank 3. Because it was refined in northern plains, it became a northern plains goo worm and was no longer suppressed by the other region. It emitted a genuine rank 4 aura. With this rank 4 goo, my strength path battle strength has recovered by more than half. However, he still had to prepare the 5th grade recipe. Fortunately, I now have a blessed land and can communicate with jewel yellow skies, so I still have some connections with Lengya blessed land. There is still hope to get the rank 5 recipe of the all-out effort goo. Fang Yuan stored the newly obtained all-out effort goo in his aperture and cleaned up before leaving the large lizard house goo. Outside the house, the scenery was bright and beautiful. Large numbers of goo masters were moving between countless tents, busy with their own matters. Some were going to the supply camp to exchange for goo worms, some had just returned from cleaning up the battlefield, and some were constructing defensive structures. 8 days had passed since the battle with Dongfang Alliance Army. In these 8 days, He Tribe Army did not move, cleaning up the battlefield every day, tallying the battle merits and healing the injured. The complicated and heavy matters caused the army's higher-ups to be extremely busy. On He Lolan's table, there was a mountain of documents. Cunning Gentleman was entrusted with an important task. He was so busy that he did not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. His face was pale. All the tribe leaders were even more busy, rushing around for the tribe's benefits. As a superior, they naturally had the responsibilities of a superior. During this period, Gu Guang had also looked for Fang Yuan several times, hoping that Fang Yuan would help Gu tribe's benefits, but Fang Yuan ignored him and only cultivated, refusing to see him. At this time, those demonic Gu masters appeared to be free and unfettered. Most of them were not burdened by any forces, they only needed to take care of themselves. Other than checking if their battle merits were deducted, they also needed to heal their injuries and use battle merits to exchange for new Gu worms, preparing for war. This world's healing ability was much stronger than Earth's. On Earth, a severed arm or leg could only be considered a cripple. Even if a finger was severed, the finger had to be preserved and replanted within a specified time. Replanting a severed finger might not even succeed. There was a chance of failure. But in this world, even if the limbs were severed, they could grow back under the healing effect of Gu worms. Basically, as long as the Gu master's injuries were not too troublesome, they could recover. Thus, although only 8 days had passed, He Tribe Army's casualties had already decreased by 80%, and most of them had recovered their battle strength. The closer they got to the supply camp, the greater the flow of people. These days, large numbers of Gu masters came here, exchanging their battle merits for resources. The supply camp became the busiest place in the entire army. They had set up 15 large tents, each of them occupying at least 6 hectares of land, with over 1,000 Gu masters serving them. But even so, it was crowded like a marketplace, and the tents were extremely crowded. Subordinate greets Lang Wangda, Lang Wangda, please come this way. When Fang Yuan arrived at the supply camp, a female Gu master immediately led him into a Gu house with a smile. As long as it was an organization, there would be relationships between the upper and lower levels. There would be differences in treatment. Fang Yuan was the upper echelon of the entire army. The treatment he received was naturally different from ordinary people. Lang Wangda, you are amazing. In this battle, you are number 1 on the battle merit board. The young and beautiful Gu master handed a scroll to Fang Yuan with a gaze of worship. Fang Yuan slowly opened the 2 ends of the scroll, seeing the 3 words Changshan Yin at the beginning. Behind the name was the battle merits, a series of numbers written in Northern Plains language, amounting to over 100,000. Fang Yuan glanced at it, but did not look at it carefully. In this world, battle merits were very easy to calculate, because there were large numbers of Gu worms that could monitor or record. Every time there was a battle, all the forces would use large numbers of Gu worms to record the entire process. Other than the convenience of calculating battle merits, the most important thing was to gain experience, gather information, and probe the enemy's actual situation to understand their own shortcomings. Besides this, many Gu masters would also prepare their own Gu worms to record their own battles. With these images from all aspects and angles, the battle merits could be calculated repeatedly and confirmed. Fang Yuan opened the scroll, and under his name was He Lulan. He had over 80,000 battle merits. He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang fought intensely, restraining the enemy's strongest expert. At the same time, he killed Wei Xian, Yi Xianming, and Jiang Wanshan in 3 hearts combination soul state, and destroyed the mixed beast group. This was a huge amount of battle merits. Under He Lulan were water demon Hao Jilu, Wang tribe leader, Pan Ping, and others, with tens of thousands of battle merits. The further they went, the lesser the battle merits of the Gu master. After the top 10, there were only over 9,000 battle merits. After the top 20, the battle merits were around 7,000 to 8,000. The scroll recorded a total of 106 people. Most of them had around 3,000 battle merits. Evidently, this was the highest part of the battle merit board. The complete battle merit board was erected in those 15 large tents. It was as big as a city wall, and a large number of swimword Gu were used. Thus, on the surface of the board, the words flickered, and the battle merit numbers changed from time to time. Since the start of the battle merits had been continuously tabulated. Some Gu masters exchanged for Gu worms, causing their battle merits to decrease. Some Gu masters' battle merits were rising rapidly. Especially healing Gu masters, they often had huge gains after the battle. Fang Yuan placed the scroll to the side, and the female Gu master observed his expression and immediately handed over a Gu worm. This Gu worm was shaped like a ladybug. It had a Fangjing carapace with protruding edges and a concave center, like a window frame. This was a rank 4 East Window Gu. It was an information path Gu, used to store information. Back when Fang Yuan was in Langya Blessed Land, when he inquired about 88-point Jinyang Tower, the land spirit of Langya had given him an East Window Gu. Fang Yuan took the East Window Gu and held it in his hand, injecting his primeval essence. As the East Window Gu shined brightly, a huge amount of information entered his mind. Large amounts of resources, including Gu worms, wild beasts, plants, Yuan stones, variant humans, Gu recipes, and so on. These resources were provided by all the large tribes, among which He tribe, as the alliance leader, contributed the most, taking up more than half of the resources. Soon, Fang Yuan found a lot of things he needed to buy in this place. Although Fang Yuan could communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies through Little Hu Immortal, the transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies were all large transactions and needed immortal Yuan stones. It was not suitable for Fang Yuan's current situation. At the same time, there was also the mysterious force represented by Old Man Inkstone, who coveted Feng Yuan's fixed immortal travel goo in the dark. If Feng Yuan wanted to buy rank 5 goo to raise his battle strength, he had to buy goo worms from Northern Plains. This way, Wisdom Path goo immortals would be left with huge evidence. Thus, the supply camp was more suitable for the current Feng Yuan than Jewel Yellow Skies. Among my Strength Path goo worms, All-Out Effort goo has already advanced to rank 4 and is suitable for Northern Plains. But there are still rank 3 Strength Chi goo, Tusita Flower, Primeval Elder goo, Self-Reliance goo, as well as rank 4 Bitter Strength goo, Expend Strength goo, and Charging Crash goo. These goo worms originate from southern border and are suppressed in Northern Plains. To get rid of the suppression, I can only refine goo in Northern Plains and raise these goo to a higher rank. But if I do that, I will have to invest too much. There was a probability of success in goo refinement. Even if Feng Yuan was close to a refinement master, he could not avoid this probability. He had failed several times in refining the rank 4 all-out effort goo. He had failed more than 10 times in refining the nauseating infant sob goo, but he still did not succeed. Chapter 522. If Feng Yuan wanted to advance Bitter Strength goo, Expend Strength goo and Charging Crash goo to rank 5, it would be a huge project. He would need large amounts of materials and goo worms. Thus, only goo immortals with blessed lands would have the capital to gather a complete set of rank 5 goo. To mortals, this was a price they could not afford. Thus, in the mortal world, many rank 5 goo masters did not even have a single rank 5 goo. Only people like He Lulan or Dongfeng Yuliang, who had the support of a force behind them, had 1 or 2 rank 5 goo. And in the East Window goo's information, there was only a Dark Path rank 5 goo that could be exchanged with battle merits. My Enslavement Path goo worms came from Changshan Yin. They are almost all rank 4 goo. It is too difficult to advance them to rank 5 in a short period of time. Thus, I can only collect goo recipes to be prepared. And my Strength Path goo worms come from Southern Border. Rather than refining goo, I might as well purchase them. After all, these goo worms are not my vital goo. If the refinement fails, they will be destroyed. If I want to refine goo again, I will have to start from scratch. Feng Yuan's plan was also a wise choice made by many goo masters of other regions in the chaotic world. He chose them one by one. Among the resources, there was only 1 rank 5 goo, but there were many rank 4 goo, among which were Bitter Strength goo, Tusita Flower, and Primeval Elder goo. But there was no rank 4 Charging Crash goo. Feng Yuan could only settle for the next best, choosing 2 pairs of rank 3 Horizontal Charge goo and Vertical Crash goo, preparing to refine them himself. Self-Reliance goo was a perfect match for Strength Path goo masters. It was a rare goo. Among He tribe's enormous resources, there was a Self-Reliance goo. Unfortunately, it was rank 2, lower than Feng Yuan's original one. Rank 3 Self-Reliance goo. It was worth 45,000 yuan stone. The corresponding battle merits were 4,500. If it was a rank 4 Self-Reliance goo, its value was comparable to a rank 5 goo. The chances of it appearing in the resources were very low. Feng Yuan thought about it and bought this rank 2 Self-Reliance goo. If there was no other way, he could only try to refine goo. Self-Reliance goo was like this, so there was no need to mention Strength Chi goo. Strength Chi goo was already extinct in the mortal world. Feng Yuan's Strength Chi goo was extremely rare. He had obtained it through reverse refinement of rank 4 Wind goo. But Atmosphere goo was only rank 4. It was an unorthodox goo and was rather rare. If Feng Yuan wanted to obtain Strength Chi goo, he could only use Northern Plains Atmosphere goo to reverse refine it into rank 3 Strength Chi goo. He had rank 5 Cultivation now. Even if he obtained rank 3 Strength Chi goo, it would not be useful. Rank 3 goo were of little help to him. Forget it if I can't buy Expend Effort goo. After all, this goo is used to restrain Strength Path and has few uses. If I don't have the Strength Chi goo, that would be terrible. Like this, I would lack long-range methods. I have once again fallen into the most common predicament of Strength Path goo masters. Although Strength Chi goo was not a core goo, it was extremely crucial to a Strength Path goo master. In this case, I can only do my best to collect rank 4 and 5 Strength Chi goo recipes. Chi Path had long been extinct. Even if there was one in Jewel Yellow Skies, it was impossible to find one. It was also expensive. Perhaps Langya blessed land was their greatest hope, but land spirit of Langya was not easy to deal with. I will have to pay a huge price to obtain the recipe. Just as Fang Yuan was feeling vexed over this problem, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That's not right. His heart shook. Even if I do not have long-range methods in strength path, I can make up for it in enslavement path. The situation now is different. I have 2 apertures. I cultivate both enslavement and strength path. I can use their strengths to make up for my weaknesses. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan suddenly saw the light. Although he was a person who had been reborn and had meticulous thoughts, he could not help but fall into habitual thinking. In his previous life, he only had 1 aperture. Even if he touched upon other paths, it was only after he became a Gu immortal. But now, he was still immortal, but he already cultivated 2 paths. Enslavement path Gu masters are most afraid of beheading the leader. I can use strength path to protect myself. Conversely, the weakness of strength path can also be made up for with enslavement path. I can give up on strength Chi Gu. Because he cultivated 2 paths, this problem that troubled strength path Gu masters was easily solved. Next, Fang Yuan used his battle merits to exchange for many space path Gu, as well as a large number of Gu refinement materials. These space path Gu worms and materials were prepared to enter Luopa Valley in the future. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had set up a method to seal Luopa Valley. To enter, ordinary methods were not enough. He needed a rank 5 open door Gu. Open door Gu could allow fated people to enter Luopa Valley. But to close the tunnel, he needed to refine a rank 5 closed door Gu to prevent the tunnel from being exposed and others entering. Wolf Wangda actually exchanged for many strength path Gu, a large number of space path Gu worms, and such a large number of Gu refinement materials. The resources that Fang Yuan mentioned made the female Gu master inwardly surprised. Exchanging for strength path Gu worms was understandable. After all, although strength path was declining, it expended little primeval essence. Once primeval essence was about to be exhausted, it was the last thing a Gu master could rely on. Thus, in northern plains where battles were frequent, almost all Gu masters had some strength path cultivation. But why would Wolf Wangda want these space path Gu worms? Maybe he wanted to use space path Gu worms to protect himself? After all, enslavement path Gu masters were often countered by beheading the leader tactic. And this astonishing number of Gu refinement materials, was Wolf Wangda interested in refinement path? Or was he researching a brand new enslavement path Gu worm? The female Gu master had her doubts, but she did not ask them. She knew that rashly inquiring about these secrets was a huge offense to Gu masters. Thus, she did not show any curiosity on her face, and only focused on handling her matters. Soon, Fang Yuan saw that his battle merits had been deducted by more than half on the battle merit board, immediately falling from first place to middle. Lord Wolf King, the resources you requested will be delivered to you one by one today. They will all be sent to you by dawn. The female Gu master said warmly. Fang Yuan nodded and was about to leave, but at this time, the female Gu master said in a low voice, Wolf Wangda, please wait for a moment. There is a Gu recipe here that is extremely suitable for you. Lord Tribe Leader specially asked me to secretly keep it for you. Oh! Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. The female Gu master in front of him. There was no need to guess to know it was He Tribe's Gu master. The supply camp was such an important position, He Lulan definitely wanted to place her own people there. Only then could he be at ease. Hearing the female Gu master's words, Fang Yuan realized that this was He Lulan's goodwill. It was extremely likely that it was because of He Xiuyi's desertion, and Fang Yuan letting bygones be bygones, so she was secretly repaying him. Fang Yuan immediately showed some interest, and after understanding it, he found that this Gu recipe was extremely suitable for him. This was a Gu recipe related to Lurking Soul Coat Gu. Lurking Soul Coat Gu's effect. There was only one, and that was to conceal soul fluctuations. Earlier, Fang Yuan was hiding in a corner of the battlefield, and to prevent being detected, he did not mobilize the wolf group with all his strength. If he had this Gu, he could completely conceal his soul fluctuations, and while hiding his tracks, he could also control the wolf group with all his strength. This Gu recipe, from rank 1 to rank 5, thus its price was not low. Fang Yuan used all his remaining battle merits to barely exchange for it. He opened the goo recipe and browsed through it, finding that it was not difficult to refine this goo. But the quantity required was extremely huge. Moreover, the cost was not low, especially one of the requirements, which required large amounts of fresh beast skin as the main material for the goo refinement. Tribe leader personally instructed that if Wolfwang feels the goo refinement is too complicated, he can hand it over to refinement path goo masters. He only needs to pay the other party. Just pay the corresponding battle merits. If Wolfwang doesn't have enough battle merits, he can borrow 500,000 first. The female goo master timely suggested. Yuan stone was usually used as currency. It was also used as currency. But during battles, because goo masters needed to use large amounts of yuan stone to quickly recover primeval essence, as well as to refine new goo and so on, yuan stone was scarce in large amounts. At this time, battle merits were often used to act as currency. This was not only in northern plains, it was also the same in southern border and other places. Borrowing battle merits was naturally not the treatment of ordinary people. But Fang Yuan was a crucial battle strength. Fang Yuan's strength alone could directly raise the strength of the entire He tribe army. Thus, He Lulan actively promoted this in secret and was happy to see this happen. Fang Yuan nodded, immediately borrowing 500,000 battle merits. This time, his battle achievements became negative, and his ranking directly fell from first place to last place on the leaderboard. In the 15 large tents, the goo masters saw this and gasped in shock. On the battle merit board that was as large as a city wall, the negative 500,000 bright red number was extremely glaring. From the first place, he directly fell to the last place. Such a huge drop was enough to make one's jaw drop. Clamorous discussions rose before gradually calming down. Wolf King's strength and status made them have no choice but to accept this fact. Soon after, the Wolf King announced a few missions, which caused the discussion that had quieted down to become lively again. Capturing wild wolves, collecting souls, peeling off the wolf skin for initial processing, as well as a large number of goo refinement missions. Once completed, they could obtain a lot of battle merits. These missions quickly aroused everyone's passion. In the next few days, Fang Yuan continued to cultivate, mainly focusing on strength path. Because of the turtle jade wolf skin goo, his body could bear even more strength. Several days later, when Fang Yuan's strength broke through the 100 June barrier, he had already obtained over 10,000 rank 1 lurking soul coat goo. But to push to rank 5, these numbers were far from enough. He tribe army rested for another 7 days before breaking camp and advancing towards Dongfang tribe's defensive line. The battle started again. Dongfang Yuliang relied on the tall and sturdy city walls to defend themselves, and came up with many strange schemes, delaying the battle to a large extent, giving He tribe a lot of trouble. But his activity could not make up for the huge gap created in the first battle. Dongfang army's 5 defensive lines were broken through by He tribe. Eventually, Dongfang army retreated to the final defensive line and was surrounded by He tribe at the center of Chao Fu. Dongfang Yuliang, you have no way out. Your defeat is certain. But I still say, a wise man submits to circumstances. As long as you admit defeat, my army's strategist position is still yours. On the twin-headed rhino's back, He Lulan stood with his head held high, his loud voice resounding throughout the battlefield. Chapter 523. Facing He Lulan's surrender, Dongfang Yuliang remained silent. He stood on the city wall, looking at the black mass of enemies in front of him. The wind blew his long hair, and his clothes swayed along with the wind. He sighed softly. Even though he was intelligent and often planned ahead, the gap between the two sides was too big. He still reached this final step. Wisdom path was not an invincible path. Throughout history, goo master paths had emerged endlessly, even Chi path, strength path and others had flourished for a time, but they were not able to destroy the others and dominate the goo master world. Every path had its own strengths and weaknesses. Especially goo master paths, they were built on the foundation of resources. When times changed and the environment changed, the resources that goo masters needed to cultivate decreased, the path's vitality would also deteriorate. Any Gu master who was slightly familiar with history would know that countless paths had been buried in the long river of time. Speaking of which, Wisdom Path had been popular since the remote antiquity era and had been passed down until today. Even though Wisdom Path Gu masters were few in number, such a long-lived path could be said to be unique. In this world, there had never been an invincible path, only invincible Gu masters. But in the whole of history, there were only 9 who could reach the realm of invincibility. Dongfang Yuliang was only a rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu master. Even though he was at the peak of the mortal world, he was still far from invincible. Even though he had his own killer move, 7-star lamp, his primeval essence consumption was huge. It could not last long. Facing a colossus like He tribe, he had already felt that it was hard for him to do anything alone. He had the feeling of being alone. If I were an enslavement path Gu master, maybe I would have a chance to turn the tide. But even enslavement path has to worry about beheading the leader. Even Wolf King Changshan Yin does not dare to lead the wolf group alone and leave the group. Thus, only by advancing to a Gu immortal can I stand above the mortal world. Dongfang Yuliang sighed in his heart. At this time, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stepped forward. Wind Demon, come out and die, he shouted, pointing out Hao Ji Lu's name. Wind Demon was furious, shouting, Hao Ji Lu, don't be so insolent. Saying so, he jumped down from the city wall, activating his Gu while he was still in the air. 2 4-leaf wind blades were formed. It shot out. Why are you only using these old tricks? Water Demon laughed and didn't dodge. Instead, he brazenly went up to meet the attack. Boom, boom, boom. The twin devils of wind and water had already fought more than 10 times, so they were very familiar with each other. Now that they were exchanging blows, the intensity of the battle reached a climax. The wind blades and water bullets collided in midair and exploded. Wind Demon's attacks were sharp. He was good at weaving and moving, while Water Demon's moves were wild and unrestrained. It was majestic and mighty. These 2 people had been famous for a long time. For a moment, their figures were entangled. Their auras were magnificent, but there was no clear victor. The Gu masters of the 2 armies focused their attention on these 2 people. Although many people had experienced the strength of a rank 4 Gu master before, they still felt a sense of fear when they saw it again. After a while, Water Demon gradually gained the upper hand. Wind Devil wasn't in a good state. A Gu master's battle strength had its ups and downs. Like now, the situation was set. Dongfang tribe's morale was low after being heavily surrounded by He tribe. Wind Demon was naturally affected. Seeing his old opponent, who was originally evenly matched, being suppressed by him, Water Demon shouted in joy and attacked even more fiercely. The general was the soldier's courage. Seeing this, He tribe army's morale rose even higher, while Dongfang Alliance army on the city wall fell into an even deeper silence. In the main tent, He Lulan laughed heartily and sent out another rank 4 expert to join the battle. Dongfang Yuliang sent another person to deal with it. But the battle between these 2 rank 4 Gu masters was far less intense than the battle between the twin devils of wind and water. Not only was the thunder loud but the rain small, they were also chatting during the battle, even talking about a certain ancestor of the 2 tribes, and even having a marriage relationship. Dongfang Yuliang's expression turned even more unsightly, while He Lulan's smile became even more intense. Dongfang Alliance army's morale was low. Their hearts were already scattered. Almost all the allied forces were already looking for a way out. He tribe army's morale was high. Rank 4 Gu master experts requested to join the battle. He Lulan smiled and agreed to all of them. Soon, 12 battle circles were opened in front of the 2 armies. I am Pan Ping. Who will fight me? Pan Ping was aggressive, and after getting He Lulan's permission, he became the 13th person to fight. Dongfang Yuliang, however, was silent. From the start of the battle until now, many of the rank 4 Gu masters under him had died. Many experts were overcautious and had already slacked off, pretending to obey but secretly opposing. When the alliance was established, all the leaders and famous experts used poison vow Gu. But the content of the poison vow was not harsh. There were still many loopholes that could be exploited. As the alliance leader, The tribe hoped to tie the other large tribes to their own war chariot. But the other forces were not fools. Thus, the content of this poison vow had been passed down for many years and was obtained through the coordination of countless generations. Now that Pan Ping challenged him, Dongfang Yuliang found that he had no generals to use. He pondered for a moment before giving an order. What? Dongfang Alliance leader actually ordered my father to fight. In the tent behind the city wall, Tang Fong looked at the messenger in front of him with an ugly expression, his eyes almost spewing fire. In the previous battle, Tang tribe leader was attacked by 2 rank 4 Gu masters from He tribe in order to cover his tribesmen's retreat, and was heavily injured. Afterwards, he was bedridden and did not recuperate well. This is the alliance leader's order. Does your Tang tribe want to disobey it? I know your tribe leader is heavily injured and bedridden. However, there are many bedridden clan leaders, but didn't they all go and participate in the battle after receiving the alliance master's orders? The emissary's tone was unyielding, and his gaze towards Tang Fong was filled with undisguised disdain. You! Tang Fong was furious, growling. They are all pretending to be sick. My father is truly injured. All right, little San, don't say any more. In this battle, I, as the Tang tribe leader, have to fight personally. It is our duty to participate in the battle personally. At this time, the pale-faced Tang family patriarch walked out. Good. Dongfang tribe's messenger snorted coldly. He flicked his sleeves and left. But father, your body. Tang Fong was very worried. It will be fine. Tang tribe leader lightly patted his son's shoulder. I have been recuperating these days. My injuries are almost healed. Today's battle is very likely to be the final battle between the two sides. If I don't fight, the situation will not be good. And to the entire tribe, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Tang Fong gritted his teeth. Then father, you have to be careful. Sister is still in the enemy's hands. If there is a chance, I will do my best. Tang tribe leader frowned. He walked out of the tent. He came to the city wall and met with Dongfang Yuliang. Before going down to the battlefield and fighting with Pan Ping, Tang Fong stood on the wall. His gaze was fixed on his father. Young tribe leader, it will be fine. Although Lord Tribe Leader still has poison in his body, today's battle is different from the past. Everyone is holding back. A Tang tribe elder consoled. When Tang Fong saw that his father and Pan Ping were locked in a stalemate, the worry in his heart lessened by a lot. But at this time, Pan Ping suddenly erupted, pulling out the scimitar that was hanging on his waist. In everyone's eyes, a bright white light flashed and disappeared. When they looked again, Tang tribe leader's head was separated from his body. Ah, father! Tang Fong was stunned for a while before crying out in grief. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. Both sides were stunned for a few breaths of time before a noisy discussion broke out. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu has been taken by me, Pan Ping. Pan Ping's eyes shined with a bloodthirsty light. He raised Tang tribe leader's head and shouted excitedly. Tang Fong's vision darkened. He fainted on the spot. What was that? I only saw a flash of light. It was too fast. I could not see it clearly. I wonder what Gu it is, or is it Pan Ping's killer move? Pan Ping suddenly killed an expert of the same rank. For a moment, he was in the limelight. Even Fong Yuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at him. Northern Plains was vast. It was a battlefield of hundreds of battles. Countless battles had tempered countless experts. These experts might have some trump cards that they had been hiding all along, not letting anyone know about them. Although Pan Ping was a rank 4 Gu master, he was not famous. Among all the rank 4 Gu masters, he was not famous. But after this battle, he stepped on Tang tribe leader's corpse and became famous. Pan Ping's face was full of joy. He returned victorious. He Lulan laughed heartily. He ordered his men to bring his wine cup and rewarded it to Pan Ping. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader, for your reward. Pan Ping stood upright in the main tent. He drank the wine in his cup and looked around. He was in high spirits. He obtained this goo worm purely by accident. Once, several tribes opened a market. He saw that this scimitar was exquisite and bought it to play with. But he did not expect to discover the secret of this scimitar when he played with it. There was a cold light on the scimitar's blade. This cold light was actually a mysterious goo worm. Pan Ping spent a lot of effort to refine this goo worm. Although he did not know the name of this goo, it had killed many strong enemies for him. Its attacks were extremely sharp. He had been looking forward to the upcoming battle for the imperial court. Originally, during the first battle between He tribe and Dongfang army, he had requested to be the first to fight. At that time, he wanted to use this goo to kill a strong enemy under everyone's watchful eyes. He wanted to become famous in one battle. But Tang Miaoming named him and challenged Wolf King Changshan Yin. This made Pan Ping very depressed. What made him even more depressed was that Fang Yuan did not act according to common sense. He directly attacked and skipped the challenge round, causing the two armies to fight. The chance that Pan Ping had been waiting for was gone just like that. Although there was an intense battle afterwards, it was not the environment that Pan Ping wanted. However, today's battle finally gave me a chance. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu is a famous person. After this battle, my status will rise sharply and I can almost become He tribe's #1 battle general. After all, although water demon Hao Ji Lu is more famous, he has not been able to take down wind demon. As for Wolf King Changshan Yin, he is an enslavement path goo master. I will not compete with him. Pan Ping looked around and felt that everyone's gaze towards him had changed. The pleasure in his heart became even more intense. Chapter 524. In Ayu Blessed Land. A slender jade corridor extended on the surface of the lake, leading to a lone pavilion. Outside the pavilion, it was drizzling and a cool breeze was blowing. Different from the outside world, the rain here fell from the bottom to the top. The name Inayu came from this. After the female goo immortal Tanbaya, the Blessed Land welcomed a new guest. Junior He by greets Senior Dongfang. The newcomer had the appearance of an ordinary middle-aged man, but he was a genuine rank 6 goo immortal. You and I have not met for 70 years. At that time, I remember you were still He tribe leader and almost entered the main imperial court. The white-haired Dongfang Naganori chuckled, gesturing with his gaze. Please sit. He Bai sat on the stone stool, slightly bowing. I am ashamed to say this, Junior was supported by the tribe at that time, but ultimately lost to Lu tribe. Hee hee. Dongfang Naganori laughed. That's right, the Lu tribe leader at that time was Lu Yifeng, a peerless talent, a genius rarely seen in 100 years. Senior's memory is not bad. Junior is an admiration. Dongfang Naganori slowly shook his head. We wisdom path goo masters, since we need to make deductions, we will pay attention to the collection of every piece of information. But although Lu Yifeng was dazzling, he failed to advance to goo immortal realm in the end. Among the geniuses of that generation, the one who had the last laugh was you, the one known as He tribe Rockman. Senior is overpraising me. Junior was just lucky. You don't need to belittle yourself. Becoming a goo immortal is as hard as ascending to heaven. Often among 10,000 rank 5 goo masters, there might not even be one who succeeds. Sigh, I won't hide it from you. Over the past few years, I've investigated many of the younger generations. Now, my hope lies on this kid. Dongfang Naganori said, pointing his right index finger, and a colorful smoke rose from the center of the stone table, reflecting the battle situation in northern plains Chaofu. Coincidentally, the two goo immortals saw Pan Ping brandishing his curved blade and killing Tang tribe leader in one move. He Bai raised his brows, lightly exclaiming, This is interesting, if I am not wrong. This goo should be a soul blade goo. The soul blade goo's power was unique. Once activated, it could ignore the defense of the same rank. It was created by goo immortal blade demon. It had a special shape. It was just a cold blade light that had to reside on the blade. This goo feeds on sabers, and the sabers that it parasitizes will gradually shrink. In the end, it disappeared into thin air. Dongfang Naganori nodded. That's right. The highest single blade goo could reach was rank 6. Back then, Blade Demon relied on the rank 6 soul blade goo to stand alone, and no one dared to provoke him. But in the end, she was defeated by the Butterfly Sword Fairy. The Saber Demon was killed on the spot, and the Blessed Land was devoured by the Butterfly Sword Immortal. The goo recipe of the rank 6 soul blade goo was not passed down. However, right now, there were still many lone blade gu in the mortal world. These were all gifted by Blade Demon when he was touring the world while disguised as a mortal. Looks like this lucky junior received one of the gifts from the Saber Demon. Senior's knowledge is vast. Today, I've learned something new, Heibai said with heartfelt admiration. Dongfang Naganori was a famous wisdom path gu immortal in Northern Plains. He had countless battle achievements in his life, and many gu immortals were schemed against by him. When he was just born, Dongfang tribe was already on the decline. It was after he became a gu immortal that he single-handedly supported and schemed from many sides, making enemies fight against each other. His methods were superb and ingenious, allowing Dongfang tribe to regain its former glory. He was a rank 7 gu immortal, a fully deserving giant of Northern Plains, and the pillar of Dongfang tribe. But now, his lifespan was almost up, and he did not have much time left. Thus he was anxious to leave behind his inheritance. Previously, Dongfang Naganori had high standards, and chose a few gu immortals, but none of them caught his fancy. Now, although Dongfang Yuliang did not meet all of his standards, he was still a rather satisfactory candidate. Lifespan gu were hard to find, even though Dongfang tribe was a super tribe, one of the largest forces in Northern Plains. Of course, this was also because the Righteous Path gu immortals had privately banded together and prohibited the sale of lifespan gu to Dongfang Naganori. Similarly, the demonic path gu immortals who had been schemed against by Dongfang Naganori hated Dongfang Naganori to the bone. Dongfang Naganori had schemed against countless people, and at the final juncture of his life, he was schemed against by countless people. He himself was clear that he had offended too many gu immortals. Even the Righteous Path did not want to see him continue living. Heibai understood that this meeting with Dongfang Naganori would be the last time he would see this legendary gu immortal of Northern Plains. Thus, he was filled with admiration and nostalgia. The colorful smoke on the stone table continued to surge, showing the situation of the battlefield to the two without leaving out any details. Dongfang army originally had a disparity in terms of formation, and after Pan Ping killed Tang tribe leader, Dongfang tribe's disadvantage became even greater. Eventually, Dongfang Yuliang directly invited He Lulan to battle, and personally went to battle. He wanted to rely on his own strength to struggle for a trace of hope. But in the end, he and He Lulan fought to a draw. When night fell, He Lulan gave the order to launch an all-out attack. As night fell, the Night Wolves' battle strength rose sharply. Wave after wave of wolf tides, under Fang Yuan's command, attacked Dongfang army's final defensive line. Dongfang army's morale was low, and their hearts were in chaos. Even though Dongfang Yuliang had made many arrangements, the defensive line only lasted for a few minutes before it was broken. Dongfang Yuliang had no choice but to admit defeat. At this point, the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe came to an end. The personal grudge between He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang also came to an end with He Lulan's victory. This junior, Dongfang Yuliang, has no other problems, but he is too concerned about his sister. In order to protect his sister, he actually divided a portion of the army and formed a rear army, placing his sister inside. Dongfang Alliance Army's military strength was originally weaker than He tribe's. This division caused the difference in military strength to become even greater. If not for this, the first battle's outcome would not have been so great. Heibai, I've let you see a joke. Dongfang Naganori calmly looked at Kai Yen, smiling faintly. After He tribe army stabilized the situation, the supply camp slowly entered the broken defensive line and began to receive the captives and clean up the battlefield. Victory and defeat are common in military affairs. If this time is not successful, there is still the next time. In my opinion, Dongfang Yuliang is already very outstanding. He preserved the tribe's strength. He did it even more meticulously than me. His love for the tribe is already very valuable. This is already extremely valuable, Heibai said. That's right. Dongfang Naganori sighed. If other tribesmen die, they die. But we both have the bloodline of Giant Sun ancestor. Back then, when the ancestor established the imperial court, wasn't one of the goals to weaken other tribes and protect the bloodline? Unfortunately, even a grand existence like Giant Sun Immortal died from the exhaustion of his lifespan. In this world, How can there be anything that is eternal and indestructible? Heibai did not speak. He only listened quietly. Dongfang Naganori restrained his emotions and chuckled, stretching out his hand towards Heibai. All right, now it is time to talk about the proper matters. Yes. Heibai took out a list from his storage goo and handed it to Dongfang Naganori. The list was filled with densely packed contents. It was a vast amount of resources. Dongfang tribe had lost in this imperial court contest. They had become He tribe's captive. According to the rules set by Giant Sun, immortal back then, Dongfang tribe could pay a certain amount of resources to redeem themselves. Dongfang tribe and He tribe were both super tribes. They had more than one Gu immortal. The battle between the two behemoths was nothing more than a game called the Battle for the Royal Court. The main goal, it was to weaken other tribes through war, expand one's own tribe, select and absorb talents. This grand scheme that enveloped northern plains was naturally not Dongfang tribe's doing, or He tribe's Gu immortals' doing. Rather, it was the doing of one of the 9 invincible sovereigns, Giant Sun immortal. Dongfang Naganori received the list. He carefully looked through it. The resources on the list were not only huge in scale, many of them also involved Dongfang tribe's unique Gu worms, or newly developed Gu recipes. But Dongfang Naganori did not have the slightest reluctance. He lightly nodded and agreed. Winner takes all. Since we failed, we should pay the price. Let's do it like this. Losers pay the price. This was originally the rule set by Giant Sun Immortal. In history, there were several times when some tribes were unwilling to pay this kind of war reparations, and all of them ended up in the miserable state of being exterminated. By now, not a single tribe dared to not abide by it. This was the game rule of Northern Plains' righteous path. If any tribe did not abide by it, they would be ostracized and become the target of everyone else. In the night sky of the battlefield, a huge ring of light suddenly appeared. The ring of light stabilized and formed a giant light door that was over 60 meters tall. The light door shone for 1,000 li. It slowly opened and formed a jade light path. From the door, a young female Gu master walked out. She held the token, and under everyone's gaze, she slowly landed in front of He Lulan. I am the envoy. I am here to welcome Dongfang tribe. She was expressionless, and her voice was cold. The two completed the handover on the spot. After looking at the war reparations, He Lulan was overjoyed. He had made a fortune. With so many resources, he would be able to equip even more Gu masters. Especially after taking in the surrendered tribes, his military strength would increase by at least 50% from his original foundation. We will meet again. Since the result was decided, Dongfang Yuliang was carefree. He elegantly bid farewell to He Lulan and led his tribesmen on the light path, entering the light door. Because they had absorbed many surrendered tribes, Dongfang tribe's scale had increased by over 30%. This is great. Even if we lose, we can hide in a blessed land. There is no choice. They are a super tribe with Gu immortals protecting them. All right, let's cheer up. Surrendering to He tribe is also a turning point. As long as we win a few battles, we can make up for our losses. If we are lucky enough to enter Imperial Court blessed land and obtain those inheritances, we will have a chance to prosper. Everyone looked at the ring of light in the sky and discussed. Fang Yuan calmly looked at this scene. This war that happened once every 10 years affected the entire northern plains, causing the destruction of countless families and the meteoric rise of countless people. In essence, it was a game for predators to hunt for food together. Some people were immersed in it, chasing after fame and fortune. Some people were crying and crying, feeling so much pain that they wished they were dead. As for himself, he watched coldly from the side, but he had his own plans. All living beings were nothing more than this. Chapter 525. Facing He Lulan's surrender, Dongfang Yuliang remained silent. He stood on the city wall, looking at the black mass of enemies in front of him. The wind blew his long hair, and his clothes swayed with the wind. He sighed softly. Even though he had countless schemes and often planned ahead, the gap between the two was too big. He still reached this final step. Wisdom path was not an invincible path. Throughout history, Gu master paths emerged endlessly, blossoming like 100 flowers. Even Chi Path, Strength Path, and others were popular for a time, but they did not destroy the others and dominate the Gu Master world. Every path had its own merits and flaws. Especially Gu Master paths, they were built on the foundation of resources. When times change and the environment changes, the resources Gu Masters need to cultivate decrease. The vitality of the path would also age. Any Gu Master who was slightly familiar with history would know that countless paths had been buried in the long river of time. Speaking of which, Wisdom Path had been popular since the remote antiquity era and had been passed down to this day. Even though Wisdom Path Gu Masters were few in number, such a long-lived path could be said to be a unique one. In this world, there had never been an invincible path, only invincible Gu Masters. But in the whole of history, there were only 9 who could reach the realm of invincibility. Dongfang Yuliang was only a rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu Master. Although he was at the peak of the mortal world, he was still far from invincible. Even though he had a unique killer move, 7-star lamp, his primeval essence consumption was huge and could not last for long. Facing a colossus like He Tribe, he had already felt that it was hard for him to do anything alone. He had the feeling of being alone. If I were an enslavement path Gu Master, I might have a chance to turn the tide. But even enslavement path has to worry about beheading the leader. Even Wolf King Changshan Yin does not dare to lead the wolf group alone and leave the group. Thus, only by advancing to Gu Immortal can I stand above the mortal world. Dongfang Yuliang sighed in his heart. At this time, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stepped forward to fight. Wind Demon, get your ass out here and accept your death, he shouted loudly, calling out Wind Demon by name. Wind Demon was enraged. He growled, Hao Ji Lu, don't be so insolent. Saying so, he jumped down from the city wall, activating his Gu while he was still in the air. 2 4-leaf wind blades formed and shot out. Why do you only use these old tricks? Water Demon laughed and didn't dodge. Instead, he brazenly went up to meet it. Boom, boom, boom. The twin devils of wind and water had already fought more than 10 times, so they were very familiar with each other. Now that they were exchanging blows, the intensity of the battle reached a climax. The wind blades and water bullets collided in midair and exploded. Wind Demon's attacks were sharp, and he was good at weaving in and out, while Water Demon's moves were wild and majestic. These 2 people had been famous for a long time. For a moment, their figures were entangled. Their auras were magnificent, but there was no clear victor. The Gu Masters of the 2 armies focused their attention on these 2 people. Although many people had experienced the strength of a rank 4 Gu Master before, they still felt a sense of fear when they saw it again. After a while, Water Demon gradually gained the upper hand. Wind Devil wasn't in a good state. A Gu Master's battle strength had its ups and downs. Like now, the situation was set. Dongfang Tribe's morale was low after being heavily surrounded by He Tribe, and Wind Devil was naturally affected. Seeing his old opponent, who was originally evenly matched, being suppressed by him, Water Demon shouted in joy and attacked even more fiercely. The general was the soldier's courage. Seeing this, He Tribe Army's morale rose even higher, while Dongfang Alliance Army on the city wall fell into an even deeper silence. In the main tent, He Lulan laughed heartily and sent out another rank 4 expert to join the battle. Dongfang Yuliang sent another person to deal with it. But the battle between these 2 rank 4 Gu Masters was far less intense than the battle between the twin devils of wind and water. Not only was the thunder loud but the rain small, they were also chatting during the battle, even talking about a certain ancestor of the 2 tribes, and even having a marriage alliance. Dongfang Yuliang's expression became even more unsightly, while He Lulan's smile became even more intense. Dongfang Alliance Army's morale was low, and their hearts were already scattered. Almost all the allied forces were already looking for a path of retreat. He Tribe Army's morale was high, and the rank 4 Gu Master experts requested to join the battle. He Lulan smiled and agreed to all of them. Soon, 12 battle circles were created in front of the 2 armies. I am Pan Ping. Who will fight me? Pan Ping was aggressive, and after getting He Lulan's permission, he became the 13th person to fight. Dongfang Yuliang, however, was silent. Up until now, Many of the rank 4 Gu masters under him had died. Many experts were overcautious and had already slacked off, pretending to obey but secretly opposing. When the alliance was established, all the leaders and famous experts used poison vow Gu. But the content of the poison vow was not harsh, and there were still many loopholes that could be exploited. As the alliance leader, the tribe hoped to tie the other large tribes to their own war chariot. But the other forces were not fools. Thus, the content of this poison vow had been passed down for many years and was obtained through the coordination of countless generations. Now that Pan Ping challenged him, Dongfang Yuliang found that he had no generals to use. He pondered for a moment before giving an order. What? Dongfang alliance leader actually ordered my father to fight. In the tent behind the city wall, Tang Fong looked at the messenger in front of him with an ugly expression, his eyes almost spewing fire. In the previous battle, Tang tribe leader was attacked by 2 rank 4 Gu masters from He tribe in order to cover his tribesmen's retreat, and was heavily injured. Afterwards, he was bedridden and did not recuperate well. This is the alliance leader's order. Does your Tang tribe want to disobey it? I know your tribe leader is heavily injured and is bedridden. However, there are plenty of bedridden clan leaders, but haven't they all gone to participate in the battle after receiving the alliance master's orders? The envoy's tone was unyielding, and his gaze towards Tang Fong was filled with undisguised disdain. You! Tang Fong was furious, growling. They are all pretending to be sick. My father is truly injured. All right, little San, don't say any more. I, as Tang tribe leader, have a responsibility to participate in this battle. At this time, Tang tribe leader walked out with a pale expression. Humph, good. Dong Fong snorted coldly, flicking his sleeves as he left. But father, your body. Tang Fong was extremely worried. It will be fine. Tang tribe leader lightly patted his son's shoulder. I have been recuperating these days. My injuries are almost healed. Today's battle is very likely to be the final battle between the two sides. If I don't fight, the situation will not be good. And to the entire tribe, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Tang Fong gritted his teeth. Then father, you have to be careful. Sister is still in the enemy's hands. If there is a chance, I will do my best. Tang tribe leader frowned, walking out of the tent. He came to the city wall and met with Dongfang Yuliang, before going down to the battlefield and engaging in an intense battle with Pan Ping. Tang Fong stood on the wall, his gaze fixed on his father. Young tribe leader, it's fine. Although Lord Tribe Leader still has poison lingering in his body, today's battle is different from the past. Everyone is holding back. A Tang tribe elder consoled. When Tang Fong saw that his father and Pan Ping were locked in a stalemate, the worry in his heart lessened by a lot. But at this time, Pan Ping suddenly erupted, pulling out the scimitar that was hanging on his waist. In front of everyone's eyes, a bright white light flashed and then disappeared. When they looked again, Tang tribe leader's head was separated from his body. Ah, father! Tang Fong was stunned for a while, before crying out in grief. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. Both sides were stunned for a few breaths of time before a noisy discussion broke out. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu has been captured by me, Pan Ping. Pan Ping's eyes shined with a bloodthirsty light. He raised Tang tribe leader's head and shouted excitedly. Tang Fong's vision turned dark. He fainted on the spot. What was that? I only saw a flash of light. It was too fast. I could not see it clearly. I wonder what Gu it is, or is it Pan Ping's killer move? Pan Ping suddenly killed an expert of the same rank. He was in the limelight. Even Fong Yuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at him. Northern Plains was vast. It was a battlefield of hundreds of battles. Countless battles had tempered countless experts. These experts might have some trump cards that they had been hiding all along, not letting anyone know about them. Although Pan Ping was a rank 4 Gu master, he was not famous. Among all the rank 4 Gu masters, he was not famous. But after this battle, he stepped on Tang tribe leader's corpse and became famous. Pan Ping's face was full of joy. He returned victorious. He Lulan laughed heartily. He ordered his men to bring his wine cup and rewarded it to Pan Ping. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader, for your reward. Pan Ping stood upright in the main tent. He drank the wine in his cup and looked around. He was in high spirits. He obtained this goo worm purely by accident. Once, when several tribes opened a market, he saw that this scimitar was exquisite and bought it to play with. But he did not expect to discover the secret of this scimitar when he played with it. There was a cold light on the scimitar's blade. This cold light was actually a mysterious goo worm. Pan Ping spent a lot of effort to refine this goo worm. Although he did not know the name of this goo, it had killed many strong enemies for him. Its attacks were extremely sharp. He had been looking forward to the upcoming battle for the imperial court. Originally, during the first battle between He tribe and Dongfang army, he had requested to be the first to fight. At that time, he wanted to use this goo to kill a strong enemy under everyone's watchful eyes. He wanted to become famous in one battle. But Tang Miaoming named him and challenged Wolf King Changshan Yin. This made Pan Ping very depressed. What made him even more depressed was that Fang Yuan did not act according to common sense. He directly attacked and skipped the challenge round, causing the two armies to fight. Pan Ping's long-awaited chance was gone just like that. Although there was an intense battle afterwards, it was not the environment Pan Ping wanted. However, in today's battle, I finally grasped the chance. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu is a famous person. After this battle, my status will rise sharply and I can almost become He tribe's #1 battle general. After all, although water demon Hao Ji Lu is more famous, he has not taken down wind demon yet. As for Wolf King Changshan Yin, he is an enslavement path goo master. I will not compete with him. Pan Ping looked around and felt that everyone's gaze towards him had changed. The pleasure in his heart became even more intense. Chapter 526. Inside the tent, there was silence. On the vermilion table, there was a tall pile of documents. From time to time, a gust of wind would pass through the curtains, bringing with it the fragrance of wild grass, flipping a few pages of the books on the top layer. Outside the window, the weather was sunny, and from time to time, the neighing of warhorses or hump wolves could be heard. This instead added to the tranquility of the tent. As Ma tribe's young tribe leader, Maringjia was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, bending over the table and helping his father with the alliance's matters. Ever since Ma tribe launched a sneak attack and exterminated Fei tribe, the biggest obstacle in the Heroes' Assembly was removed. In the following Tian Chuan Heroes' Assembly, Ma tribe suppressed Chung tribe and became the alliance leader. After swearing an oath, Ma tribe's military strength immediately rose to 600,000. Their army was at its peak. After that, Ma tribe fought in all directions, starting from Tianchuan and marching towards the southwest. Along the way, they looked for beast groups or stubborn local forces to attack, constantly refining their troops and consolidating their battle strength. Because of their successive victories, they absorbed the defeated tribes and grew stronger again, creating high morale. Now, Ma tribe was near the Mirror Lake and finally met an opponent of the same level, Song Tribe Alliance Army. Currently, Ma tribe was constructing the first line of defense. Report. At this time, an investigative goo master's voice came from outside the tent. A glint flashed across Ma Yingjie's eyes. He knew that if there was a report, it must be something urgent or important. Thus, he put down his work and called out, "Come in." The travel-worn investigative goo master heard the call and was about to step into the tent, but was stopped by the guard. "Do you know the rules? Change your shoes. Don't dirty the carpet in the tent." The investigative goo master quickly apologized and changed his shoes before entering the tent. Seeing Ma Yingjie, he immediately knelt on one knee. Subordinate greets young tribe leader. "I have brought important military information from Yution's side." After he reported in a concise manner, Ma Yingjie asked him in detail, and after 15 minutes, he dismissed him. He tribe defeated Dongfang tribe and won the first crucial battle. Ma Yingjie's heart was heavy. The battle for the imperial court had been conducted countless times. At his level, he had already thoroughly understood the rules of the game. He knew the importance of winning the first battle. After He tribe defeats Dongfang tribe, they would receive a large amount of compensation. These war reparations included many of Dongfang tribe's newest goo recipes, as well as a vast amount of war resources. As long as they digested these resources and absorbed the captives, He tribe army's battle strength would increase by 5 times. In the history of the struggle for the imperial court, the first battle is the most crucial. Once they won the first battle, they would obtain the basic capital. Losing the first battle would almost always result in elimination. There were very few examples of a comeback. He tribe has already obtained the first victory while our Ma tribe is still in a deadlock with Song tribe. Fei Kai cautiously came to the entrance of the tent, trying not to make any noise. The two Gu masters guarding the entrance glanced at him before shifting their gazes. Ever since the Fei family was annihilated, the ignorant Fei Kai was chosen by Ma Yingjie and luckily became his personal servant, avoiding the miserable situation of the other clansmen. His daily job was to place the shoes at the entrance of the tent. Ma Yingjie had a clean nature. Every time a guest entered his tent, they would have to change their shoes to avoid dirtying his luxurious carpet. After every guest's shoes were worn, Fei Kai was in charge of washing them before placing them on the ground. But this time, it was different from the past. Fei Kai held the shoes worn by the investigative Gu master in his hand and hesitated for a moment before stuffing the other pair of shoes into his pocket. No one noticed his small action. Fei Kai left without any danger, and after passing over 10 tents, he arrived at the side of the pond. He squatted beside the pond and started to wash the shoes that had been worn by someone. He was so focused that he did not even notice someone coming from behind him. "Hey, big idiot, why are you so serious about washing shoes?" A small hand suddenly slapped Fei Kai's shoulder. Fei Kai jumped in fright. He turned around and saw a little girl. She looked like she was carved out of jade. Her eyes were bright and sparkling. It was Zhao Lianyun. Ever since Zhao Lianyun used the 3 words tiger, wolf, and sheep to persuade the Zhao clan leader, the Zhao clan migrated for a long distance. After a few twists and turns, they arrived at the Ma clan's camp without any mishaps and were personally welcomed by the Ma clan leader. Zhao tribe successfully merged into Ma tribe army and received the attention and warm hospitality of Ma tribe's higher-ups. "Oh, it's you, Lady Xiao Yun." Fei Kai saw Zhao Lianyun and immediately revealed a silly smile. His father's death caused him to sink into endless sorrow. By chance, he became Ma Yingjie's personal servant and was also ostracized by the old slave servants and had no friends. After Zhao Lianyun made fun of him several times, he became his only friend. Thus, when he saw this little girl, he was extremely happy. "Lady Xiao Yun, I have something to give you." Fei Kai lowered his voice and moved his head close to Zhao Lianyun's ear. Zhao Lianyun pushed his head away and shouted unhappily, "Hey, you damn big head, don't get so close. Don't you know the difference between men and women?" Fei Kai was pushed away by her and almost fell into the water, but he didn't care and secretly opened his shirt, revealing the shoes he brought out, and said as if he was asking for praise, "Look, what is this?" Zhao Lianyun looked at it with disdain. "So it's a pair of smelly shoes. One look and you can tell it's been worn. Damn big head, you're so stupid. You actually gave me such a gift. I can't wear it, and I won't wear this pair of smelly shoes." Fei Kai said, "Lady Xiao Yun, didn't you say a few days ago that you lacked yuan stone flowers? This pair of shoes is exquisitely made. We can secretly sell it to the black market and exchange it for some yuan stone flowers." Zhao Lianyun raised his eyebrows and looked at Fei Kai in a new light. "Good, big idiot. You actually thought of abusing your authority and reselling public property? Good. I didn't know you had such a trick up your sleeve. But how much can this pair of shoes be sold for?" "My daily allowance is more than 10 times the price of this pair of shoes." "You're so considerate, You should sell it. Your clothes are tattered. You should change them." Fei Kai rubbed his nose and shook his head. "No need. My clothes can still be worn. Actually, I didn't think of it. Those old slave servants all do this. There are a lot of shoes anyway, and Gu masters often wear them out. Lord Young tribe leader is also very clean, and every once in a while, he would get someone to change these shoes for a new batch." Zhao Lianyun nodded. Snakes have their ways, and rats have their ways. Servants have lowly status, but they also have their own way of survival. Especially people like Fei Kai. Although he was a slave and lost his freedom, he was close to Ma Yingjie, and was usually the first to receive information about Ma tribe's higher-ups. Zhao tribe had now joined Ma tribe army, and Zhao Lianyun intentionally got close to Fei Kai. He actually had the intention of gathering information. Right at this time, a commotion was heard. Where is Fei Kai? Come out quickly. Fei Kai, you've caused a huge disaster. You actually dared to steal young tribe leader's shoes? Young tribe leader wanted to walk out of the tent, but found that he didn't have his own shoes. Fei Kai, you are simply too daring. Your crime is unforgivable. A group of old slaves shouted and rushed in from the entrance, searching for traces of Fei Kai in the crowd. Fei Kai's face suddenly turned pale. Oh no, I was discovered. Miss Xiao Yun, quickly leave. This matter has nothing to do with you. I can't drag you down. I'll go and beg for forgiveness from young tribe leader now. Beg for forgiveness, my ass. Zhao Lianyun growled, his expression extremely ugly. You idiot, you still don't know that you've been schemed against. Quickly run with me. Fei Kai was confused, but was pulled by Zhao Lianyun and ran into the alleyway. Damn it, the intersection here is also blocked. Zhao Lianyun relied on his familiarity with the terrain and continuously brought Fei Kai, and in the end found that there were 4 entrances and 3 small back doors were all blocked. Miss Xiao Yun, quickly leave. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Fei Kai was dizzy from being led by Zhao Lianyun and had long lost his sense of direction. His tone was anxious, as he was unwilling to implicate Zhao Lianyun, his only friend. Zhao Lianyun angrily stomped his feet and continuously roared in his heart, Do you think it's easy for me to find a spy? In this day and age, where could one find a fool like Fei Kai? Those old slaves were all as slippery as a rat, asking for money when I asked them to give me some information, and what they said was half true and half false, and half false and half true. They were jealous of Fei Kai, this newcomer, and wanted to get rid of him. As expected, wherever there are people, there will be Jianghu, and there will be schemes. No way. I can't take this lying down. If you dare to touch my people, you're courting death. Zhao Lianyun's expression was gloomy, and he racked his brains, while the voices of the old slave came to his ears. So there's nothing. We've searched the pool, there's nothing. Could it be that he's already left? How is that possible? Our people have been watching, and they definitely saw that brat come in. We haven't searched there yet, let's go. Hearing the footsteps of the old slave, Zhao Lianyun suddenly thought of an idea. Big fool, the heavens have not forsaken you. Fortunately, I just came back from the market and bought a piece of silk, Zhao Lianyun said, and took out a piece of fine and smooth silk from his arms. This silk, she originally wanted to use it to make clothes. Big fool, as long as you listen to my arrangements, according to what I say, this time it may be a good thing for you. Zhao Lianyun stuffed the silk into Fei Kai's hands. Fei Kai looked confused. Zhao Lianyun quickly moved her lips and told Fei Kai her arrangements. After a dozen breaths, Fei Kai took the initiative to walk out and was discovered by the old slave. They were overjoyed and surrounded him, but Fei Kai clenched his fists, and as if he had gone crazy, he knocked several old slaves to the ground. Rebellious, rebellious. This dog actually dares to hit us old seniors. Fei Kai, you've made a big mistake. The young master is looking for you, and we're here to catch you, but you actually dare to resist. Chapter 527. These old slaves were all old and senile, and Fei Kai looked like he had gone crazy, so they could only surround Fei Kai, not daring to move forward. Fei Kai stared angrily, kicking away the old slave in front of him. Filthy thing. I am going to pay my respects to the young tribe leader. Don't block my way. The old slave were ashamed and angry at the same time, their eyes flashing with a sinister and cunning light, but they did not dare to move forward. They could already see that Fei Kai's chest was bulging. Many of them sneered in their hearts. This silly lad. He really dared to steal. So be it if he stole the shoes, but he just had to steal the young tribe leader's shoes. Ha ha ha. His luck is really bad. I wanted to push him down and make him sweep the latrine, but now, I'm afraid he will lose his life. Serves him right. Is it so easy to be the personal servant of the young tribe leader? Fei Kai was half surrounded by the old slave as he walked towards the young tribe leader's tent. The 2 Gu masters guarding the tent looked at Fei Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. Jie stood at the entrance of the tent, his expression grim. He was tired from handling official business and wanted to go out for a walk, but he found that his shoes were gone. He called over his personal old slave, and the old slave told him that it was very likely that the new young slave had stolen it and sold it for money. The old slave also told Jie that this was actually not the first time Fei Kai had stolen. Jie was naturally furious. He did not expect that his moment of benevolence would attract a thief instead. Fei Kai was anxious and fearful. His heart was already filled with panic, but he remembered Zhao Lianyun's words and walked towards Jie with his head held high and chest puffed out, showing a heroic and spirited appearance. Jie looked at him, secretly amazed. The old slave escorting Fei Kai followed behind Fei Kai as if they were escorting him. More importantly, Fei Kai did not panic at all. Could it be that he was not the one who stole it? Unknowingly, a part of Ma Yingjie's anger was replaced by curiosity and doubt. This lowly one greets Lord Young clan leader. Fei Kai knelt on the ground and said in a loud and clear voice. Ma Yingjie looked down at Fei Kai, who was at his feet, and shouted in a displeased tone, "Did you steal my shoes?" "This lowly one has never stolen your shoes, my lord. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to do it." Fei Kai flatly denied. "He's lying. His bosom is bulging. Just look at what he's carrying." Behind him, the old slave immediately shouted. Fei Kai snorted coldly and opened his clothes, revealing a ball of snow-white high-quality silk. He carefully took out the silk and slowly opened it, revealing a pair of shoes inside. When Jie saw that the pair of shoes were exactly the ones he was wearing, he couldn't help but sneer. "Good, very good. The evidence is here. For a thief to be able to act as righteously as you, it is really rare. Please investigate this, young clan leader." Fei Kai didn't refute. He only used his hands to support the shoes and respectfully placed them on the ground. Then, he put his forehead on the ground, looking like he was ready to be punished. "Lord Young clan leader, the evidence is conclusive. Please punish this abominable dog thing." Yes, he actually dared to steal young clan leader's shoes. In the future, he will steal even more things. His hands and feet are too dirty. In the opinion of the old slave, we should just cut off his hands. The old slave spoke one after another. The contents were vicious and ruthless. Fei Kai's heart trembled as he listened, but he kept Zhao Lianyun's words in mind and didn't open his mouth to refute. This kind of scene made Ma Yingjie a little interested. Executing a slave was not a big deal. However, Ma Yingjie had always flaunted himself as wise and benevolent. He restrained himself, hoping that he could take over the clan in the future and become a wise leader. Especially now, as the leader of the army, every move of the Ma clan was seen by others. Because of a small matter like stealing shoes, would it be called cruel to execute a slave rashly? Ma Yingjie also had such concerns in his heart. A good reputation was easy to build, but hard to maintain. Therefore, he asked, "I've always been fair. Fei Kai, I'll give you a chance to defend yourself." Fei Kai immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He had waited for Ma Yingjie's words according to Zhao Lianyun's instructions. This gave him great confidence. He immediately secretly decided to answer everything according to Zhao Lianyun's instructions. Therefore, he answered, "My father died because of the clan's internal strife. Young clan leader annihilated the Fei clan to avenge my father's death. Young clan leader is so wise and benevolent. Why would I do something like biting the hand that feeds me?" When Ma Yingjie heard the words wise and benevolent, his mood immediately improved. He asked warmly, "Oh, could it be that you have some ulterior motives?" But Fei Kai shook his head. "There are no ulterior motives. It's just that I want to repay young clan leader. But what can I do? I'm just a mortal and can't fight for young clan leader. I'm stupid and can't give advice for young clan leader. I'm just your personal servant. I only know how to wash your shoes and place them properly." I put myself in your shoes and thought, wouldn't young clan leader's feet feel cold after wearing these shoes for so long? Therefore, I used all my savings to buy this piece of silk and wrapped young clan leader's shoes in front of my chest. This way, young clan leader won't feel cold when you wear these shoes. "Oh, so it's like this." Ma Yingjie was greatly surprised when he heard this. He was a neat freak. If Fei Kai directly put the shoes in his chest, he would be disgusted instead. But using silk to wrap the shoes was different. Furthermore, this piece of high-quality silk was the real deal. Who would use this kind of fabric to wrap shoes? This Fei Kai is a good servant. He's really considerate. Ma Yingje's thoughts turned at lightning speed. The gaze he looked at Fei Kai quietly changed. If what Fei Kai said was true, then his loyalty was clear and it was really touching. At this moment, Fei Kai kowtowed fiercely. Young clan leader, I'm guilty. Oh? What are you guilty of? Ma Yingje looked at Fei Kai with an obvious smile on his lips. Fei Kai answered, I only cared about warming young clan leader's shoes. I forgot that it would be extremely inconvenient if young clan leader wanted to go out. I'm guilty. Please punish me, young clan leader. Ma Yingje let out a long sigh. I have more than one pair of shoes. I only called you over today because I saw that the pair I usually wear was missing. Fortunately, I nearly blamed my loyal servant wrongly. Young clan leader, you can't listen to his side of the story. Young clan leader, this kid is deceiving people with lies. He's crafty and full of flowery words. The old slave behind him shouted anxiously when they saw that the usually dull and foolish Fei Kai actually had a glib tongue and forcefully turned the tables in front of their eyes. At this moment, Fei Kai said again, Please investigate clearly, young clan leader. Stealing shoes has indeed happened before, but I've never done it before. On the contrary, it's these old slave behind me who have done it many times. After I took up this position, these old slave hinted to me many times, so they developed jealousy and hatred towards me. I'm not afraid of investigation and punishment. I plead young clan leader to send someone to investigate and clear my name. Fei Kai was naturally not afraid of investigation. This was the first time he stole shoes. He did as the old slave said inadvertently beside his ear, and stole the most exquisite pair of shoes to sell for a high price. Fei Kai was ignorant, and after following young clan leader for so long, he did not pay attention to the appearance of young clan leader's shoes, and so easily fell into the old slave's trap. Fortunately, he met a crucial person at the crucial moment. Zhao Lianyun became his savior, and under her guidance, Fei Kai successfully turned the tables and turned the situation around. The old slave's expressions changed when they heard that there was an investigation, becoming as pale as paper. A Gu master's methods were naturally rich and varied. It was naturally a piece of cake for him to investigate such a trivial matter. These old slave were already regretting to death. They did not expect that they would end up losing their lives. Ma Yingje looked at the old slave's expression change and was already 70 to 80% sure of Fei Kai. But he was determined to be a wise leader and naturally would not just give orders based on his thoughts. Immediately, he called the investigative Gu master and ordered him to investigate this matter. The investigative Gu master received Ma Yingje's personal order and naturally went all out to investigate. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the truth had come to light. In front of the truth, the old slave all knelt on the ground, crying and wailing in fear, begging for young clan leader's forgiveness. Ma Yingje snorted coldly. You slaves, trying to flatter the superiors and bully the subordinates. You actually dared to deceive me. Originally, according to your crimes, you should all be executed. But considering that you have served me for so many years, and some of you were even my companions when I was a child, I will spare your worthless lives. I will spare your dog lives and send all of you to the supply camp to serve my army. Clean excrement. Sweep the latrine. Thank you, young clan leader, for not killing us. Thank you, young clan leader, for not killing us. The old slave kowtowed like pounding garlic, expressing endless gratitude. As for you, Ma Yingje's gaze landed on Fei Kai, smiling mockingly. You actually dared to steal this young master's shoes. How daring! From now on, I will send you to be a servant leader, to serve this young master well and make up for your crimes. Fei Kai was dazed, and after a long while, he finally understood. Ma Yingje said he would send him to be a servant, but it was actually a promotion. He quickly kowtowed to express his thanks. Ma Yingje laughed heartily, waving his hand. All right, quickly scram and think of a good way to serve this young clan leader. Yes, Lord. Fei Kai retreated, and on the way back, he was in a daze. After a long while, he came to his senses. He had actually profited from this disaster, becoming a servant leader. All this is thanks to Miss Xiao. Ah, that's right. Miss Xiaoyun told me that if there's nothing, I must quickly report to her. Fei Kai slapped his head and immediately changed direction, walking towards the agreed-upon secret location. What? You actually became a servant leader? When Zhao Lianyun heard this news, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Fei Kai in surprise. She thought that this arrangement, although ingenious, had its risks, and it completely depended on Ma Yingjie's mood. Chapter 528. Although the servant leader was also a slave, he was the crucial person in charge of the Ma tribe young tribe leader's daily life. With such an important position, if the Gu masters wanted to inquire about the higher-ups' intentions, they would have to go through the servant leader. I earned big. I actually became the servant leader. I am indeed a genius. Zhao Lianyun laughed wildly in her heart. Her plan was not in vain. She stared at Fei Kai with shining eyes, saying softly, "Big idiot. Now that you are the servant leader, you have to perform well in the future." Fei Kai's entire body instantly trembled, and he honestly muttered, "Miss Xiaoyun, I don't know why, but your voice makes me panic." Zhao Lianyun immediately turned hostile, fiercely kicking Fei Kai's calf, shouting, "You idiot! Now that you are the servant leader, your situation is even more dangerous than before. Who knows how many people will come after you? Among them, there will even be those vicious and evil Gu masters." Fei Kai jumped in fright. Then what should I do? Luckily you have a friend like me. As long as you listen to me obediently, I guarantee you will live a good life. Zhao Lianyun stretched out her small hand, wanting to pat Fei Kai's shoulder, but found she could not reach it. She immediately bared her pretty teeth. "Quick, squat down for me." Fei Kai squatted down obediently, and Zhao Lianyun successfully patted his shoulder, nodding her head in satisfaction, speaking with an air of seniority. "Do you know what to do next?" Fei Kai shook his head as if it was a matter of course. You idiot." Zhao Lianyun snorted coldly. "Since you are the servant leader, and those old slaves have been sent out, you naturally need to recruit more people. Otherwise, how can you take care of everything by yourself?" "Oh, you are right." Fei Kai came to a realization, nodding his head repeatedly. Zhao Lianyun snorted again. "But this is far from enough. You also need to familiarize yourself with the young patriarch's hobbies, lifestyle, and so on. You'll have to ask the old slave about these things." "What? If I asked them, would they agree?" Fei Kai's eyes widened. Zhao Lianyun sneered. "You are now the head slave. Your status is different. They are the lowest of the slaves. They must be afraid of your revenge. If you go and ask them, they will definitely tell you. Of course, if they don't know what's good for them, I naturally have a way to make them tell me everything they know." "Oh." Zhao Lianyun couldn't help but roll his eyes at Fei Kai's blank expression. Her thoughts had already drifted away. "I'm not a person of this world. I know too many ways to please these stinky men." As long as he was familiar with Ma Yingjie's lifestyle and habits, he would be able to deal with the problem accordingly. Wouldn't he be afraid that Fei Kai's position would be unstable? Chao Fu, He tribe camp. All kinds of tents and Gu houses covered the grassland. Banners fluttered in the wind as Gu masters moved in and out. If one looked from a bird's eye view, they would look like a huge ant colony. In the supply camp, Fong Yuan held East Window Gu in his hand, quietly looking at the resources. The female Gu master in charge of reception held her breath as she stood at the side, waiting for Fong Yuan's decision. Ever since they received Dong Fong tribe's war reparations, the resources that could be exchanged with battle merits in the supply camp had increased by more than 10 times. Of course, not all of them were war reparations. Besides He tribe's previous accumulation, there were also large amounts of resources contributed by the tribes that joined He tribe's alliance army after they recruited captives. Just a few days ago, He Lulan held an alliance establishment meeting and made all the newly joined tribe leaders swear a poison oath. To prevent the good things from being exchanged by others, the moment the resources were calculated, Fong Yuan immediately entered the supply camp. Even if Shadow Sword Expert and the others joined He tribe army, they would not be able to shake his position second only to He Lulan. Fang Yuan had such a privilege, others naturally had objections, but no one dared to criticize him openly. Oh, there's actually a rank 4 self-reliance goo? Fang Yuan's heart moved, and soon found the goo he had always wanted among these resources. Self-reliance goo was very rare. Fang Yuan originally had a rank 3 goo from southern border, but after coming to northern plains, it was suppressed to rank 2. Fang Yuan did not have the corresponding goo recipe, so it was hard to raise it. Earlier, he had exchanged for a self-reliance goo from He tribe's resources, but it was only rank 2. Without any other choice, he could only plan to collect goo recipes and refine goo using these 2 goo worms as the foundation. But this way, it was unknown how long it would take for him to obtain a high-rank self-reliance goo. If his luck was bad during this period, and he failed several times in the refinement, it would be even longer. Now that he found this rank 4 self-reliance goo, he had to get it without any hesitation. Other than the rank 4 self-reliance goo, he also found the rank 4 charging crash goo. But he had bought the rank 3 horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, and had already refined them successfully, obtaining a rank 4 charging crash goo. Shifting his attention from charging crash goo, Fang Yuan found many good things, especially some unique goo worms of Dongfang tribe. Even though Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience, he could not help but be interested when he saw these things. Among them, the one that attracted Fang Yuan the most was refined essence spirit goo. According to its function, this should be a healing goo worm. Refined essence spirit goo could transform the essence of a goo master's body into a mysterious primordial energy, nourishing and healing the soul. There were many goo worms that could heal the soul, but refined essence spirit goo's effect was far superior. Dongfang Yuliang had such a goo worm. It was a huge support for his wisdom path deductions. As for Fang Yuan, this goo was even more suitable. Different from Dongfang Yuliang, Fang Yuan cultivated both enslavement and strength path. He had a strong body and great energy, but his soul was often weakened and exhausted due to commanding beast groups. Refined essence spirit goo was the bridge between the two paths. Among the resources, there was not only refined essence spirit goo, but also refined essence spirit goo's goo recipe, which Fang Yuan took. It was said that this goo recipe was specially deduced by Dongfang tribe's goo immortal, Dongfang Naganori, for wisdom path cultivation. It represented Dongfang tribe's advanced wisdom path attainment that was at the forefront of the world. Fang Yuan had the goo recipe and refined essence spirit goo. It was the same as taking Dongfang tribe's fruits of labor for himself. The goo worm only needed a thought from the goo master to self-detonate. If this was during normal times, it would not be so easy for Fang Yuan to obtain refined essence spirit goo. The imperial court contest every 10 years was not only a way to get rid of the weeds, it was also a way for all the forces to interact. Goo path originated from immemorial antiquity. Renzu was the first goo master to use goo worms. After that came the remote antiquity era, followed by the olden antiquity era, followed by the medieval antiquity era, followed by the late antiquity era. Up until now, goo path had flourished. It could be said to be 100 flowers blooming and 10,000 clans contending for supremacy. Countless paths were like the waves of a long river. At the same time, countless flowers were extinguished. But because of the cruel living environment, the concept of trade could not be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Each force researched it on their own, keeping it to themselves. Back then, one of the invincible sovereigns, Giant Sun, felt this and specially made arrangements. Because of the war reparations, the Huangjin tribes grew endlessly, firmly occupying the overlord position of northern plains, lasting for a long time. After the baptism of countless imperial court contests, Northern Plains was publicly recognized as the place with the strongest martial strength among the 5 regions. In terms of overall strength, Central Continent is the strongest, second is Northern Plains. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He was very clear about the strength ranking of the various regions. During the 5 Regions War, Northern Plains was the place that resisted Central Continent's invasion the most fiercely. The other 3 regions had a huge geographical advantage compared to Northern Plains, but they were always suppressed by Central Continent. Only Northern Plains had formed a counterattack army and invaded Central Continent. Northern plains could have such strength because of giant sun immortals arrangements. He made use of war and limited it to a certain scale, allowing Northern plains military strength to flourish. Unfortunately, his arrangements were still too small, only thinking about his own benefits. On the other hand, Central Continent's strength was due to the structural reform. It was a fundamental advantage. Feng Yuan came from Earth. He had a unique perspective, and with his 500 years of experience, he had a clear understanding of the nature of society. There are actually more than 10 amplify effect goo? Feng Yuan collected his scattered thoughts and continued to inspect. He had a pleasant surprise. Amplify effect goo belonged to the rule path. It was specialized in assisting other goo worms. It could increase the effect of the goo worm. As for the amplification, it depended on the rank of amplify effect goo. The higher the rank, the greater the effect. Of course, there were gains and losses. The goo master would expend more primeval essence. Amplify effect goo was very popular among goo masters, because goo masters of any path could use it. Fire path goo masters could use it. Water path goo masters could also use it. To Feng Yuan, both enslavement and strength paths could be amplified by amplify effect goo. Among He tribe's resources, there was actually a rank 5 amplify effect goo. There was also one rank 4, 3 rank 3, and the rest were all rank 2. Feng Yuan naturally wanted to pick the best. He directly chose that rank 5 amplify effect goo. It could amplify the goo worm's effect by 5 times. But this way, a problem arose. Lang Wangda, you want to exchange for so many goo. I'm afraid your battle merit is not enough. The female goo master in charge of receiving him cautioned after considering her words. I know. After all, there is a rank 5 goo, an amplify effect goo at that. Moreover, refined essence spirit goo is Dongfang tribe's unique goo worm. Feng Yuan's words were reasonable, but his next words were different. It's all right if you don't have enough battle merit. You can borrow another 500,000. The female goo master was stunned. She carefully said, Lord, you borrowed 500,000 battle merit last time, but you only repaid 300,000. According to the rules, you have to pay off the debt before you can borrow more. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows, not caring. So what? Rules are set by people. Since they can be set, they can be changed. Borrow another 500,000. No, 800,000. I will personally explain to He Lulan. Give me the things now. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.